Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku became a Vigilante Spider-Man instead of going to UA story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Chapter 1. Along came a spider. It began on another sunny day, a 14-year-old Izuku Midoriya now leaving a comic book shop. He glanced down at the issue he had just bought, a slight yawn trying to come out of his mouth. Man, All Might is so cool. I wish I could meet him. He whispered, only for his phone to vibrate. Taking it out of his pocket, he saw it was his own invention, the Midoriya Hero app. The program swayed to show a certain news headline Izuku always loved to see: All Might. All Might defeats sludge villain. Another victory for the symbol of peace. Wow. Wish I could have seen that in person. But that's not in the cards for a Deku like me. Izuku commented as he tapped the phone. App, give me all the details. I want to record them in my notebook tonight. Understood, the phone replied back, Izuku putting it away a second later. To say Izuku Midoriya was a genius was an understatement. The app he just used was his newest invention, something he found he was born for. He found early on that he had the knack for inventing, finding he could easily take anything apart and rebuild it. He started with the television at his house when he was 5 and kept going for years, trying to make all sorts of support items for the future. But despite all that, his love was for heroics. He adored heroes since he was small, even before that fateful day when he was 4. There, he was told he was quirkless, a judgment that along with the doctor that day, many others also told him that he could not be a hero. And it was something he lived with every day now. For after that day, he had spent over a decade of constant torment and bullying. Guess that's that. Izuku then looked back at the comic in his other hand. Well, at least I have this. Though what's a brain like mine good for if I can't be a hero? It wasn't long till the day ended, Izuku going home. As he walked inside, he found his mother, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Midoriya, already in the kitchen. The woman had a slight frown on his face, Izuku knowing she probably wanted to do another talk on how he shouldn't try to be a hero and just go into support. Despite this, he saw she was making katsudon, the teen taking it with a small frown. But as he began to eat, he was halfway done before just tapping the food with his chopsticks. The sight made 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sigh, the woman slowly speaking up, Izuku, what are you working on now? I know you wanted to make that support portfolio thing for UA. Yeah. Izuku sighed as he took another bite. I wish I could do more. Izuku. She put her hand on his shoulder, the boy slowly looking up at her. I know you don't want to hear this, but I think this will be better for you. You have a brilliant mind. Why, I remember when you were 5. You took apart the television to see how it worked. Remember that? She let out a small giggle at this, only for Izuku to slowly get up. I'm gonna go to bed. Izuku sorry mom. He interrupted, I'm just not feeling it today. He then shoved the plate over the table and walked away, the sight making 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sigh. Oh Izuku. I just want you to be safe. The teen soon closed the door to his room, his eyes slowly drifting up as he saw his room. Around the bed were piles of metal, gadgets, and gizmos he had created. Along with that was a stack on notebooks, all filled with analyses over heroes he had made over the years, his other passion. But they weren't what he was proud of. It was the sights on the walls, posters of All Might, shelves of action figures of every hero he knew, and piles of comic books to the side of his bed that he loved. This sight would always make him smile, a big goofy grin on his face as he would read a few comics or play with his action figures. But not today. Instead, he just slugged over to his bed and flopped down, a small stream of tears appearing from his eyes. Why couldn't I have been born with a quirk? I'd give up this brain if I could just have a quirk. He put his face into his pillow as tears started to stain the cloth. I wanna be a hero. You'll never be a hero. That was the roar of Katsuki Bakugo the next day as he used his quirk on Izuku's stomach. The teen cried out at this, only for the teen to slam a fist into Izuku's face. Oh! Izuku yelped as he hit the floor, tears pouring out of his eyes as 2 other boys started kicking the downed student. Yeah. You heard Bakugo, you useless Deku. Loser. Loser. Katsuki leaned down in front of Izuku's face, growling at the teen. You hear that, you quirkless loser? I told you to not apply to UA. You're looking down on me, aren't you? I never looked down on you, Kaken. Shut up. You'll never be a hero. You're just a worthless pebble. Katsuki then kicked Izuku in the stomach, making the teen squirm, only to reach down and grab a certain notebook that Izuku was clinging onto. Hey! Give that bluff. Izuku cried as Katsuki kicked him in the face. Shut up, loser. He spat before opening it up. What's this? Blueprints for heroics. He quickly closed the book and glared at Izuku. Seriously? I just told you that you can't be a hero, you useless Deku. I'm not gonna be a hero, Kaken. Izuku wheezed out. I'm gonna go into support. Yeah right, you quirkless loser. No one is going to UA in this dump except me. Katsuki growled before lighting his quirk up, the book instantly exploding. No! Izuku screamed, only for Katsuki to kick him in the face again. I said, shut up. Katsuki roared before opening a nearby window and throwing the notebook's charred remains out of it. He then leaned down and grabbed Izuku's collar, a huge grin on his face. Listen here, loser, if you really wanna be a hero. His grin grew wider as he said these next words. Go take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life. You. Kaken. Izuku squirmed out, only for Katsuki to punch him in the face. Bluff. Don't you dare call me that, Deku. Katsuki spat as Izuku laid out on the floor, squirming as tears poured out of his eyes. See? You're just a worthless wimp. You'll never be a hero, so give up already and stay out of my origin story. With that, Katsuki spun around and left, the two boys that were always with him taking a second to kick Izuku again before running after the teen. And as Izuku laid out on the floor, he let out a wheeze of pain before a pair of shoes appeared in his line of sight. Looking up, he saw it was his homeroom teacher, a snarl on his face. Izuku, how many times do I have to tell you to stop laying on the hallway floor? Get to class already. Yes, sir. Izuku coughed out, slowly getting up as the teacher walked away. He let out a sniff at this, another batch of tears going down his face. Why? Why me? The rest of the day was the usual for the boy, nothing but pain and misery. Even though he had the best grades in the class, the teachers always tried to go against him, all because he was quirkless. It was like this every day, every moment, especially since it had been announced the previous day he was applying to UA. Katsuki had run a fit at this, telling the class they were all beneath him, then giving Izuku yet another beating. This was followed by today, where Katsuki was extra mad, though Izuku couldn't really tell when Katsuki wasn't mad. Despite this, the school day soon ended, and Izuku found himself having to purchase a new notebook. And as he walked out of the convenience store, he began to write in the book as he got on the train. Well, at least I remember most of what I wrote down. I do have 9 months for the support department portfolio, and I've already written out a few blueprints. He rubbed his face as he began to do a sketch. Should I make a weapon? I know UA support prefers costume support, but maybe I could make something more logistical. What about a type of tracker or? His thoughts drifted as he wrote down a bunch of different things just as the train came to a stop. And as he walked out and back to his house, he couldn't help but think how pointless it was in the end. Despite everything he wanted, he was just settling for what he considered to be second best with support. I'll figure something out. I got 9 months after all. 9 months later, just 2 days till UA entrance exam starts. Izuku was now staring at his desk in his room, for new fully written notebooks in front of him as he scanned over everything he had written out over the past 9 months. Wads of papers were all over the floor, most in a small trash can as he found himself going back and forth at the notebooks, staring at a few weapon blueprints he had made, only to shake his head. No. He whispered before looking down at his phone. The best invention I've made is on this thing, and I know that's not gonna be enough. All these portfolios are good, but this is UA. I'm running out of time. I just need a better idea. What if I dash Izuku? He was taken out of his thoughts at his mother's voice, the teen turning and yelling back, "Yes. Could you take out the trash?" "In a minute." Izuku replied, only to glance back down at his desk. The sight made him flinch, only to sigh a second later. "Why me? Why can't I figure this out? Kaken's right. I'm just a failure." A few moments later, the teen got up and gathered the paper in the floor, soon taking his wastebasket to the trash bag, only to walk out a minute later with it. And as he walked over to the dumpster by the apartment, the teen found himself in a haze as he walked. His mouth began to mumble as he tried to think about what he was missing. Maybe I should do a type of all-in-one gauntlet like my earlier design. Though that might be too much, though maybe I could make a type of phone with the gauntlet. I mean, it could connect to a hero's mask, and then I could use a type of protective fiber over it that makes sure the hero. The hero! His muttering stopped as he let out a long sigh. Oh, who am I kidding? Even after all this, I still can't do it. I just want to be a hero. Maybe Kaken is right. Maybe I should just take a swan dive. He let out a scream as he felt a surge of pain from his wrist, soon slapping it with a single strike. And as he looked down at his hand, he gasped when he saw a now dead spider in his palm. He quickly shook it off, squirming for a second, only to blink as he saw the spider hit the pavement, its corpse bouncing till it showed its back. Izuku blinked at the sight, soon leaning down as he saw the numbers 42 on it. "What the heck?" he whispered as he slowly picked up the bug, squinting as he spun it around on his fingers. 42. Why does a spider have a what? Izuku's words began to slur as he felt his legs feel like they were about to turn to jelly, the teen almost dropping the bug as his other hand grabbed his knee. Whoa! He felt a bit of nausea in his throat, his vision blurring as the pavement below multiplied and spun around for a second. Izuku closed his eyes at this, his legs still shaking as he started taking deep breaths. What is happening? Head feels funny. Did I just get poisoned? And after what felt like hours, the world stopped spinning on Izuku. He opened his eyes and saw that everything was fine. Rapidly blinking at this, he put the dead spider in his pocket, grabbed the trash bag and threw it into the dumpster, and quickly ran back into his room. His mother called out to him, but it fell on deaf ears as Izuku put the spider on his desk and then pulled up his laptop. Gotta find out what this spider is. I don't wanna die to a spider bite of all _. Izuku yelped as he clutched his head. What now? A burning sensation slammed into his head, the teen now rubbing the sides of his cranium. He semi-closed his eyes before glancing over at the spider, only for his head to hit the keyboard, his hand smacking the desk before pushing the spider under some paper as his eyes closed. What? Was all he could mutter out before he felt himself shut down, sleep taking over as he tried to move. A long yawn escaped Izuku's breath as he felt his hands lift out of his bed's covers. His eyes slowly opening, he found himself staring at the ceiling, the sight feeling slightly zoomed in for him. But this was ignored as he felt a certain stiffness in his shoulders. When did I fall asleep? He thought. What was I? Izuku, a voice called out as the door to his room opened. He glanced over to it and saw his mother walk in. Oh, thank goodness. Here. Mom. What's wrong? 𝐒𝐭𝐲 just shook her head at this. I found you passed out on your desk and your face was burning. I thought for sure you had a fever. A fever? Izuku repeated as he put a hand to his forehead, only to feel semi-warm skin. You don't have one now. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 commented as she walked up to him. You just. Well, you were burning for a bit, and I couldn't wake you up. So, I put you in bed. She sat down on the bed and put a hand on his shoulder. Are you okay? Did you overwork yourself with the UA stuff? No. I mean, I don't think I did. He said as he blinked at her. I guess. I don't know. I think I'm fine now. Okay. Well, I want you to stay at home for today. I already called the school, especially since you slept in like that today. I slept in. Izuku responded before turning to his room's clock, only to go wide-eyed as he saw it was almost noon. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 giggled at the sight before patting his head. Just rest. There's some frozen dinners I picked up 2 days ago in the fridge. Just have that for lunch. I'm gonna go to my part-time job at the hospital, okay? Okay. Izuku slowly replied as his mom left the room, the boy shrinking back into his covers. And as she closed the door, he thought aloud, what was that? What happened to the spider? He quickly hopped out of the bed and over to his desk, quickly rustling through the papers until finding the dead bug under one of them. His eyes squinted at the sight as he picked it up again. So, you didn't poison me, but you did something, didn't you? Alright, I'll examine you in a second. He put the insect back onto his desk before getting up, walking into his bathroom. He was about to use the toilet, feeling the urge, only to stop in front of the mirror. He slowly turned to the reflective surface, only to see his arms. And they were muscular. What the dash? He looked down at his sleeves, seeing they were now constricted and tight, the teen quickly taking off his shirt. And the sight made him go wide-eyed. Izuku was never an athletic child. He never really had muscles or much strength. However, now it looked like he had gone to the gym all his life. I have a six-pack. He yelped as he glanced back up at the mirror, now seeing the reflection of what he had just looked at. His eyes continued to grow as he felt down and patted the pecs, feeling every touch. Whoa! He flexed his arms next, seeing the raw muscle now in them. He clenched his fist at this, feeling a surge of strength just in that one motion. It felt like he could do anything, as if he was now a one-man army. What happened to me? He then sat down on the toilet, doing his business as he began to think, how did this happen? Why do I have a six-pack now? Why do I feel better than ever? What is going on? He got up a few moments later and began to wash his hands, but as he grabbed the handle and turned it, he found couldn't take his hand off it. What the dash? He began to pull at the handle, growling as he felt his hand stay stuck. Stupid hand. Let go of whoa. The teen let out a yelp as he let go, falling back as his hand suddenly stopped sticking to the sink handle. Izuku fumbled back before straightening up, growling as he stared at his hand. What was that? He then went back to the sink and washed his hands, soon drying them, and began to walk over to open the bathroom door. Only to twist the handle, and the whole door broke off as he opened it. Whoa! Izuku slowly looked down at the door handle, now seeing his hand was stuck to it before backing up at the now broken door. What is? His words drowned out as he felt his hand release from the door, Izuku quickly grabbing the door's sides and placing the door on the wall. And as he walked back into his room, his eyes instantly went back to the bug on his desk. The spider! He leaned down and poked the dead creature, the teen's eyes going wide as his brain finally caught up to everything that had happened this morning. Did you give me a quirk? The next few hours were the busiest in Izuku's life. Ecstatic at what had just happened to him, he quickly began to figure out all he could do. For starters, he found he had immense strength, able to lift up the house's washer and dryer with one hand. He found he was quicker, and his hands and feet would now stick to things as he tried to climb up his room's wall, only to slightly tear off a bit of the ceiling with his fingers. This was followed by him looking up what spiders could do, which was followed by him taking out some old support equipment he had made, as he knew he had to examine every bit of what the spider was, and what it did to him. Glad I made this, he mumbled to himself as he pulled out a small folding microscope scanner. He had made it for crime scenes, trying to make a portable medical scanner of sorts, which was supposed to connect to police computers, though he never really got to test it. Now, he took a small needle and pricked himself, putting the BLD on a small piece of glass. But as he did this, he saw the little prick he did instantly heal up, the BLD not even dripping off his finger. He blinked at this, only to tell himself that was another thing to look into before staring down the scope, his eyes quickly going wide. The BLD in the sample looked as if he had evolved, its structure no longer fluid, but in a state of constant flux. The sight baffled him before he plugged up the scope to his computer, soon examining the BLD on a full screen. He then put the spider in the microscope, trying to find anything on it. But the spider had nothing. It was as if the spider had given Izuku everything and was now an empty husk. Seeing this, he took out a small bottle and put the spider in it, sighing as he put a lid on the container. This was followed by Izuku doing a scan of his own BLD, soon going over what data his little machine could give him. So it looks like I have enhanced strength, I can stick to other surfaces, and I seem to have some kind of healing factor. Though, this sample is so strange. According to this, it should have also affected my nerves and brain. He stopped as he then felt a tingle in his head, his ears ringing as he heard a small buzzing noise. His arms suddenly jerked at this, only to feel something now between his fingers. Squinting at it, he saw he had perfectly grabbed a fly's wings, the bug still alive. Whoa! He let go of the fly, the bug flying off as he sat back down. He stared at his hand, flexing the fingers for a bit. Guess that answers that. I guess I have some kind of radar sense. Still, how did this spider do this to me? He then looked back at his computer, only to see something more to the data on screen. It also says I have something with my skin, along with a type of energy inside me. What is that? He glanced back at the bug, slowly whispering, "What are you?" He then looked back at his hands, feeling the tense power inside them now. Then again. I just got what I always wanted. A quirk. He glanced up at the screen, multiple quirks. Or is it a mutation quirk? Might be that. He slowly got off his chair, staring back down at the bottle containing the spider. Thank you. He whispered before a grin shined on his face. I have a quirk. I have a quirk. He exclaimed, moving his arms into the air. And as he said this, he then looked back down at all his notebooks, stars in his eyes. I gotta tell Mom. I gotta try the hero exam. And as he said those words, only one thought went through his head. I can be a hero. No. Izuku's face fell as he heard this before exclaiming, what? But Mom, look at what all I can do now. I see that. 𝐒𝐭 replied, only to point to his room. And I can see the damage you did in the house since we now have to replace your bathroom door and figure out what to do about your room's ceiling. Izuku grimaced at this, opening his mouth to counter her, but his mom just put a hand on his shoulder and said, Izuku, I am happy for you, but you just got these powers. Do you really want to go in with no control over them, or do the support exam you know you can pass? But I will. Izuku stuttered out, glancing down at his hands before sighing, I mean, I know I can pass, but... He looked back up at her, tears flowing down his eyes. I want to be a hero, Mom. I don't want to be a failure anymore. Izuku, you are not a failure. I am. Izuku screamed back, all I do is fail, and it's all because I don't have a quirk. Now I do, and you want me to not use it. 𝐒𝐭 flinched at his uproar, the boy rarely raising his voice, only to sigh as she gripped his shoulders. Izuku, I know you want to be a hero. You've wanted it all your life, and... His mother stared at him straight in the eyes, and you could do it with this spider quirk. But the exam is tomorrow, Izuku. You remember telling me about the UA Sports Festival? How general education students can use that to get in the hero classes? Izuku nodded back. Support students do the festival too. Why don't you use that to get into heroics, alright? That was your plan, remember? He tried to speak, but the big frown on his mother's face drowned out everything. Instead, he just let out a sigh and nodded, okay. Good. Now, I know this is hard, but you can be hero Izuku. You just have to go a different path for it. Besides, the spider quirk will help you get there, but you can't just jump into this. You need to figure out your quirk first, and you can do that while at UA. I know. Izuku muttered, staring back down at his hands. I need to figure everything out. I have a quirk. He clenched his hands into fists at this, a lone tear going down his face. I'm no longer quirkless right when the UA exam starts. Figures in my life, here. Just too little, too late for me. Sleep did not come easy for the teen. Izuku's brain couldn't stop thinking about his new quirk. It was his second day with it after all, and he wanted to spend every waking moment trying it out. Instead, he had to go take an exam at UA, something that also excited him, but nowhere near as much as his new quirk. Despite this, Izuku woke up bright and early that faithful day, his mom quickly helping him get ready as she began to mumble out questions. Do you have everything? Do you have all your supplies and your portfolio and your dash? I got it all, Mom. I promise I'm ready. Izuku replied as he put away all his notes into his backpack. He then glanced back up at her, a small smile on his face. Wish me luck, okay? I will. I'm just worried about you. She put a hand on his shoulder. Remember, Izuku, just focus on today. You can figure out the whole spider quirk thing after this, alright? Yeah. Izuku sighed as he put the backpack on his back. I know. He then hugged her, 𝐒𝐭 embracing him back. Thanks, Mom. I love you, Izuku. I'm so proud of you. Thank you. Izuku repeated, soon spinning around and walking out of the house. He waved back at her, 𝐒𝐭 telling him she loved him one more time before he ran for the train. It was here he felt his new body speed himself up, quickly racing down the street like a bullet. Despite this, he found himself able to slow down just as he got to the station, soon hopping on before going straight for the school. And as he rode the train, his mind was on one thing, his new quirk. He knew he shouldn't be thinking about it, but even the exam was in the back of his brain. He soon put his head in his hands, telling himself to think about the exam and review his notes, only to put his hands on the train's seat. They began to stick at this, making him JRK before slowly taking them off. I gotta get a handle on this. Don't want that to interfere with the exam. UA. The greatest hero school in the world was in the front of Izuku. The very sight made the teen feel like he was 2 inches tall, the size of the place alone making Izuku want to puke. His nerves made his whole body shake like a leaf, worry pouring over his face as he slowly walked up to the school. You can do this, Izuku. You can do this. You're not a failure. You're not a Deku. You have a quirk now and you're gonna go pass the support exam and become a hero. By doing the festival. He put a hand to his head as he felt his thoughts start to jumble up. Get a hold of yourself, Izuku. He began to walk up to the school, his feet slowly dragging on the sidewalk before he felt a tingle in his head. Danger. Izuku came to a stop, the teen glancing down as he saw his feet were about to trip on the sidewalk. He slowly lifted up his foot, making sure he didn't fall before continuing his walk. That was close. This new radar sense is nice. But it's a lame name. Maybe I should call it something else. Like maybe Spider Sense. That has a good ring to it. It was here that he saw he was already standing in front of the support exam room. He blinked at the sight, shaking his head before finding a seat. As he sat down, he rubbed his forehead as he thought, gotta stop thinking about my new quirk. You gotta pass the exam, Izuku, you have to dash. Hello everyone. A voice made Izuku look up and see the support hero, Power Loader. The sight made stars appear in his eyes, his jaw slightly dropping. It's Power Loader. So cool. He mumbled to himself, he's one of the few heroes that has both a hero and support license. I heard his dash. Hey, snapped a voice, startling Izuku. He turned to see a boy glaring at him. Stop muttering. We need to hear what he's saying for the exam. Sorry. Izuku whispered before looking back at the pro hero. He grit his teeth, trying not to speak as Power Loader gestured to the desks in front of everyone. Everyone quickly sat down at this, Izuku's mind going back as he hunched over in his seat. Oh, why did this have to happen now? I wanna do more tests on my quirk. Just how much can I lift? Maybe I can know. He smacked the sides of his head with his hands, his eyes just now looking back up at Power Loader. Concentrate, Izuku. You gotta pass this test. Okay everyone, we're starting with the written exam. As you can probably guess, your exams will be slightly different from the other divisions. This one will be more support-oriented, though it will still have the normal stuff like heroics and business will be doing. It'll also be 3 hours, and after that is the practical exam, so get ready for a long day. Now, any questions before start? A hand shot up instantly at this. Yes. A girl with pink hair in front of Izuku stood up at this. Yes. Will we get full access to all the tools here at UA for the practical? I already have too many ideas. I want to make a super baby right now. Baby? Power Loader repeated before shaking his head. No, you'll have the basics, though there are a few extras we have for the practical. That exam is more based on improvising and showing your skills. Now, does anyone have a question on the written exam? Silence soon followed this, the hero nodding at the sight. Good. Then let's begin. The written exam was a disaster. Izuku found that despite the feeling that he knew most the answers, he couldn't help but think about what he could now do. His mind was scattered, unable to think about anything but his quirk. Diagrams and terms were all over the paper, yet to the teen, he could only read half as he tried to concentrate. It wasn't till an hour in that he calmed himself down, giving him barely enough time to finish the exam. And as he finished, he soon noticed glares all around him. Everyone had finished early except him, at least, that's what it looked like in Izuku's eyes. Nothing but cold, dead stares coming from everyone. But that was normal, it happened all the time at Aldera after all. All right. 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐿oader muttered out as he looked over the stack of written exams. Step 1 is done. Now, it's time for the practical. Follow me. The kids quickly hopped out of their seats, the pink-haired girl from earlier zipping up to the front. She looked as if she was about to run past the hero as they walked into the support lab, everyone soon going to a desk. Izuku was last, his eyes glancing around at the room. Wow! This is amazing. He thought as he saw tools everywhere around him, UA really spares no expense. They have everything. Wonder what I could make with my quirk. There's a sewing machine over there. What if I tried to make a costume that could dash, everyone in a seat please? 𝐼𝐺𝐿oader said, knocking Izuku out of his thoughts. He looked up at the hero as he pulled out a sheet. Now, let's begin the practical. As you know, this is UA support class, and our main job is to be the future of supporting heroics in this world. Because of that, this test will have you to make a support device of your own design. If you're wondering why we don't give you a design, it's because our class pushes improvising. As such, you'll have 3 hours to make your device with the tools we provide in this room. Any questions? No hands were raised at this, the hero nodding, good. Then, begin. The first hour of the exam was grueling for the teen. Izuku expected the test to be something crazy, but he didn't expect it to just be so normal. It was just making something. And it didn't help that his mind kept going back and forth over the first exam and his new quirk. And so, he began to make a small portable information device. Over the past 9 months, he kept trying to think up good support weapons for heroes to use, only to find none of them to be anything that wasn't already on the market. As such, he went back to mobile devices, which he found better luck with before he got a quirk. He soon found that support items around gathering information were few and far between. Seeing this, he began to make blueprints over devices like this, devices that held small computers or scanners. He mainly tried to make them for wrists or masks, but never had the parts at his house. Money was always an issue when it comes to looking into support, which made practice even harder. Despite this, he knew it was what he wanted to do in this exam. He began to gather up what tools he needed, soon making a small wrist device. This took over an hour, the design being super clunky, something he didn't care for, but he knew he was already running out of time. But as it passed 2 hours and 30 minutes, he found himself in a complete mess. He was trying to make a scanner, but he found his quirk acting up as he began to make the mini wires for the device. Each time he grabbed one, they stuck to his fingers, making him growl as he ended up tearing a few apart as he tried to release himself from each tiny tube. And as he grabbed a magnifying device, tilting it over his invention, he didn't notice a tiny spark appearing on the side of his arm. His mind raced as he glanced up at the clock, seeing another 5 minutes had passed. Come on, Izuku. You can do this. You just gotta get this done. And working. And I'm almost out of time to test it. Sweat began to pour down his face at this. No. I can't fail. I don't want to be a failure. I don't want to be a useless Deku. The spark slithered down his arm at this, the teen's mind melting as he took out a small electric welding tool. Tiny sparks flew off his device as he tapped the wrist. And as he did this, the spark traced up the back of his hand. And down his finger. Izuku's eyes went wide at this, now seeing a green spark go down his finger. And into his device. His spider sense blared at this, but it was too late. Boom. Ah! Izuku screamed as his device exploded in his hands. Pain surged through him at this, making him flinch back as the whole room spun around to stare at him. 𝐼𝐺𝐿oader zipped out of his desk, getting over to the teen in a sudden burst of speed. "Are you okay?" he yelled as he reached Izuku, seeing the teen fall over as both his hands showed a tiny bit of smoke. He scanned Izuku's hands over, seeing them fully burnt, red and black searing over them before looking back at the other students. "All of you get back to work." He then glanced back at Izuku. "I'm taking you to recovery, girl, alright? Stay with me." Izuku didn't respond after that. He barely said a word as he was taken to the school's nurse. Normally, Izuku would have been excited to meet the hero, but there was nothing as she kissed him and bandaged up his hands, grumbling as she told him that is just the start of her day before going off to the heroics practical. And as soon as he was done, he went back to the UA support room with bandaged hands, only to find the test was already over. The sight made his heart sink. His mind sunk into despair at this, quickly spinning around and walking out of the hero school. Why? Why me? Izuku whispered to himself as he walked down a street. He looked down at his bandaged hands, pulling at the strands as he felt something cool in them. And as he tugged a bit, he saw his hand was already healing, though very slowly. Well, I guess that still works. He let out a long sigh, tears going down his face. I totally failed, didn't I? He did a small sniff as he continued to mutter to himself, I get a quirk and everything still goes wrong for me. It's like the universe won't let me be a hero. He put a thumb to his mouth as he began to mumble rant, but what was that? Did I do some kind of bioelectric thing? Why would the spider give me that? Are there electric spiders? I don't think there are. I mean, I looked up a bunch of different spiders after the bite, but none of them could dash. Young man, yelled a sudden voice, making Izuku hop in place. He spun around at this, now seeing a police officer glaring at him. Turn off your quirk this instant. Here. Quirk. Izuku muttered out, I don't care what your quirk is, you're disturbing people. I'm. Izuku barely replied, but I'm not dash. He slowly looked down at himself, wondering if the bioelectricity had came back. Only to see nothing. Nothing at all. Though he couldn't see it, he was just a floating head in the street right now. He blinked at this, his brain slowly turning before going wide-eyed. Here. And in that instant, his body reappeared. He looked down at his now reappeared hands, quickly flexing them before the officer said, That's better, young man. Izuku glanced back up at him, seeing a small smile on the adult's face. Considering your surprise, you must have accidentally activated it. He shook his head. Don't worry, I won't report you. Just be more careful, okay? Oh, okay. Izuku stuttered before doing a very slow robotic bow. Thank you, sir. Sorry I did that, sir. No problem. Just don't let it happen again. With that, the officer spun around and left, leaving the dumbfounded teen. He glanced back down at his hands, blinking as his brain began to churn. Did I just turn invisible? Since when can spiders do that? Wait. Is that the skin thing I couldn't figure out from the scan? He looked back up at the street before him, his mouth slowly moving as he said, Just what was that spider? The next week was the longest in Izuku's life. Granted, his hands were now fine thanks to his new healing factor from the spider quirk, but that was the only good thing. Izuku couldn't help but think about the exam every waking moment. He knew he failed, he just knew it. He mainly spent the time either procrastinating over his failure, or trying to summon the bioelectricity and invisibility, but got nothing. His mind was too distracted by his horrible performance. And it wasn't long till his mom ran in one day, yelling, It's here. The letter from UA. Izuku was sitting in the living room at this moment, turning to see his mom run in. She quickly gave it to him, the boy ripping it open. There, they saw a small device, Izuku taking it out and commenting, a projector. He put it down on the ground, a hologram of Power Loader soon appearing. Hello there, this is Power Loader of UA, it said before the hero pulled out a remote, pressing a button and showing a picture of Izuku behind him. Izuku Midoriya, you passed the written exam with an 81%. That's a good score, and considered passing for our basic regulations. However, due to the accident, you failed the practical. Izuku's heart sunk at that, Inko shrinking back as they both felt tears start to appear in their eyes. And then Power Loader said those next words. I'm sorry, but UA has decided you do not qualify for the support department. He did a small bow. I wish you good fortune elsewhere. The hologram instantly shut off at this. And then the dam burst. Tears poured out of both, Izuku letting out a scream as he fell to his knees. Inko's eyes streamed tears out as well, hugging her son as he kept crying. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry. There was silence at this, Izuku just crying as Inko kept herself clinging to her son. But as she did this, she felt him shake, Izuku's tears stopping as he let out a scream. She had never heard him do that, looking back up as she saw the tears stop coming out of her son. Why, he slowly muttered out, only to scream again, why? Izuku! Inko increased her grip, now seeing the pure despair on his face. Why? 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 Izuku cried as he turned to his mom. Why, Mom? Why does this keep happening to me? Inko tried to say, only to just hang her head. I don't know. I'm sorry. Izuku just put his face into her shoulder, muttering out, I can't take it anymore. I just want something to go right for once in my life. I know. Inko replied as she patted his back, I'm sorry. I don't know why this happened, but I'm so sorry, Izuku. Izuku sniffed as he leaned back, his eyes going back to the hologram projector on the floor. He kept sniffing as tears poured down his face, only for those words Katsuki had told him so long ago to race through his mind again. Kaken was right. I can't be a hero. And as he thought those words, his tears stopped. It was as if something snapped in his brain, as if his entire life flashed before his eyes, all the pain and suffering he had endured now bubbling in his mind. He didn't know why, but he started to feel anger inside himself. And as he looked back at his mom, she saw the fire in his eyes. It scared her, as she had never seen this in him before. It was pure raw anger as he said, I can't take it anymore, Mom. I'm gonna tell you everything. What do you mean? Inko replied, only to see Izuku take a deep breath. And then, he began to rant. Izuku told her everything, every day of Katsuki's bullying, every ounce of hatred he had for being born quirkless, and the hopelessness that came from it. He told her all the lies he told her about his injuries, all the times he came home burnt or beaten, and how it was all Katsuki. And as he continued to talk, his mother stayed silent, not responding to a single word. But she soon found that made it worse, for after he told her about that singular moment, the one where Katsuki told him to kill himself, his mother's face went pale. But even after that, Izuku didn't stop. He kept getting louder as he finished his rant. And then I finally get a quirk, only to take an exam I don't want to do, and then the quirk makes me fail it and fail my chances to be a hero. Why? Why does the universe hate me? Why? What did I ever do wrong? As he screamed those last words, the teen slumped over, breathing as the bloodshot look in his eyes began to fade. Small tears dropped out of his eyes, his mother just staring at him. She had never seen him this angry. She didn't think he could get angry. Sure, he had gotten mad if an invention had failed, but never raw anger. Nothing like this. And as she saw him finish his rant, she took a deep breath, ready to enter the conversation. And Katsuki really said that? Inko asked as she put her hand on Izuku's shoulder. He told you to kill yourself. Yeah. Izuku muttered out, tears still flowing down his face, and Izuku. You didn't really think about yeah? Izuku whimpered, tears dripping off his chin, and the worst part is, he's right. I'm just a failure. A worthless Deku. Izuku. You are not I am. Didn't you hear me? I keep failing. Everything keeps going wrong in my life. Izuku roared back, making Inko flinch. He saw this and flinched himself, making him glance away. Sorry. I didn't mean to yell. I just yelled a bunch and I didn't mean to do that and I know. Inko interrupted, sighing as she put her arms around him, giving him a soft hug. I'm sorry too. I'm sorry I haven't been there for you. It's okay. No one wants to help a quirkless stop that. Inko exclaimed, making Izuku hop. She grabbed his face, pulling him to make him stare right at her. As she stared into his eyes, seeing the hopelessness in them, the despair, her heart sank. She knew it was all her fault, she should have been there for him. Seeing this, she took a deep breath and said, "Izuku, I won't run away anymore. I'm going help you every step of the way. I know you failed the UA exam, and that's okay. We'll get through this, okay?" Izuku blinked at this, just staring at his mother as she stared back. The two's eyes stayed still, tears appearing in both before they began to stream down their faces. They began to hug each other again, Izuku sobbing out, "But I don't know what to do now. We'll figure it out. I'm sorry for not helping you all this time. I should have been there for you. Well, you're here now." Izuku finished as they continued crying, their hug staying for what felt like hours. And when the hug ended, 𝐒𝐭 grabbed some tissues and wiped her eyes before grabbing Izuku's hands. He stared into her eyes at this, his mother mumbling out a few words before saying, "Izuku, you're my son. And I said a lot of awful things to you because I was scared. I gave up. But you can't give up. I know you never quit, and you kept chasing your dreams, even when I told you to not go for them. And I'm sorry." She put her hand up to Izuku's face, "No more. I'm here for you. I'll cheer for you, help you. Whatever you need. You can be a hero. I don't know how, but we'll figure it out, okay?" "Okay." And as for Katsuki, she took a deep breath, her son grimacing as he saw anger appear on her face. "Don't interact with him anymore, alright? If that boy really did all that to you, don't go near him anymore. He is not your friend, and you should not be around him. Promise me that." Izuku stared at her, his eyes slightly widening as he thought back to all the times he had been hurt by Katsuki, the bullying, the pain. And he realized what he had just heard is what he always wanted to hear. He did a small nod at this and repeated what he had just said, "Okay." The anger instantly disappeared from her face, the woman patting him before showing a small smile, "Good. Now, I'm gonna go get some supper ready for us, alright?" "Okay." He repeated again as his mother got up and spun around, slowly walking into the kitchen. "And Mom?" She glanced back at him, "Thank you." Her grin grew wider before nodding, "No problem." As Izuku sat down in his room that night, his eyes staring at his phone, the device shifting to an archive app he had made, it now showed an interview with All Might. It was a recorded interview, one he had viewed hundreds of times. He had practically memoized it, but for some reason, he felt he had to watch it. Or watch anything. But as the interview started, showing All Might giving encouraging words and statements, it was all muddled for him. Like, nothing mattered. Until the last question. The interviewer asks him what he believes is the most important quality of being a hero. And the number one responds in 2 sentences, "I believe there are many things a hero must be, but if you asked me the most important quality, I would say one thing. A real hero is someone who never gives up." Never gives up. Izuku repeated, feeling a small tear go down his face. And as he repeated those words in his head, his mind went over one thing. All Might is right. All I've done my life is give up. And now, I have a quirk. And I gave up again. The teen took a deep breath as his eyes narrowed, tears stopping as he closed the interview on the phone. "No more. I won't give up anymore. I'm gonna be a hero, even if I can't go to UA. I will be hero." The next month was the busiest one in Izuku's entire life. Never had he done more than that first week after learning he had failed the exam. For starters, he went over everything he could do since he couldn't get into UA. Turns out, there weren't really any other hero schools nearby, and all their testing had already happened. Also, what normal schools that were left for him were undesirable to say the least. None were what he wanted, and he knew most would have no challenge for his intellect. Seeing this, he ended up going for online classes, which considering what he looked up, he knew he would easily finish them. However, that still left him with no hero school. The online classes were for basic education, so he decided that instead he would use this time to figure out what kind of hero he would become with this spider quirk. And so, he started looking up more stuff on spiders. As he found that none of them could make bioelectricity or become invisible, he also saw that a ton could make their own webbing, though mainly from their butts. But he knew he couldn't make any, mainly because he had used the bathroom plenty of times since the spider bite and got nothing, so the team thought that it might be best to make his own. What followed was half a month of experimentation. He went over several formulas, dubbing them web fluid as he tried them all out. It was about 2 weeks in that he figured it out, making a wristband-styled shooter that he fitted to his hand. He wanted to make it automatic in terms of refilling the fluid, but didn't have the parts, so he decided to make himself a small belt as part of his future costume to hold both the fluid and other things he knew would be useful. "I'll have to make this thing less clunky in the future," he commented to himself as he tried the fluid a half-month in. He started by testing its tensile strength, soon going to the nearby Dagobah beach and used a few leftover fridges, dryers, and washing machines for testing. He found they could lift all of them with the webbing, and it would stick around for about 2 hours, and was highly biodegradable. And as he tested this, he also began to make a hero costume for himself. He had spent years drawing and making designs on what he would want his hero costume would be. Granted, he now swayed it to a spider design, but also felt he should at least have a costume, even if he had failed to get into hero school. That and when he figured out his hero school situation, he could at least give their support department something to work with. He had experience with sewing thanks to his mom teaching him, saying it would be useful in the future for any situation, something he found himself glad to have done. The costume was dark green in color, his favorite color, and had a black web-like design over the green on the mask and down his chest and back, along with his gloves and boots. The rest was just pure dark green, though he had a white 8-legged spider on the chest and back, along with big white lens for the eyes. His mother didn't completely like the design, saying it was a bit too scary for a hero, but Izuku didn't care. He felt that for a first costume, it was great. He then began to work on the lenses, giving them a zoom-in function, though he found that was all he could add at the moment. This was followed by making a green hoodie over the initial costume, complete with big long green bunny-like ears, in honor of his love of All Might. And as that month was about to pass, Izuku decided to go for his first test run. The run would be a simple test with his web shooters, as over his time inventing them, he watched several videos on how spiders use their webs to swing around and decided that if his webs could hold dryers and washing machines, they could definitely hold him. However, despite thinking this, he found himself doing what he considered to be the worst way to try this out. By going to the tallest building he could find in Tokyo. To be fair, he went there not in costume, instead hiding the suit under his clothes. He also brought a small backpack for his clothes when he changed, making sure that he could easily change back, which he was glad that ending up being the easiest thing to make. The problem was that he was now being reminded that he was afraid of heights. And he knew he still didn't have a full grip on his powers, especially the bioelectric powers. He needed a better name for that, which he couldn't even summon, or his invisibility powers, which he had a strange feeling that he would need to understand them very soon. "Okay, Izuku. You're really doing this, here," he told himself as he finished changing into his costume, stuffing his clothes in the small bag before hiding the bag in his hoodie. He then slowly slid down the side of the building, muttering to himself as he did this. "You can do this, Izuku. Sure, it's terrifying and it looks like you're 200 stories up, though you know it's less. Also, you've only had a little over a week of testing the web fluid and you probably should have tested a bit more. Though you know it'll hold you. You already tried it at the house and Mom got scared seeing you upside down that one time. You can do this. You can do this. And if you don't, guess Kaken was right about taking a swan dive off a roof." Those last words that came out of his mouth made him tense up, the words making him feel like he had sand in his mouth as he said them. He still couldn't believe Katsuki had said that, but also knew that was Katsuki being Katsuki. He took a deep breath next, his eyes staring at the streets below, the sight looking like it was 1,000 miles away, but at same time being like 2 steps away. He closed his eyes next, feeling the glass that his fingers were stuck to slowly begin to release from them. And then, he let go. His feet kicked off the building, his fingers feeling them take off some of the glass as he released himself from the side of building. His whole body tensed up for just a second, only to loosen. His whole world flipped as he did a backwards flip in midair, his eyes closing for a second as he felt it. There was no fear. No anxiety. Nothing. And as he opened his eyes, he saw the night sky above him and the street below. The sight made him go wide-eyed, fear now hitting him again as the wind began to smack his face. He glanced back up next, raising his palm at the building he had just leapt from and pressed the web shooter trigger. A web line instantly shot out, hitting the top of the roof. And with a single yank, he felt it. The wind. The pressure. The gravity. The fall. It was all gone. All that was left was the rise. His body zipped up at this, the teen just now releasing the breath he didn't realize he was holding. And with his second hand, he pointed to another building and shot a web. Instantly hitting, he let go of the first before pulling along, swinging down wide as he felt the wind smack his face again. It felt amazing. Like he was on top of the world. And that fear he felt come back, the anxiety, the tenseness. It all faded away. It was all gone. It was freedom. Pure and simple freedom. The boy let out a scream, before he swung again, his body zipping across a street. Block after block zoomed by as he did another web line, and another, and another. The biggest grin was now on his face under his mask as he swung past an office building, the people inside seeing the sight and all going wide-eyed. He then did a flip, soon staring at the stars above him before back at the city, the lights flooding his vision. The sight made the grin under his mask grow as he flicked his arm and shot another web. Again and again he thwipped the web, each swing sinking with his body. Woo! He exclaimed again, this is awesome. He then did a wide-arced swing, only to let go and do 2 flips, screaming with joy as he did so, why? The people below all glanced up, gasping at the sight. He was the center of attention, the world was watching. He had never felt more alive. More real. He had done something amazing. Spectacular. But as he shot the 20th line, his spider sense went off. Danger. Hey. He glanced back, only to see a certain hero he had seen a lot on the news lately, Kamu Woods. Come back here. You are under arrest. He roared as strains of wood shot out of hero. What? Izuku yelped as a line of wood shot past his left side, the teen barely dodging the lumber before firing another web line. Wait. Don't. I'm not a criminal. You are. Kamu barked back as he retracted a strain of wood before firing 2 more, both moving out to Izuku's sides. He then tried to pincer them on the teen, Izuku letting go of the web. He fell like a rock, only to fire another web, yanking himself back up as the wood from Kamu slithered back onto his body. Stay still. But I haven't done anything wrong. You've committed the crimes of public quirk use and disturbing the peace. Disturbing the peace. I'm not doing anything to disturb people. Izuku yelled back as he kept swinging away. I'm just having some fun. Liar. You're under arrest, villain. Villain. I'm not a take this, villain. Lacquered chain prison. Several strands of wood shot instantly at this, Izuku's spider sense blaring as he glanced back and saw the attack. And as he tried to speed up his swinging, he saw 2 strands shoot past him again, only for Kamu to yell, "What the where'd you go?" Hey. Izuku whispered, only to look back ahead as he shot another web line, but then saw his hand was missing. He had turned invisible again. Oh. Guess that works in danger. That's good to know. He then took a turn, making sure to miss Kamu's wood strands before swinging down 2 more blocks. He glanced back down and saw he was still invisible, a grin on his face before taking another turn and seeing his home now somewhat in the distance. Nice, he whispered to himself before swinging over to the rooftop of his home. And as he landed, he looked down at his hands and saw they were still invisible, the teen telling his brain to turn off the invisibility. And it worked. Blinking at this, he closed his eyes and tried again, only to open his eyes and see his hand was mostly gone. So that's how it works. Guess I just needed some danger to make me learn how to use it. Though I might need a little practice. I still gotta figure out the bioelectric stuff though. Which I need a better name for. He thought as he hopped off the roof and wall crawled over to his room's window. Opening it since he had left it unlocked, and snuck in while breathing and feeling the sweat in his hair. That was awesome. He cheered before flopping onto his bed, taking off his mask and letting out a long sigh. A few seconds later, he pulled out his phone to see if any social media had picked up his joyride. There wasn't much, just some posts, but nothing really. Definitely not enough to present him as some dastardly villain like Kamu Woods has said he was, though he hoped he didn't make that bad of a first impression. He honestly felt he hadn't done anything, he just showed he was some kid having fun. That or a kid with a death wish. And as he stared at his phone, he thought back to all he had done today. That was so cool. The webs worked, and I'm no longer afraid of heights. He whispered to himself before glancing down at his web shooters, and it didn't take too much fluid. About half a cartridge at the end. I might need to make them a bit bigger though. He looked back at his phone one last time, a new post showed up. Izuku blinked at it, only to see that the report was made by Kamu Woods. He stated it was some hooligan, making Izuku roll his eyes. But as this happened, a reporter had asked him if it was a villain or a vigilante, the teen raising an eyebrow at that statement. A vigilante? Me. He put a hand to his chin, there's an idea. I mean, if I can't get into a hero school, I guess I could skip all the learning and just fight villains. But I'd be breaking the law. He didn't smile at the idea, but he felt it was something to consider. He looked back at his phone one last time before turning it off, his mind going over the idea and felt that it might be the right solution, telling himself to ask his mom about it tomorrow before taking the rest of his costume off and falling asleep. And sleep never felt so good. No. But Mom-Izuku. 𝐒𝐭𝐽 interrupted before letting out a long sigh. I know I agreed to help you with your dream of being a hero from now on, and I know I said I was sorry and want to make up to you all this time I haven't supported you. But I'm not going to support you becoming a criminal. I'm not going to be a criminal. I'm just gonna be a hero without a license. Izuku, you shouldn't have to break the law to be a hero. Well, I don't have a choice now. Izuku yelled back, his voice now increasing as the two glared at each other. The teen took a deep breath at this, trying to keep his composure as he continued, Mom, I don't have a choice. There are no more hero schools available, and the semester is already starting. Katsuki is literally going to start at UA tomorrow and I get nothing. And if I can't go there, I have to start another way. I spent all this morning looking over vigilantism laws, and they say if I can be good enough and get on the side of the police, I can get into the hero business. I'll just have less protection getting to that point. And that's exactly why you shouldn't do it. You shouldn't have to break the law to be a hero. 𝐒𝐭 exclaimed, you deserve better. Izuku flinched at those words, shaking his head next. If that's true, then I wouldn't have to do this. This quirk I now have, I need practice, and this is the best way to do it. By fighting villains. By fighting criminals. Izuku retorted, I'll fight small crime and move up when I think I can handle the bigger stuff. Izuku, do you not hear what you're saying? 𝐒𝐭 cried, tears starting to appear in her eyes. Izuku, I don't want you getting hurt, and this is the worst idea for that. I wanna be a hero, Mom. That means danger. Izuku let out a long huff at this before adding, I want to use this quirk. I can't just sit here and not use it. I've spent all these years without a quirk, and then I get one and you still don't want me to use it. But, she tried to say, only to see the expression on Izuku's face. It was that face again, the one he showed when he exploded after hearing the UA results. She knew this meant one thing, Izuku was done listening. He was angry, something he rarely was, and he still wanted to be a hero. To help others. He always had that spark in his eyes. It was something that she always feared, as it showed a look of pure compassion combined with a crazed longing to help others. The fire within them was almost too much at times, as she knew now more than ever that she couldn't convince him to not be a hero, to not help others. And now he wanted to be a vigilante. The idea made her heart sink. But that expression he wore. It sealed everything. She wouldn't convince him otherwise. The woman let out a long sigh, only to say a few words, all right. You can be a vigilante. Izuku's expression faltered at this, making him slightly flinch. Ah really? 𝐒𝐭 did a slow nod, only to look back up at him. But if you really want to do it, let's set some rules, all right? Izuku nodded back as she continued, you can't just jump into everything, all right? Don't go challenge big A-level villains first thing. Okay. And 2. If you really have to do this, let me help you when you get injured. I'm a working nurse after all, but just don't come back in a mess, alright? I won't. I promise. Now, Izuku knew he probably couldn't keep that promise. But considering what he was about to do, it was an obvious conclusion that the promise would be broken. Despite this, he waited till night for his first try as a vigilante. He took a midday nap before doing it, promising his mom to finish his online class homework first. She knew it would take him no time to do it, but it was just something she could use to get her some relief about her son's future. And as the sun disappeared from the sky, Izuku put on his costume, already liking that feeling of putting it on. He took a deep breath as he opened his window, soon crawling out and up to the roof. The teen began to focus at this, his body instantly vanishing. He looked down at his hands. At this, seeing he was now invisible. I think I got it. I still can't summon that bioelect stuff again, but the invisibility isn't too hard. It just takes a bit to concentrate. He thought before staring out at the city before him. Now, let's go patrolling. He whipped out a web line and leapt off the roof, quickly swinging away. A big smile was already on his face as he swung across the first few blocks, the feeling of freedom returning. He still couldn't believe he had a quirk. He had had it for just a little over a month and he still couldn't believe it. But as he began to swing around, he remembered his first try at web swinging, and the disastrous encounter with a hero. Due to this, he made sure not to yell this time, instead just silently swinging around. He did this for an hour, not finding a single thing as he webbed around Musutafu. He had hoped for something small, like a mugging, but found nothing. Figures. I start trying to be a vigilante and I don't find anything. Just great. Another failure for the worthless Deku. He came to a stop as he saw a light in the corner of his eyes. He quickly webbed up to a nearby roof, landing on its edge before glancing back at the light, only to see it was from a building across the street. He squinted his eyes at this, the costume's eyes mimicking his as he saw several figures behind several large glass panes. He looked up at the building, seeing it was a bank. A rather small one, but it was still a bank. But that wasn't what was important. What was important was that it was exactly what Izuku was looking for, crime. That could work. Stopping a bank robbery is definitely a good start. I think. Izuku put a hand to his chin, his mind going over the situation. Now, how do I do this? Obviously, the bank's alarm isn't going off, so one of them probably has a jamming quirk. Also, I have no idea what quirks they have. He then put his hand in his hoodie, soon pulling out a small notebook and a tiny flashlight. Opening it up, he looked over the notes he had made today. After looking over the vigilantism laws and his old notebooks over quirk analysis and what kind of hero he wanted to be back in the day, he decided to make a new notebook that was for purely writing stuff down on the fly. As such, he started on this new notebook today, which was filled with instructions he had made for himself earlier today on how to be a vigilante, along with plenty of blank pages for everything else. Okay. So, step 1. If possible, make sure web fluid is full before going into a fight. He glanced down at his shooter and saw it was at a 4th. He took out a full cartridge and replaced it. I really wish I could automate that. I need to find some better stuff. He looked back at his notebook. Step 2. Make sure to smile and be positive. All Might says that being a hero is all about inspiring hope. Even if they can't see your smile under your mask, be positive. If necessary, make a persona for yourself to try and make others feel safe. Try quips as well and make people laugh. He then flipped to the next page, which was empty, as it was for quips he wanted to record. When he thought them up. Unfortunately for the teen, he found when he was first writing in the notebook, he didn't know any jokes. Izuku knew he was never a funny kid, but he also knew this was because he never had any friends to make jokes with. I'll figure out the quips later. He sighed to himself before turning a few pages, all blank for future quips, before going to the final rule he had put down. Rule 3, until you're a hero, you need to make yourself known, even if it's just leaving a calling card. That way, your name can get out and see if you can get the hero commission to sign you on. He then pulled out a stack of cards in his other pocket in his hoodie, now remembering he hadn't even figured out his vigilante hero name. It'll have to do for now. According to those laws I read, It takes a lot to get on their side. They mainly hunt down vigilantes more than anything. He took a deep breath, now looking back at the building. He whipped his webs over to it, quickly zipping up to the bank's roof. Guess I should go the underground hero route and do stealth here. At least, for my first time. Now, how do I get in? He crawled down the side of the building at this, only to see an air duct. Seeing he could fit, he cricked his neck as he opened it up. Guess it's time to see how flexible I am. He found the crawling was relatively easy. Despite being in a very confined space and knowing his body was more agile than it used to be, he was still surprised at how easy it was for him to just crawl through the vents. His body just slithered through, his sticking that he was still getting used to not even being a problem as he snuck through. And as he went through the vents, he found a grate, his form quickly going over it. He squinted his eyes as he stared through the thin bars, now seeing 3 hooded men with flashlights pulling out a device that they were now using on an ATM. He blinked at the sight, only to slowly pick up the grate and quietly took it off, putting it slightly aside. Okay Izuku, you can do this. Your first fight against villains. Criminals. Technically thieves, but I guess it could be argued that they could be burglars or bank robbers. Yeah, that's probably the correct terminology, though Dashi took a deep breath, trying to stop what he called his head muttering as he looked back down at the criminals. Focus. You need to focus Izuku. Just try to take these 3 out, and then see if there's any more. It was here that Izuku realized he didn't actually know how to fight. All he knew was how to take beatings, not dish them out. Should I just go in and try to punch them? I mean, I've never won a fight in my life. Can I really just dash? He clenched his eyes at this before sighing, stop it. Just go in and, I don't know, improvise. Can't be too hard. I mean, according to everything I've analyzed about my body, I have super strength now. As long as I can hit them, I should be okay. And if I can't hit them, web them. That should work. He then crawled out of the duct, not making a single sound as he stuck himself to the ceiling next. He slowly went overhead of them, the trio not noticing the teen. Granted, all the lights were all off, the only lights being the flashlights on the thieves and the device they were using to open the ATM up. Taking a deep breath, he set up a web on the ceiling and hung upside down, slowly extending the web as he quietly went down to the floor. He then silently flipped himself over, taking another breath before speaking up, "Hey fellas." The 3 thieves shot up at this, quickly spinning around to see the green-colored vigilante. He then saw what was under their hoods, one of them having a lobster face and the other 2 having crab faces. Izuku did a small wave at this, so, making a late-night withdrawal. What the heck? Who are you? One of the crab guys yelled. Hi. I'm still trying to think up my vigilante name. Who are you? Vigilante, the lobster one yelped before pointing at Izuku. Get him. The 2 crab thugs charged at him at this, pulling out long crab claws out of their hood's long sleeves. Izuku's spider sense instantly blared, quickly hopping back as the first one lunged at him. The teen backpedaled at this, dodging 2 claw swipes as Izuku's brain started to catch to the situation. And he found the criminal trying to attack him was slow. As if he could just easily see the strikes coming. His spider sense kept screaming at him, the second thug running up to try to hit him again. And as they attack again, Izuku's mind told him to do one thing, counterattack. His fingers pressed down on the triggers on his shooters, his hands aiming downward. Webbing covered both thugs' feet and the ground under them, making both trip. Their faces hit the floor, Izuku quickly firing more webbing on them, tying them to the ground. Bluff! Both cried as they felt their faces get smushed into the floor. Yes! Izuku exclaimed, raising his arms up high before his spider sense blared again. He looked back up and saw the lobster thug now leaping at him. I'll kill you! He roared, Izuku quickly ducking under a first swing from the thug. It was here that he saw the lobster-headed criminal just had normal human hands, both balled into fists as he swung them at Izuku. The teen kept going back, dodging 3 swings before pulling back one of his arms, balling up his own fist. And then he moved the punch forward. He expected it to just push the thug back, but as it connected, which it hit the lobster man in the chest, The criminal let out a scream as he was suddenly thrown across the room from the punch. Izuku flinched at this, now seeing his super strength used on a human for the first time as the thief flew onto a desk, bouncing off it and hitting the faraway wall, only to slump to the floor a second later. He fired a web at this, instantly wrapping up the criminal before letting out a sigh. Okay. Still don't know my own strength. Hope I didn't hurt that guy too much. He then stared at the room, now seeing he had beaten all 3 criminals with ease. Wow. I did it. I beat them. He looked back down at his hands, flexing them for a second. I can do it. I can be a hero. Hey guys, what's with all the noise? I thought you called out a new voice as it walked out of the bank's bathroom, a hooded man with a normal, albeit scraggly face. He went wide-eyed when he saw Izuku, only for the team to reflexively shoot a web at him. It instantly hit his mouth, making him muffle out before charging at Izuku. But as he did this, Izuku quickly sidestepped a punch from the criminal, only for a second punch to go right for Izuku's face. And as his spider sense blared, Izuku's hand raised up and caught the punch. The thug tried to pull his fist back at this, only for Izuku's hand to hold on to it. Whoa! I caught it. Cool. Izuku commented as he stared at the fist. A grin shined under his mask as then pushed his hand forward, throwing the thug right off his feet. 𝐒𝐻. The criminal muffled as he felt his back hit the floor, only for a stream of webs to hit his chest, sticking him to the ground. Izuku stared at the thief he had just webbed down, only to glance back at the original 3, both crabmen squirming and yelling profanities as they tried to escape the webbing. He pulled out his notebook again as he began to write in the quip page, "Late night withdrawal. That's a good first quip." He whispered to himself before walking in front of crab thugs, leaning down as he asked them, "So, got any more pals, Mr. Seafood? I'm guessing your friend I just webbed up is the one who helped you with the alarms." Wait. He looked back at his notebook. That seafood thing wasn't as good. Not recording that quip. "Let us go, you freak." One of them yelled, Izuku looking away from the notebook. "Yeah. Do you know who we are, you weird spider guy?" Spider guy. Maybe I could rework that for my hero name. Izuku thought before shaking his head and pointing at the criminals. "Listen here, all I know is that you're thieves. I mean, bank robbers. I'm here to stop you, and I did that." Izuku facepalmed at that, and that's another failed quip. He then heard the criminal yell another profanity, Izuku just shaking his head before putting away the notebook. "Now, what to do with you for?" Izuku asked before looking back at the bank's counters, an idea forming in his head. He walked over to the desks, looking around until he saw a small red button. "Here we go." He pressed the button, sending a silent alarm to the police before taking out a calling card from his other pocket. Also taking out a pencil, he wrote out a small message as a smile shined under his mask. "Yeah, that's a good name for me." He then put the note on the lobster thug before walking over to the bank's main door. "Later, fellas. Thanks for being my first ever crime. First crime I ever stopped." And with that, he left the building and leapt up before shooting out a web, swinging away a second later. Detective Tsukochi Naomasa really wanted to go home for the night. Despite his usual late hours he would get on the job, he was really tired today. But a silent alarm had gone off at a bank in Musutafu and he was nearby, doing a small nightly patrol. He quickly zoomed over in his patrol car, only taking him a few minutes to get there. And as he got there, he got out of his car and saw there was nothing outside the building. When it came to bank robberies and quirks, there was usually a torn-up wall, or a bunch of broken windows, or a trail of money strewn outside of the bank. But there was nothing, which was cause for concern as he then heard a voice. "Detective." He looked up and saw the hero Death Arms, the most local hero he could get right now. He leapt off a nearby roof and landed beside the detective, both nodding to each other before the hero went in first. And as they walked in, a voice yelled out, "Finally." The two glanced down at the sound, now seeing the 2 crab thugs squirming under the webs. "Get us out of this." The two shared a glance before Death Arms grabbed both thugs, lifting them up as the webs snapped off the floor. As he did this, the detective looked over the area, seeing a desk knocked over and the lobster thug now webbed up to a nearby wall, fully knocked out. And as he walked over to him, he leaned down and saw a certain tiny note in the thug's lap. He picked it up and read it. "Just beat these bank robbers for you. Courtesy of your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, Spider-Man." 𝐒𝐻𝐽 slowly whispered before looking back at the webbed-up thug. And as he glanced back and saw Death Arms walk back into the room. "Anything else?" "No. Just this guy and that other one over there." 𝐒𝐻𝐽 replied before holding up the note, "And this. What is it?" "I think it might be a new vigilante." He let out a long sigh at that statement, and I already got a bad feeling about this one. Izuku didn't find any more crimes to stop that night. And after another hour of patrolling and almost crashing as one of the shooters ran out of webbing, he swayed the cartridges and headed home. He had the biggest smile on his face as he got back into his bed, the memory of him beating those robbers going through his head. That was so awesome. Izuku muttered to himself. "I already love doing this." He closed his eyes a second later, instantly falling asleep. And as he did this, he didn't see his mom slightly opening his door, her eyes glancing down at her son's face. She saw the giant smile on his face, something she hadn't seen for a very long time. Worry still racked her brain, but that sight. It was the best thing she could hope for right now. Her son was happy. The next day, Izuku didn't sleep in. Despite what he did last night, and the fact he got to bed really late, he found himself instantly rested when he woke up. Izuku had found that over the past month, his newfound power gave him a bunch of extra energy. And with this, he spent the first 2 or so hours of the day doing a basic morning routine before looking up his online classes. Seeing there wasn't much at the start, he went ahead and did the first 2 weeks of homework, finding all of it to be super easy. While he did this, his mom asked him how last night was, Izuku replying and saying it was beyond great. He told her he now truly thinks he can do this, and then promised her to do the homework. And as he finished it, he shined the biggest smile he could before putting his costume on. Spider-Man. I think that name works well. He thought as he put on his mask and then put on the web shooters, I wonder what the police think about the card I left. I mean, I beat those bank robbers really easily, though that might have been their first try at crime too. He snorted at that thought, that would figure for me. The first criminals I beat are also first-time criminals. He then walked into his bathroom, staring at the mirror there. He looked himself over, the lens in the mask zooming in and out. Not bad. It still looks good, even after last night. He commented before looking down at his shooters, opening up the cartridges. All full, and I got about 10 in reserve. Better make some more tonight. And with a click on the wrist, he checked his front door, making sure it was locked, and then went over to his window. Opening it, he turned himself invisible and crawled out, closing the window behind him before getting up to the roof. As he got there, he leapt off and started swinging, a smile under his mask. Ah! This feels so awesome. I still can't believe I have a quirk now. He whispered to himself as he swung building to building, passing blocks in mere seconds. Guess I'll try a day patrol. He then landed on a rooftop and pulled out his phone from his hoodie, tapping it a few times. It swayed to a police scanner app Izuku had created a while back, a spin-off of his hero app. There we go. We'll keep you on just in case I can't find anything. He put it back into his pocket, reminding himself that he should have done that last night, but it was too late now. With that, he began to swing again, his form quickly zipping through town. As he did this, he saw that several people below were gasping, all seeing the masked teen seemingly fly past them. But as he passed another block, a single thought went through his head. I hope I'm not making too much of a spectacle. I don't want a hero suddenly chasing me again like Kamu Woods did the other day. He pulled out his phone as he shot another web line, seeing the scanner begin to beep. A crackled voice came out of next as Izuku glanced away from the device and stared directly ahead as swung down another street. This is Musutafu Police. We have a mobile villain going down Dathomir Street, Kamu Woods and Mount Lady, please respond. Dathomir. That's not too far. Izuku commented to himself as he took a tight right swing, maybe I can at least see what's up. He shot 2 web lines at the same time, slingshotting himself 3 blocks before going back to a regular web swing. And as he did this, he saw a black figure flying in the distance. This was followed by Mount Lady taking a swing at it, missing before a flood of wood shot off her shoulder. The flying thing quickly dodged the lumber attack, Izuku hopping over to a roof as he watched what was going on. What are they chasing? Is that the villain? He whispered while squinting his eyes, the lens mimicking this. It was here that he saw what they were chasing. It was a man in a blackish-green suit that had a pair of light green wings, though if you looked closely, you could tell they were made of metal. He had a bag in one of his hands, but his wings kept flapping despite this. The man was bald, and seemed to be yelling at the 2 heroes as Izuku leapt over to the next rooftop. "You'll never catch the vulture, you 2-bit heroes." The Birdman roared as he swung his wings down, cutting through Kamu Wood's forest attack. A villain. Don't recognize him, so he's probably E or F rank. Though if he's new and can avoid them, he might be at least C rank. This was followed by Mount Lady lunging a giant hand at him, but the bird just spun around and slashed her, making her flinch back. "Yow!" she yelped as a thin line of BLD appeared in her right palm. Seeing this, Izuku went wide-eyed before narrowing his eyes. "I gotta get in there and help them." He glanced down at his shooters, quickly switching to a full cartridge. "Here we go. Let's see how I do against my first villain." He looked back up at the battle, the fight now going a block away from Izuku. Taking a deep breath, he leapt off the roof and shot a web, quickly shifting into a swing. He began to zip up to the block the battle was going on, now seeing the vulture dodge Mount Lady again. "You'll never catch me!" Vulture barked as he spun around, turning to try and slash at the hero again. But as he did this, a line of lumber shot out at him, making him flap his wings, pushing himself back. "Blast it! Just leave me alone already. You're not getting away, villain." Kamu exclaimed as he swung a long vine of wood at the Birdman, Vulture slicing it as it came close. "That's not enough." Vulture countered before stretching his wings up and slamming them down, firing a gust of wind that knocked Kamu off of Mount Lady's shoulder. "Kamu," she gasped as she spun around to catch him. "Ha! Later, losers." Vulture laughed as he quickly shot away, zipping down an alleyway. "No one can catch me." "Wanna bet?" said a new voice, making the villain raise an eyebrow, only to feel something hit his back. "What the dash?" Vulture yelped before trying to do a barrel roll, only to feel the weight still on his back. He then glanced behind himself, now seeing a certain green costume teen on his back. "What, get off of me?" "Nah, I don't think so." Izuku replied before aiming his wrists at Vulture's wings, "How about we ground you instead?" Vulture went wide-eyed at this, only to quickly spin around again. "Whoa." Izuku yelped as he tried to hold on, his spider powers trying to help him keep his grip. "Get off of me." Vulture roared before flailing his right wing up, smacking Izuku in the head. "Ack," he yelped, losing his grip off the Birdman. He fell off at this, his spider sense yelling at him before firing a web to a nearby building. Swinging back up, he saw Vulture try to flap away, only to swing right up to him in 2 quick bursts. "Get back here!" Izuku yelled as he moved his legs at Vulture's back, only for the villain to spin around and smack him with his wing. "Oh!" Izuku cried as he was flung over to a nearby building, his form smashing through a window. "Oh! Oh! Oh!" He felt himself roll across a hard floor, only to shake his head as he got up. "Okay. Gotta be quicker," he whispered before glancing around, seeing he was in an abandoned building. "Well, at least I didn't destroy anything." He then raced out the window he had been flung into, quickly going into a swing as he saw the Vulture in distance, dodging another attack from Mount Lady. "Will you heroes go away already?" he screeched as he zipped past the giant. "Gotta get ahead of him if I wanna beat him," Izuku thought before taking a left, swinging down an alleyway. He zoomed through there, quickly coming out to the next block. There, he saw the Vulture flying away from the 2 heroes again, narrowing his eyes at the sight. He swung down another alleyway before swinging out to the next block, now seeing the Vulture about to fly toward him. Izuku then fired 2 lines, preparing to slingshot himself at the villain. "Gotta line this up. Now." He let go and shot up, moving both legs ahead as he exclaimed, "Hey bird boy." The vulture turned to the voice, only to feel 2 feet slam into his chest, or he yelped, Izuku then firing a web at vulture's legs. He swung down and then upward, flipping over the birdman and landing on his back again. "You again. Get off of me." Vulture screeched as he flapped the wings, Izuku this time dodging both. But as this happened, Vulture turned to an alleyway to the right, only to flap his wings and let out a burst of speed. Izuku quickly gripped onto his back, only to see that Vulture was about to fly into a very very thin alley. So much so that the birdman had to go to sideways. Danger! His spider sense blaring, Izuku quickly jumped off, grabbing the side of the building to the side of the alleyway. Izuku took a deep breath at that, soon crawling up to the roof. Okay. Almost got squashed there. Maybe I should just web him up from a distance. He got up to the roof and began to run, soon seeing the vulture fly out to the next street. Izuku quickly leapt off the roof, firing a web right at Vulture's feet again. It instantly struck the villain's souls, making the birdman look back. "What the dash, sorry birdie, your flight is cancelled." Izuku yelled as he held onto the web line. "Your next flight is a one-way ticket to prison. Go, what is with you? Leave me alone." "Nope." Izuku chuckled as he pointed the wrist right up at Vulture's right wing. And fired. Thwip. The web instantly struck, making the vulture suddenly wobble. "My wing." He yelped as he tried to flap the wing, only to see his metal feathers were now stuck. "What is this? Flight's over." Izuku yelled as he let go of the strand, only to fire 2 to both his sides, trying the slingshot trick again. And with a mighty pull and release, he fired himself up at the birdman. "Ah!" Vulture yelped as Izuku's legs slammed into his back. And as he screamed out a cry of pain, webs suddenly wrapped up both his wings, making him instantly nosedive. "Wait. Stop. I'm gonna die at this height." "You haven't been paying attention, have you?" Izuku remarked as the vulture felt something grab his back, only to be yanked up. The villain looked up at this, now seeing Izuku fire a web line, and started swinging one-handed while the other held up the birdman. That is, till Izuku landed on a rooftop, Vulture's body hitting the side of the building. Seeing this, Izuku quickly yanked him up to the top, only to web him up even more. "And that's one bird down thanks to Spider-Man," Izuku commented before patting Vulture's head. "Now, be a good birdie and stay here for the authorities." He then straightened up at that, quickly pulling out his notebook. "Here. That's a good one. Heck, that was several good quips. I gotta record danger. Here." Izuku yelped before leaping back, only for 2 wood lines to shoot past him. He glanced back, now seeing Kamu Woods on Mount Lady's shoulder. "Halt villain," he yells as he fires a 3rd branch, only for Izuku to duck right under it. "Hey! Come on, I just helped you stop that guy. So that makes you a vigilante. You're under arrest." Kamu barked back, Izuku now finding himself backpedal, only for his foot to tap the side of the roof. Looking back for a second, Izuku let out a sigh before staring at Kamu. "Listen, the name's Spider-Man. I saw you were having trouble with Birdie over there and just wanted to help. You can help by surrendering." Kamu roared as a stream of branches shot out of him, lacquered chain prison. And as the lumber attack came, Izuku quickly leapt off the roof. His body then turned invisible, making him vanish just as Kamu ran over to the other side of the roof. "What the where'd he go?" Mount Lady yelled as Izuku began to swing away. "He did that last time too." Kamu growled before looking back at the webbed-up vulture. "Well, at least you're caught." Izuku came to a stop a few blocks away, his form still invisible as he swung up onto a nearby rooftop. Letting out a long breath before partially opening his mask, he revealed only his mouth as his invisibility stopped. And as he sat down, he began to catch his breath. "Whoa! That was intense." He gasped before staring down at his hands, seeing them both shake. "Wow! This quirk the spider gave me is so awesome. It made that fight so amazing." Izuku blinked at that statement. "I need better words." He then pulled out his notebook, quickly jotting down the quips he used. "I need to figure out a good way to fight airborne opponents. He commented to himself while opening the bottom of his mask, maybe I should add a section on fighting styles. He liked his finger and turned a few pages, soon writing down a new step. Step 4. Figure out your own fighting style. Observe heroes and fight villains to figure it out. He stopped writing after that, instead staring at his hand with the pencil in it. Fighting styles mean super moves for heroes. He closed his eyes at this, remembering the support exam and what happened. That bioelectric thing. I wonder if that's supposed to be my super move. He put the notebook away before crossing his arms, but if that's the case, why can't I summon it again? It's been a whole month and I still can't make it appear again. Gritting his teeth at that, the teen got up and glanced down at his web shooters. Suching out cartridges for a second, he then began to swing across the city again. I'll figure it out, he told himself while swinging down a block. Until then, might as well get some practice swinging. It was an hour later that Izuku found another crime, that just being a mugger in an alleyway. He had a mutant quirk, that being what looked like a porcupine human. The thug had a woman up to a wall, hand over her mouth. Now listen here, missy, just give me your purse and dash thwip. The thug yelped as a web line was now on his hand over the lady's mouth. He followed the line up and saw Izuku sticking to the side of a wall, just staring at the mugger. Good morning. Why don't you let that lady go? Izuku yanked at the web at that, flinging the mugger off his feet. A second later, Izuku dropped down to the ground, the thug yelling a profanity as he got onto his feet. I'll kill you, he roared as his arm was now covered in quills. Izuku quickly ducked under the punch, the quilled fist hitting a brick wall instead. This was followed by a web plastering itself over his arm, sticking him to the wall. What the dash, just stay there for a bit, would ya? Izuku commented as he then webbed up the other arm, sticking both to the brick wall. Hey! Lemme go! The porcupine man yelled as he tried to move, only to then feel his feet get webbed into the wall as well. No, I think you should just stay right there. Izuku chuckled before turning to the lady. Hey, you okay? The woman squirmed, Izuku blinking at her. She's really scared. Maybe I should just get going. He thought before looking back at the mugger, and then back at the lady. You don't mind calling the police on this punk for me, do ya? Sure. Thanks. You okay? I think so. She muttered out, Izuku nodding at this. Okay. I gotta go. Stay safe, alright. He then shot a web, ready to pull himself up the alley wall. Wait. Izuku glanced back at her, the girl taking a deep breath. Who are you? Me. I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Izuku exclaimed before shooting up and out of the alleyway, the woman watching him flee with wide eyes. Spider-Man, so that's what you look like in color. Detective Naomi's sighed as he watched the news recording of the Vulture fight. Despite how far the fight went into the city, some reporter got some footage of Spider-Man tackling the villain. He then glanced back to another screen at his desk, showing footage of the bank from yesterday, though it was in black and white. He watched as the Vigilante slightly flail around while beating the bank robbers before looking back at the Vulture fight, showing a bit more direct movement from Spider-Man. Looks like I was right. This could be a problem. He glanced back at the bank footage, zooming in for a second. You're obviously young, so why are you a vigilante and not trying to be a hero? It was an hour or so later that Izuku decided to go back home. Before this, he found 2 more muggers, quickly webbing them up before having a passerby call the police. Each time he did this, he found himself able to handle the situation just a tiny bit faster, though still found the following conversations to the victims in the mugging to be very awkward. Izuku knew it was because he had never really talked to many others in his life, and he knew that was gonna make things so much harder. But as he got home and took off his costume, he had the biggest smile on his face. Today was awesome. He cheered, raising his hands up high. The teen soon changed, going into the kitchen and microwaved some food for himself. A few minutes later, he was on the living room couch, turning on the local news on the TV. He saw a reporter going over today, which was over several hero stories. Only to go wide-eyed when he saw himself. And for a special hero report today, we have news on a new vigilante in Musutafu. We have reports from 3 people he saved today that the Vigilante's name is Spider-Man. No way. They're talking about me. Izuku gasped as a bit of meat fell out of his mouth. Not only that, this new Vigilante seemed to have fought a villain that was fighting upcoming pro heroes Kamu Woods and Mount Lady. Here's footage of him now. The screen turned to footage of him fighting the Vulture, showing him launch himself at the villain before the camera lost track of the fight. As this happened, Izuku saw the news headline at the bottom of the screen, saying a new Vigilante had saved the day. The tagline made tears appear in Izuku's eyes, making him sniff. I actually succeeded. I'm not useless. He leaned back into the couch. I saved people. And then he shined a giant grin. And this is just the beginning. I'm gonna be a hero. Izuku rested for the last part of the day, deciding that it would be better to take it slow. That and his mother soon called him after she saw him on TV. She mainly asked if he was okay, but he confirmed to her he was just fine. He found that his healing factor had mostly healed him after the fight with Vulture, though he hadn't been injured that much. As such, he spent some time making a few more cartridges of web fluid and made sure his costume wasn't damaged. After this, he decided to try and summon his bioelectric powers again, only to find nothing. Despite all his attempts, he found he could only make himself invisible and his regular spider powers. After this, he pulled out a new notebook and began to write about his encounter against the Vulture, doing a full analysis on the villain. He tried to think up all the problems and mistakes he did, writing down a few pages as he wrote how he would get around the villain if he ever fought him or someone like him again. His mom came home a little later, quickly hugging him as he told her he was okay. It wasn't long till the rest of the day was done, the teen Vigilante soon going to sleep. And as he began to fall asleep, he thought back to all he had done and the road ahead, knowing this was just the beginning. The next day, Izuku did his morning routine in a quick and formal fashion, soon fully dressed as he checked his classes. He saw he was still ahead and decided to work on his costume instead. He found that while there was no damage from yesterday's fight, the suit still got dirty, and was now looking up new material online to help with that. That is, till he saw the price tag. After this, he went back to his notebook, reading everything he had written down. What else can I do? I know I need to make a reputation for myself, but there should be something else. He glanced over at his computer and decided to try out an old pastime of his, watching hero interviews. He took the next hour watching several interviews all about All Might, the hero talking about how heroes should inspire hope and good. To be better, and to help others while showing a big bright smile. I hope I can be a hero like that someday, he said to himself as he finished watching the 5th video. He saw there was a few more left on the playlist, but decided to turn the computer off. That's enough for today. He stretched his arms out, glancing over at the clock and saw it was almost noon. His mother had left an hour or so ago, and Izuku decided that he would do a quick lunch and then out to patrol. And as he did that fast meal, he put his costume on and swung out into the city. Aya! Izuku sighed as he went down a few blocks. This feels so good. And as he did this, he landed on a rooftop and pulled out his phone, checking the police scanner. He stayed there for a few minutes, only for nothing to come in. Guess crime isn't happening today. He commented as he put the phone away, quickly zipping down another street. But as he did this, he swung over to another one of Musutafu's banks, one of the oldest in the city. It was a huge building, several stories tall despite its old marble-ish look. And as he landed on a roof across the street from it, he glanced down and saw 2 black vans drive up to the place. Raising an eyebrow at the sight, he then saw a group of masked men all get out of the vehicles. The group were all wearing black and white suits and had black and white masks on, the masks all looking like demonic creatures. Izuku saw 11 thin-looking ones along with 1 buff bulky man all walk up the bank stairs, the sight making Izuku going wide-eyed. Surely they're not just gonna go and rob the bank in broad daylight looking like that, right? But then they slammed the bank's front doors opened and gunfire started to ring out, making Izuku flinch. Guess they are. I gotta say, either they're really ballsy or really stupid. And as he said that, a loud noise rang out behind him. Boom. He glanced back and saw a pillar of smoke now appearing several blocks away. They just did a distraction for their bank heist. He looked down at the bank next. I better go try and stop them. He then shot a web line at the bank before swinging down, aiming straight for the already busted-in front doors. Coming through! He exclaimed as he swung in, his legs slamming into one of the thugs. What the? Yelled one of the gang in a language Izuku didn't recognize, all of them turning around to see Izuku web up to a wall, sticking to it while staring down at the masked thugs. Behind them was a ton of terrified people, all of them cowering on the floor or under the bank's desks. Hey there! I'm Spider-Man, nice to meet you. You wouldn't mind just giving up and not robbing the bank, would ya? Get him, another yelled, Izuku's spider sense blaring as he saw 4 of the masked thugs point their rifles at him. Oh! Izuku gulped before leaping off the wall, quickly firing a web at one of the rifles. It instantly jammed it as the other 3 began firing, Izuku dodging the bullets as he swung across the room. The main room was giant one, which Izuku was glad for, as it gave him flexibility as he began to swing around. You 3, take care of him. The rest, get the money. Commanded one of the 2 bulky thugs, the trio of gun wielders all still firing at Izuku as the others began to storm past the bank's desks. Hey! No illegal transactions while I'm around. Izuku yelled before firing another web line at one of the gun-wielding thugs, this time grabbing the rifle before yanking it away with a quick tug. The other 2 kept trying to hit the vigilante, only for Izuku to fire webbing at both their feet before pulling on the web lines, knocking them off balance. Seeing this, he quickly shot more webs at the 2, sticking their whole bodies to the ground before landing on the bank's floor. One of the thugs then charged at him, this one being the one Izuku had kicked in the back at the start, and now the vigilante saw that the thug's fists had started to glow black and white. What is that? Izuku asked as he ducked under the first attack, only to backpedal as the thug tried to jab at him twice. This was followed by the teen throwing an uppercut, knocking the thug off his feet and over the bulky thug behind him. What are you doing? Get him now. The bulky thug roared, 2 more charging at Izuku. But as they were about to each him, he ducked under both punches from the thugs before doing a spinning leg sweep, knocking both off balance. And as they hit the floor, he fired another batch of webbing, tying them to the floor. Holy cow! Did you see that? I did like a kung fu move there. Or boom. Izuku turned to see smoke now appearing beyond the bank's main desk, meaning only one thing: they had blown up the main safe. He was about to cut into a run, only for the bulky thug to walk in front of him, making Izuku come to a stop. Out of the way, you. Big round guy. Izuku shook his head at that. Okay, not a great quip. Anyways, I'm not gonna let you. You will pay for this, Spider. Izuku blinked at this. Oh hey, I can actually understand you. But as he said that, he saw black and white energy pour out of the bulky thug's fists, and you're a lot scarier than the others. Say, you wouldn't mind not fighting me and sitting down for a cup of tea or something, would ya? Die, the thug roared before slamming his fists into the floor, Izuku's spider sense blaring at this. But it was too late, a shockwave firing out of the floor and hitting the vigilante. Oh! He yelped as he was knocked back, hitting a wall a second later. Oh! He emmed as he slumped down, only to look up and see the bulky thug was now charging at him. Going wide-eyed, he fired a web up to the ceiling and yanked it, flinging himself over the thug just as he punched the wall behind Izuku. Izuku then swung over to the opposite wall before hopping back down to the floor, breathing as stared at the thug. Okay. That hurt. I'll need to hit hard to beat this guy. The thug then charged at him, quickly swinging another fist at Izuku. The teen ducked under the first jab, soon dodging another before throwing a punch right at the thug's gut. Only for the thug to not budge an inch. That's not good. Wham! Wah! Izuku cried as the thug backhanded him, knocking the vigilante across the room. He collided with a desk, almost splitting it in half as he let out a groan. Oh, guess I didn't hit hard enough. You will die here, Spider, the thug growled as he began to slowly walk up to the still knocked down Izuku. The teen looked up at him, his eyes slightly blurring at the sight. Get up, Izuku. Get up. You gotta get up. He inwardly yelled, his spider sense screaming at him as the thug got closer. At the same time, he began to hear a barrage of voices, his eyes slowly turning to see the rest of the gang that had gone to the bank's safe now running out into the room. They were all carrying duffel bags of money, the sight making Izuku start to get up. No, they're getting away. Come on, get up. And as he thought this, sparks began to cover his right hand. His eyes began to focus again, soon staring straight ahead as the thug was now mere feet away. The bulky man then leapt at him with a glowing black and white fist, the sight making the teen tense up before shifting his body as he got up and charged at the villain. Back off! Izuku roared as he pulled back his right fist, the hand now sparking blue lightning. Bam! The punch slammed into the thug's face, instantly knocking him off his feet. Izuku came to a stop at this, going wide-eyed as he saw the thug go flying into the opposite wall. Whoa! Izuku gasped before looking down at his right fist, now seeing it spark like crazy. And then the lightning stopped. He blinked for a second before trying to summon what he felt at that moment, only for the fist to spark again. Yes. I got it. He then turned to his left fist, glaring at it before lightning started to spark around it as well. Yes. But as he began to celebrate, a new sound made him see the bulky thug peel himself off the bank's wall. However, Izuku just pointed his shooters at him. Nope, we're done fighting. I gotta go get the rest of your pals. A barrage of webs came next, webbing the thug up to the wall. He then fired a web to the top of the front doors, quickly zipping over. But as he got outside, he saw one of the vans the gang came in was now racing off. No! Izuku yelled as he pointed his web shooter at the van pest. And no webbing came out. Izuku blinked at this before mentally facepalming. No! I forgot to check my shooters before fighting them. He quickly took out the cartridges and replaced them, only to look back up and see the van was now gone. They had gotten away. Dang it! He sighed before turning back to the bank. But before he could go in and check, he heard police sirens ring out in the distance. He quickly zipped up to a nearby rooftop, soon seeing several red, blue and white lights coming for the bank. He glanced down at his hands, now seeing the electricity spark across them. Well, at least I figured this out. He leapt off the roof at this before swinging away. Guess my work here is done. Still, who were those guys? Naomasa knew something like this was coming. Whenever a talented vigilante appears, tons of trouble always seem to follow. To be fair, that happens anytime new heroes come onto the scene, but vigilantes always seem to help make more trouble than usual. Despite this, he was now watching security camera footage of Spider-Man fighting a gang of masked men in a bank, and he had to admit he was impressed. Spider-Man beat basically half the gang, and seemed to take down 5 of the 6 with ease. It wasn't till the big guy started fighting the vigilante that things got more dicey, only for the detective to go wide-eyed as he saw Spider-Man knock the thug away with some kind of energy punch. And then he saw Spider-Man cheer about it. Like it was some part of his quirk he didn't understand, but knew he had. Strange. He seems to have multiple quirks, but also seems to be surprised that he has them. Why? Naomasa whispered to himself as he watched Spider-Man beat the thug before swinging out of the bank. And that was all the footage he had. The robbers must have got away. He commented as he pulled out a small pad and wrote some notes. Guess I have more to add to this case. As he said this, a head poked into Naomasa's room. Yo Naomasa. The detective turned to see his fellow officer, the cat-headed Sansa Tamakawa. How's it going? Oh, you know. The usual. Naomasa sighed as the officer walked in and saw what the detective was watching. Spider-Man, here. You've been assigned to his case. Naomasa shook his head. No. There's no direct case yet, mainly just the usual when it comes to vigilantes. Did you get anything out of the bank robbers? Sansa shook his head. No. We got a translator come in to help interrogate them, but all of them are acting like they have no idea where they are or what they were doing. They also can't do that energy quirk anymore. You know, the one we saw them all do in the footage. So, some combination of energy transfer and brainwashing quirk. Sansa shrugged at this, making Naomasa sigh. That means we need Eraserhead to check them with his quirk. They might still be brainwashed. And they're a brand new gang, aren't they? Sansa shook his head. Not quite. We've had like 4 reports on them for the past 2 months, all random small-time events. They're not brand new, but relatively new. Though they haven't done anything quite like this. They mainly just appear for a bit and then disappear. This is the first time we've caught some of them. 𝐒𝐿 raised an eyebrow at this. Did we get anything out of them? The Catman shrugged. Not much. Just a name. They call themselves the Inner Demons. Well, that's a villainous name, and it goes with their masks. Though it figures that this happens on the week Eraserhead starts up his class. We can get him over here later. He's already responded to our call. True. Guess it's back to this then. 𝐒𝐿 groaned as he pointed at the footage of Spider-Man. Yep. Though I gotta say, surprising that he's a vigilante. I mean, look at him take those guys out. A bit messy, but I'm guessing he went in with no information and it mostly worked. Yeah. 𝐒𝐿 muttered as he tapped his pad with his pencil. He's got a very powerful quirk and he's talented. But his timing is something that happens when it comes to vigilantes. What do you mean? I mean that the hero entrance exams are done for the year. 𝐒𝐿 sighed again. Every year after the UA entrance exams happen, 1 or 2 kid vigilantes appear. You mean, they fail the exam and go into this? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 asked as he pointed at Spider-Man as he showed him take out 2 of the thugs with ease. You think he failed? Really? 𝐒𝐿 nodded. Oh yeah. Just cause he's strong doesn't mean he can crack the exams. Anyways, what usually happens is that the rejected students will try their hand at vigilantism, only to fail, realize they're in over their head, and give up. That or they get caught. However, considering what we've seen with Spider-Man, he's probably gonna stick around. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 finished. That is worrying. Think you can ask UA for their records on all who failed the exams? I already have. 𝐁𝐂 said he can get them to me soon. Nice. Well, I gotta go. Need to talk to dekuwhatif about that other case. Got it. I'll be in here. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 nodded and left the room, leaving 𝐒𝐿 as he bit the top of his pencil's eraser as he re-watched Spider-Man hit the thug with his new electric punch. And why do I get a feeling those records aren't gonna help? It wasn't long till Izuku returned home. Despite the happiness that came with figuring out his bioelectricity powers, he was depressed that part of the gang he was fighting got away. This was followed by him going to the computer and trying to look up the gang he had just fought. But after 2 to 3 hours, he came to the conclusion that they must be new. After all, they were quite flashy with their debut at the bank, making it quite obvious that they were new since there were no reports on them despite being so flashy. Or just really ballsy. Seeing this, Izuku began looking up other spiders, trying to figure out if any had something similar to the bioelect powers, but found nothing. Guess it's something special with you, he commented as he stared at the dead spider in the bottle. Figures. Maybe I should name the attack after stuff other spiders can do. He glanced back at the screen, his eyes squinting. Says here a lot of them use venom and poison. He looked down at his hand, seeing a small surge of power in it. Maybe. Poison power. Or venom power. He hummed at those words. Yeah, that's good. Venom power sounds really powerful. And cool. He then clicked another tab, which changed to the playlist from earlier, this one showing another interview with All Might. So All Might, what is the one thing you think heroes should do more? The hero shined a huge grin at this. I think out of all the things that heroes should do, which many have forgotten about in these days of heroes, is charity. Helping others that cannot help themselves is a sign of a true hero. Charity. Izuku repeated as the interview kept going. I could do that. It sounds really important. Though, I can't really do that much since I have a secret identity and vigilantes do have problems with money. He leaned back in his chair, only for a small bulb to go off in his head. But that doesn't mean I can't get some experience in it before becoming a true hero. He looked back at the computer and began to type away as he said to himself, I'll just have to do it as Izuku Midoriya. And as he typed charity events in a search engine, it popped up something he didn't expect. It showed a picture of a building on a news article about a charity organization that had been made a while back in Musutafu. Food, Emergency, Aid, Shelter and Training, also known as FEAST, is an organization for the homeless and underprivileged. The teen read before nodding. Maybe I could start there tomorrow. Izuku woke up a bit early the next day. He spent the morning making an extra bit of web fluid while also writing up some notes. They were mainly on his new venom powers, thinking on how all they could be used in his arsenal, only to keep going back to using it as a super move. I just don't know. I need to figure out just how powerful my venom power attacks are. He sighed to himself as he filled another cartridge. I'll figure it out later. I do need more experience in the fighting department. He did a quick stretch as he began to put on the costume. I got a good feeling about today. I can't wait to do some heroics. He then grabbed his phone and turned on the police scanner, waiting to hear something, only to get nothing but silence as he finished his setup. Humming at that, he declared to himself he would just go patrol today. Quickly crawling out his window while invisible, he soon swung off into the city. And as he began that first hour of patrolling, Izuku's mind wandered, now realizing something. With the exception of when he tried out his web shooters, the heroes really hadn't tried to chase him. He didn't understand why, as he saw on multiple sites that heroes usually try to chase down vigilantes, but he wasn't complaining. Maybe the good he's done has made them realize he's on their side. But as he thought that, a loud humming sound rang out. Hey! He glanced down, only to see a window suddenly shatter as what looked like a mid-air shockwave shot through it. Go go go, yelled a voice, Izuku quickly swinging over to a nearby rooftop and seeing that the voice came from a jewelry store. There he saw a young man in a purple and grey vested outfit with two large metal gauntlets over his hands jump through the now shattered window, along with two other thugs. Shut up, Shocker, yelled one of the thugs as they began to scramble into a brown car, Izuku now seeing that the thugs had bags of jewels. The man called Shocker got into the car last, Izuku leaping off the rooftop at this. He fired two webs and slingshot himself right on top of the car, a loud thud ringing out as the car shook from the impact. What the dash, one thug yelped before seeing a small hand tap the driver window. Spider-Man's upside-down head came down next for the thug, making the other one in the passenger seat gasp. Hey fellas! Izuku chuckled, so, robbing the jewelry store this early in the morning. Couldn't you have robbed a coffee shop instead? It's too early for this. Izuku then snapped his fingers. Oh, that's a good one. I'll need to write that down later. Aya! Shocker, get him! The thug in the driver's seat screamed. Shut up. Just give me a sec. Shocker yelled from the back seat, rolling down the window and pointing his gauntlet at Spider-Man. But as he did this, Izuku's spider sense blared, making him turn and grab the gauntlet just as Shocker pointed it at him. And then surged some venom power into it. Oh, I can use it that way. Izuku slightly whispered as the gauntlet began to spark. Die! Shocker roared as he fired the gauntlet. Only for the device to let out a sputter. Hey! Looks like it's not working. Guess that's what happens when you don't read the manual. Izuku laughed before tapping two fingers on Shocker's shoulder. Let's try this now. Zap! Shocker let out a yelp of pain, only to slump over in the car. Here. So it works that way too. Guess I should only use a lot of power on the big villains. It was here that Izuku looked back at the thugs in the driver and passenger seats, only to see they hadn't started driving yet. In fact, they were just frozen there, wide-eyed and speechless as they saw Spider-Man easily take out their muscle with just a poke. So, you two ready to go to jail now? The thugs shared a glance at this, only to slowly nod back. Okay. We'll just wait here and The sound of police sirens rang out as he spun around, now seeing two cars race up to them. Ah! They're here. Welp, it's been fun, fellas. I'll see you later. With that, he shot a web line and swung off, a smile on his face under the mask. Well, that was easy. I wish all the fights were that simple. Still, that felt good. He then pulled out his phone, switching to the Midoriya Hero app. Wonder if there's any woe. The teen quickly zipped over to a rooftop, his eyes now glued to his phone as it showed a video of the press at UA. Excuse me. One of the press yelled at a student, what's it like having All Might as a teacher? The camera turned to a girl with short brown hair and two blush marks on her cheeks. She began to talk about how cool All Might was, only for it to turn to another student. This one was wearing glasses and was shouting out a long rant over the hero. But Izuku didn't hear the words coming out of their mouths. Instead, his mind was racing with something else as he slumped over on that rooftop. All Might is teaching at UA. He felt tears began to appear in his eyes. I lost my chance to get taught by All Might. He felt his rear touch the roof surface, weakly chuckling to himself as he reached into his mask and wiped his tears. Figures. I start feeling good doing this, and then I'm reminded just how much of a failure I am. He glanced back at his phone and turned off the app, sighing to himself before looking up at the sky. I just can't win for losing, here. Kaken was right, I really am just a worthless Deku. With that, he got back up and began to go swinging again, the teen's mind now muddled as he swung across the city. Guess I'll go and find out what that feast place is like. It only took a few minutes to find the feast building. It was a large structure, about 3 stories high, the size impressing Izuku as he landed on a rooftop a little bit aways. After seeing no one was looking, he swayed into his civilian clothes, now sporting a shirt that said shirt, and walked across the street over to the building. Despite the depression he felt swinging over here, that was now knocked away for nervousness. Izuku had never really interacted much with others, mainly due to his quirklessness. All his birthdays and Christmases were all spent alone with his mother, no friends or other family. Nothing. As such, the building before him felt like a whole new world, as he knew there were tons of unknown faces inside. The teen took a deep breath at this, and slowly opened the front door. Now, Izuku had never gone to a place like this, and he was expecting a big version of a soup kitchen or a giant homeless shelter. Turns out, it was kind of both, as he saw that the entrance was just a small lobby with a bland white-colored wall that had the word feast on it. As he walked in here, he saw there was no one at the reception desk and went to the next door, only to go wide-eyed. In front of him was basically a giant gym with beds, blankets, and chairs placed everywhere. All the people inside looked to be at least 10 to 30 years older than him, a few elderly in the very back. He saw that most had mutant quirks, a random assortment of creature faces, only for a girl with a snake face to walk up to him. "Hello there. Are you new?" The teen turned to the girl, his mouth instantly not working. She blinked at him, Izuku now shaking as he tried to form words. Hi. He stuttered out. The girl giggled at this, a tiny forked tongue slightly vibrating out of her mouth. "Nervous little guy, aren't ya?" Izuku muttered, his brain now kicking him as he tried to form words. "It's okay. Take your time." Thank you," Izuku slowly said, taking a few deep breaths. "Sorry about that." "No problem." The snake girl extended a hand at this. "I'm Gloria Davila." "Who are you?" "I'm Izuku Midoriya. And nice to meet you, Davila." "Same. Just call me Gloria." "What, I can't do that. I just met you and dash, you can, and you will." Gloria chuckled before crossing her arms. "So, you look new." "Ya. YYS." Izuku replied, doing a slight gulp. You see, I wanted to volunteer." She tilted her head at this, blinking for a second before responding, "Oh. Why?" Izuku slightly flinched at the question, his eyes trying to stay on her as he said, "Well, this may sound stupid, but I want to be a hero and I want to learn charity." The girl's eyes narrowed at this, her eye slits almost hiding her pupils before gesturing to him with a single finger, "Follow me." "Okay." Izuku squeaked out, the teen slowly following her as they went back to the lobby and then up some stairs. It was here he saw that the gym had a slight second story, which seemed to be a place for 2 offices. One office had a glass wall showing the gym while the other was inside a wall, Gloria leading him into the wall version. She opened the door at this, gesturing Izuku to walk in as she said, "Yo, Mr. Lee. I need you to meet someone." Izuku looked inside the room and saw a clean brown-colored office, a big desk in the middle with a man sitting behind it. The man looked middle-aged, with slick jet black hair and was wearing thick black suit. He showed her a small smile as he responded, "Hello, Gloria. Who is this?" "This here is Izuku Midoriya. Says he wants to volunteer. Oh, the man replied before gesturing to the two, come in then, please. The duo slowly walked in, Izuku seeing there was only one chair in front of the desk. He was about to sit in it, only for the man to flash a hand at Izuku. Hello there. I'm Martin Lee, owner of Feast. It's nice to meet you. Oh. It's nice to meet you TT2, Lee, Izuku responded while taking the hand. And as he shook, he felt a strong grip in the man before sitting down. Please, call me Mr. Lee. Everyone here does. Izuku opened his mouth at this, only for Lee to continue. So Midoriya, I'll just cut to the chase. Why do you want to volunteer here? Izuku felt a slight chill down his spine as he tried to speak. Well, His eyes slightly looked away as he twiddled his thumbs. You see, I failed to become a hero and, well, I want to help people anyways. You failed to become a hero. Martin replied while tilting his head. Why? Izuku stuttered out, his mind now locking up. His brain began to yell at him at this, telling him to just say anything, only for one lie to come to mind. One that used to not be a lie. I'm quirkless. The words came out instantly, the statement making Martin raise an eyebrow while Gloria was wide-eyed, as if she had never heard that before. But before Izuku could continue, Martin spoke up. I see. I will admit, I've never met one your age. Izuku flinched at that, only for Lee to add, and you want to volunteer here? To help others? Izuku did a slow nod. Lee then shook his head. No. You're not allowed to help. Here. And before Izuku could ask if it was because of his quirklessness, Martin shook his head again and put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Kid, I mean no offense, but it's obvious you're the one that needs help. That made Izuku blink, his brain stopping as he muttered out, What? What do you mean? Martin patted his shoulder before letting out a calm chuckle. Let me show you something. He gestured to Izuku to follow, all three leaving the office, Martin making him go to the siding, which showed the entire gym, all of it filled with its beds and blankets. There, all the people were talking or laying down, Lee pointing at them. See that? I made this place to help people like that. To help those who are rejected in this quirk-ruled society. Izuku just stared at the sight before turning to Martin as he continued, You said you're quirkless, right? Izuku slowly nodded back. You're definitely someone that we would help, but instead you came to do help. That's a good quality to have. Martin pointed to Gloria at this. See Gloria there. She's looked down on because of her appearance. However, I and others here have tried every way to help her with that. And you have. Gloria replied while sticking out her tongue, and you were way too forceful about it. Martin let out a laugh. Oh, I wouldn't say that. He then tapped Izuku's shoulder, making the teen look back at him. Now, do you know why I was able to help her? Why you showed her people who accept her? He guessed. That's one part. But there's another. Lee pointed to himself. You see, I obtained a fortune a long time ago. And instead of just wasting it like some rich slob, I created Feast. It's a place to help others. Sure, some may call it a glorified homeless shelter or some giant soup kitchen, and it kinda is. But that's okay. Because those things help those in need. But, in order to do that, I had to help myself first. Why you had to? Help yourself. Yeah. My quirk is what many would call a villain quirk. And if you're wondering, I don't show it to anyone. It's dangerous. He put his hand back on Izuku's shoulder, but I don't let it control me. It's obvious when looking at you that you let your quirklessness control you. That's why you need help. Oh. Izuku barely whispered, his mind now yelling at him, but I'm no longer quirkless. Seems you're thinking about it now, aren't ya? Martin chuckled before crossing his arms. Tell you what. I'll let Gloria introduce you to some of the other volunteers here and you can decide for yourself if this is the place for you, okay? Izuku blinked at him, his mind reeling at the conversation. He had never met someone like this, and his mindset sounded like a hero. But he wasn't one. The man just wanted to help without being a hero. The teen just nodded back as he said, Okay. Thank you Mr. Lee, no problem. Lee nodded before pointing at Gloria. Now, go follow Gloria. She'll help you out. Follow me, 𝐒𝐿, she said as she stuck out her forked tongue. 𝐒𝐿 slowly followed behind her as they went back down to the first floor. It turned out, there wasn't many volunteers. Mainly, there was a pair of helpers that had dog quirks, one having a poodle face while the other had a pug face. There was also another snake mutant quirk, a girl named Steph, and the final helper was their cook, Wanza, who says he's an inspired follower of Lunch Rush. After this, he met most of the people on the gym floor. He found they were mostly elderly, 3 of them being retired heroes that ended up down on their luck, along with several mutant quirks, all adults who were rejected for their looks. He found none were quirkless, but once it was revealed, most said they understood his pain. Despite this, Izuku found himself stuttering at every introduction, but he also found that everyone was patient with him. The teen was utterly shocked at this, finding it made it even harder to respond. And as he talked to everyone, an hour or so passed before he took his leave. Wow! Izuku whispered as he left the feast building, now walking down a few streets. I've never met so many nice people. He looked down at the street as he continued to walk, and they didn't mind me saying I'm quirkless, even though that's a lie now. I didn't know people like that existed. He glanced back at this feast now not even visible. Mr. Lee is amazing. And as he looked back to the road ahead, he felt something boil in him. A spark of determination before his eyes shifted to a nearby alleyway. He quickly zipped into it, turning invisible before crawling up the building's wall. Mr. Lee is right. Izuku commented to himself as he got to the rooftop, soon taking out his costume. If I want to help others, I need to help myself first. He checked his web shooters before leaping off a rooftop, feeling a burst of wind in his face. Taking a deep breath, he fired a web line and shot across the street. He wasn't sure how long he swung, his mind wandering as he continued to zip across the city. Maybe I'm thinking about this too hard. I mean, I'm a vigilante, I'm Spider-Man, and I've done some good. Maybe I could do more, but I think I'm doing well. He let out a long inward sigh. I guess I'm still hoping to just have some miracle happen that gets me into UA. Izuku shook his head at this as he whispered, guess that's not in the cards for a worthless Deku like me. And as he swung down another street, he zipped up to a rooftop and checked his web shooters. Need to change, he commented to himself as he swayed the fluid. But as he did this, he heard a series of grunts and yells. He leapt over to the next rooftop, soon glancing down an alleyway and going wide-eyed. A gang of 10 thugs, all in biker outfits, were all ganging up on a round man in a large yellowish hoodie. Fat Gum. What's he doing here? Isn't he based in Isuha City? The teen blinked at the sight, only for his brain to catch up as he saw one thug, a guy with what looked like a bear mutant quirk, continue to push the hero back into a dead end in the alleyway with a series of punches. Stop staring and help Izuku. He mentally told himself before going invisible. He hopped off the rooftop, firing a web to slow his descent before almost silently landing behind the gang. He looked down at his hands as he began to charge his venom power, only to see his invisibility glitch. What the can I not do both? He saw the invisibility continue to glitch, making him grimace. Not quite. But that's okay. I'll figure around that later. He then tiptoed up to 2 of the thugs, both hands now sparking as he tapped the back of their necks. Here. They both said as they slapped their necks before turning around. Zap. Electricity covered them for a split second before slumping over, the sound of them hitting the ground making 3 others spin around. They all went wide-eyed as they saw their comrades on the floor as Izuku materialized as his invisibility wore off. Hey fellas. Why don't you pick on someone less your size? What the heck? Get him. One roared before the other 2 charged. One of them hands turned into a brick while the other, which had a shark for a head, pulled out a syringe and injected himself. Izuku ducked under a jab from the brick quirk user before uppercutting him, sending him flying off his feet. But as he did this, his spider sense flared, making him to turn to see the shark man now screaming as he charged at Izuku. Holy dash, Izuku tried to say just as the shark man tilted his head to try and bite Izuku's head, the teen quickly leaping back. The shark man chomped nothing but air before Izuku fired a burst of webbing at his face, closing the fish's mouth shut. No Spider-Man flesh for you. 𝐒𝐻𝐽, the Sharkman growled as he tried to open his mouth, his flipper hands now clawing at his face. Seeing this, 𝐒𝐿 fired more webbing, now sticking the shark's hands to his face. 𝐒𝐿's fingers sparked next as he quickly ran up and tapped the thug's shoulder. Good night, 𝐒𝐿 declared as electricity surged through the fishman, making him flop over. You little guys, yelled the third thug, making 3 more glance back. I need some help here, he added as he injected a syringe into himself. His hand turned into a long claw at this, 𝐒𝐿 glancing up to see the thug's face. It was that of a weasel, his nose slightly stretching out as he showed both hands as they became super long claws. Oh! 𝐒𝐿 whispered as the weasel man charged at him, quickly doing a horizontal claw swipe. 𝐒𝐿 leaned back at this, dodging the first attack before backpedaling, evading 2 more swipes before pulling a fist back. Sorry, this is a no-claw zone. He swung a direct punch at the weasel man, the thug ducking under it before trying to slash at 𝐒𝐿 again. Spider-Man quickly backpedaled again, dodging the attack as he then heard 2 thunderous growls. His spider sense yelling at him again, he glanced up and saw the 3 thugs from before were now on the alley's walls, each one showing a different animal head. One was a puma, another a leopard, and the final one being a tiger. Oh great! The one day I forgot the catnip at home, 𝐒𝐿 quipped before firing 2 webs up the side walls, quickly yanking himself over the weasel man. As he did this, the puma lunged at him, grabbing 𝐒𝐿 out of midair. Ack! He yelped as the puma man slammed him into the concrete, a jolt of pain hitting 𝐒�l's back. You're gonna regret ever fighting us, the Tombstone Gang. The puma man hissed as he showed his giant fangs. Now I'm gonna tear you to shreds. Nice breath, 𝐒𝐿 emmed out before lifting his hand and poking the side of the thug, sparks flying out of his fingers. Zap! Oh! The puma man yelped as he felt electricity surge through him. And as he began to slump over, 𝐒𝐿 raised his knees and then legs, kicking him off. Bad kitty! 𝐒𝐿 yelled before the tiger and leopard leapt at him, 𝐒𝐿 quickly firing webbing at the leopard's mouth. The 2 quickly tackled him, the tiger punching him in the face before the leopard tried to bite him, only to let out a mumble as the webbing kept the leopard from chomping him. And as they did this, 𝐒� grabbed both, electricity surging as he zapped them. The leopard man slumped over instantly, but the tiger man just let out a roar, shaking off the pain before punching 𝐒� again. He proceeded with 3 more punches, 𝐒� feeling his face scream in pain. Ugh! Forgot your claws today, 𝐒� groaned as he lifted his arms up to protect his face from another punch. No! Just like toying with my prey, the tiger man hissed before grabbing 𝐒�l's arms and pulling them apart, his mouth now wide open as drool dripped out. Now, let's have a bite. No, let me shred him first, the weasel man declared as he appeared above 𝐒�. Let me cut him 𝐻𝐽. Suddenly, another thug slammed into the weasel man, knocking him over. The tiger man glanced up at this before looking back in the alley, only to see the other thugs all knocked out. Standing above them was Fat Gum, a glare on his face. Get off him. Now. Make us, hero. Weasel man spat before charging at the hero, Fat Gum bracing himself. As this happened, 𝐒� moved a knee upward, slamming the distracted tiger's man chest. The thug clenched at this, 𝐒� taking this chance to slip his arms away from the tiger man's hands before slamming them into the sides of the tiger's head. He yelped in pain before 𝐒� moved his knee up. Again, this time knocking the thug off him before stretching his legs back and moving them into the tiger man's chin. Thwack! The tiger man went flying, falling back first in front of Fat Gum as he knocked out the weasel man. The hero blinked at the sight before staring at the alleyway, now seeing all 10 thugs knocked out as 𝐒� got back up. You okay? The hero asked as he saw Spider-Man get up, his legs slightly shaking. I'm good, 𝐒� emmed as he flashed a weak thumbs up. Good. Fat Gum chuckled as he walked up to 𝐒�. I remember you. You're Spider-Man, aren't ya? The new Vigilante. Yep. 𝐒� coughed before standing up straight. Are you okay, Mr. Fat Gum, sir? Mr. Fat Gum, sir. Ahaha. The hero laughed before patting Izuku's shoulder. Don't worry, it'll take more than that to take me down. Oh. Izuku muttered out, Sorry for interfering, sir. Sorry. The hero shook his head. You helped me, boy. Thank you. Though. Why are you here? I just wanted to try and help. You looked like you were overwhelmed. Izuku answered, blushing under the mask. Though are you gonna try to arrest me now? Fat Gum just chuckled at that. No, I don't have problems with vigilantes. Besides, you saved me. Though. He then tilted his head at this. Why are you a vigilante? You showed some considerable skill there, especially against triggered villains. Triggered villains? Fat Gum nodded. Trigger. That drag you saw them shoot up with. It makes quirks get stronger, but also makes the person go wild. I've been hunting this gang for a bit. Calls themselves the Tombstone Gang, and they've been making the drag. He turned back to the alley of knocked out thugs, though. They didn't go as wild. Might be a new version of it. Here. Well, sorry for interrupting your investigation. Nah, this fight was part of it. Fat Gum laughed before pointing at the vigilante, but enough about that. You wouldn't mind answering my first question, would ya? Why are you vigilante? Well, that's, Izuku muttered out before pointing his hand upward and firing a web line. He quickly leapt and yanked himself away. Sorry, Mr. Fat Gum. Hey, wait. The hero yelled, but Spider-Man was already a half a block away. Shoot. Fat Gum sighed as Spider-Man vanished into the city. Shaking his head at this, he looked back at the thugs and pulled out a phone. Better get these guys settled away. Still. Poor kid. Reminds me of my intern, tons of skill but no self-confidence. As he tapped a few buttons, he put the phone to his ear as he added, Hope you get some help, Spider-Man. Idiot. 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 Izuku thought as he swung back to his house, growling as he landed on his rooftop before crawling through his window. Why? First time meeting a hero that will actually talk to you and you just run. Why? Izuku threw his mask off, facepalming as he landed on his desk chair. Why? Why do I keep messing up? And then smacked himself again, and you didn't even ask for an autograph. Or. He slumped over at this, slowly moving his hand down his face. You gotta stop doing this, Izuku. He mentally told himself before sighing. I mean, to be fair, you've barely been able to interact with anyone for all your life before all this and you're Spider-Man now. You need to be better, Izuku. And after a minute of just sitting there, he took off the rest of his costume, took a shower, and went back to his desk. Just figure out what to do next, Izuku. He slumped down in a chair at that thought, need to get my mind off of this. That thought made him hum, now remembering what had just happened before turning to his computer. What did those guys say they were? Tombstone's gang. He began to typing away at his computer at this, Tombstone. Tombstone. He whispered as he pulled up the public villain database. And after a bit of searching, he found what he was looking for. And it didn't look pretty. Izuku crossed his arms as he read aloud the villain's profile. Tombstone, a rank villain. Quirk is Unyielding Wall, which is a mutant quirk. It allows him to have an almost invulnerable body. Considered highly dangerous. He scrolled down the page for a bit, was last seen being beaten by All Might 2 years ago, but escaped from the police van taking him to prison. Hasn't been seen since. The teen scratched his chin at this, now reading that Tombstone was originally a drag lord, and liked hiring mutant quirks like himself, which explained why Izuku was fighting so many animal quirks earlier, Tombstone saying they follow him better, but nothing else to note. Seeing this, he looked up Trigger, only to find nothing but warnings or obvious spam links to dangerous sites. The rest was redacted, and after another hour, he turned off the computer and laid down on his bed. I need to help myself. He slowly said to himself as he stared at the ceiling. I need to want to help myself. His eyes began to close, his mind beginning to swim as he started to go to sleep. I gotta be better. And I will be better. I have to. Mornings haven't been easy for Toshinori Yagi recently. To be fair, After going almost 40 years of being the symbol of peace all might, staying strong wasn't easy. Despite this, he found this morning to be a bit rougher than most. And as he woke up in his new apartment that was set up to be near UA, he knew today was gonna be a bit rougher. He only had a little over 3 hours a day with his quirk now. Not a lot of time. It also didn't help that he hadn't found a successor, one that he believed could carry the torch that he had wielded for so long. But he had a feeling that UA could give him what he was looking for. However, he noticed as he woke up and got ready for the morning that he had not been alerted to any emergencies. Usually, Might Tower would call him bright and early, telling him how many disasters and villains were out there, and usually use his first hour taking them all down. But this time there was no alarm, no alert to wake him up, making the man take out his phone and call Might Tower. "Yes, sir," responded a voice. "Secretary, is there any emergencies today? It is unusual for you to not alert me over anything." "My apologies, sir. I would say yes over the usual, but a lot has been solved this morning by multiple heroes and others." Yagi slightly flinched at that. "What? Why did you not wake me if that is the case? Surely they need my help." "I would agree, but this morning has been different. Let's just say anything that has been reported has been handled very quickly." "I see," Yagi replied, blinking at the response as he walked into his bathroom. "I suppose if the other heroes are solving things, I should try to get to UA early today. Is there anything else on the agenda?" "There is one situation currently." The screen on his phone swayed to a picture of a giant pink muscular villain. This is C-rank villain 𝐵𝐵. He was to be transferred to a new prison, only to escape. He's currently on a rampage in 𝐒𝐿. Are the nearby heroes having problems with him? Yes. Kamu Woods and Mount Lady are currently fighting weight. Never mind. Situation has been resolved. Oh. By who? It's the newest vigilante, Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Who's that? A few minutes ago. Izuku had woke up really early today. He hadn't slept much, his mind still jumbled from the previous day of feast, fat gum, and fighting another gang. And as he got up, he decided he would do a full day of Spider-Man and nothing else. He started by doing his usual morning routine, telling his mom that he was going out early, setting up a full thing of web cartridges and left his room. His mom was against him going out so early, but she also knew she couldn't stop him. So now, the vigilante was swinging through the city, a blank expression on his face under the mask. He let out a small yawn as he pulled out his phone and turned on the police scanner again. This morning had been quite crazy, as he found that every kind of thing was trying to happen in 𝐒𝐿. Just in the past 2 hours, he found himself taking on 2 muggers, a group trying to rob a jewelry store, and help get a few people out of a burning building. And amid the thank yous from civilians and criminals yelling profanities, he found himself swinging around every bit of the city. Wonder if I'll fight any big-time villains today. Maybe a C-rank. He muttered to himself as he swung down another block. And as he said that, the scanner began to speak up. "This is 𝐒𝐿 police. We have an escaped prisoner on the loose. Last sighting is 𝐿𝐿 Drive. Kamu Woods and Mount Lady, please respond." Izuku's eyes went wide at this, escaped prisoner. That's not good. He took a right at this, 𝐿𝐿 Drive isn't too far away. Hope I can help out. He quickly zipped down 2 more streets, only to land on a rooftop as he saw Mount Lady in the distance. He turned invisible at this, soon webbing over to a rooftop beside her before looking down at the street, now seeing Kamu Woods along with the prisoner, a pink muscular villain, who had 3 people in one of his arms. "See this lucky little family. Come after me and I'll snap their necks. Got that? Stay back, heroes." The villain yelled, Mount Lady and Kamu Woods hesitating as they glared at the villain. They need help. Izuku thought as he turned himself visible for a second and refilled his cartridges before vanishing again. He then swung down to the street, now seeing the villain raise his arm up as the family cried out in pain. "I'll do it. I'll kill them." "Listen, don't dash," Kamu tried to say. "Shut up, hero." 𝐵𝐵 interrupted before slowly putting 2 of his fingers down on one of the hostages. "I'll crush her head right here." "You." 𝐼𝐴 growled as his left hand began to vibrate, branches slowly coming out it. Listen, Pinky, you're not going to get away with this. Mount Lady chimed in, the villain then glaring up at her. Let them go. Now. I don't think so. Habit screeched, I'm getting my freedom back, and I'll kill anyone I have to get it. And as he yelled this, Izuku tiptoed up to the villain's back, sparks now appearing in both of his hands. I better do a double zapping tap here. I just hope it knocks him out. With that, he leaned down and poked the back of villain's legs. Habit hopped at this. Hey! What was that? What was what? Mount Lady replied. I just felt something funny, he barked before glaring down at his hostages. That's it, I'm gonna kill Daddy. Yich! He screamed as lightning surged through his body. Seeing this, 𝐴 Woods quickly shot out branches from his hands, instantly grabbing the hostages as Habit kept screaming in pain. Izuku reappeared at this, slightly backpedaling as he saw the villain just stand there in pain. But not fall over. Oh! He whispered before pulling a fist back, this one now fully sparking. Guess I better hit him with everything I dash him. A giant foot slammed into Habit headgear, the lightning in Izuku's fist instantly sputtering out as he saw Mount Lady crush the villain under her massive heel. He could only blink at the sight before the hero glared down at him. Spider-Man, hi. She lifted her foot, now seeing a knocked-out Habit under it before looking back at Izuku. Did you do that? That whole zapping thing? Yes. Izuku squeaked out, his feet shuffling back as his eyes went between Mount Lady and 𝐴 Woods. Here. Lady responded before glancing down at 𝐴, the hero gesturing to her. Seeing this, she shrunk down to her normal size while putting her hands to her hips as she glared at the vigilante. Thanks. You're welcome. Spider-Man slowly said before turning to 𝐴, the hero checking the family over before they all thanked him and ran away. The hero then wrapped up the villain in a bundle of wooden vines before glancing over at the vigilante. Spider-Man, thank you. He replied before pointing a finger at him, we need to get this villain back behind bars. As for you, I'll let you go since you saved those people. You sure? Lady chimed in, 𝐴 nodding to her. Yeah. He turned back to Spider-Man, but this is the only time. Next time, I will bring you in. Now. Go. Izuku instantly turned invisible at this, quickly firing a web line before swinging away. And as he did this, his mind became even more jumbled. What just happened? Last 2 times I encountered 𝐴 Woods, he attacked me. Now he just let me go. Here. The web-slinger shook his head at this. No. I'm not that lucky. He then swung down another street at this, sighing as he glanced down at his phone. No, don't get depressed, Izuku. The day's just starting and you just saved some more people. Just keep swinging. Arriving early wasn't something Toshinori Yagi ever really did. He found that despite what he usually does, he always found he would arrive in the nick of time or too late. It was never early, but today was the exception. Now, he was standing beside the space hero, 13 in the USJ of UA. He was in his true form, as he hadn't used his all-might form at all today. Nervous? 13 asked as she turned to the skeletal man. You look like you're expecting something bad. No. Just. I can't help but think something is off today. He replied while wiping his mouth of a bit of beer. How so? Not sure. Yagi responded before taking out his phone. They should be coming soon, right? It's still early. 13 added as she did a small stretch. Yagi did a small hum at this. That is true. He rubbed the back of his head at this. Sorry. I don't mean to be awkward. It's fine. 13 chuckled. I suppose you're a person who's always on time. Yagi shook his head. Not quite. As he said this, the sound of a vehicle rolling up rang out, making them both turn to the USJ entrance. I'm gonna change. Do you want me to appear after your lecture? Sure. 13 chirped as Yagi walked into a nearby building. A minute later, 13 found herself standing in front of a full group of students. They were Class 1A, all of them looking young and energetic in their hero outfits. Ahead of them was their teacher, Eraserhead. He had his usual bored expression on his face as he let out a long sigh. 13. Where is All Might? The hero pointed to the nearby building. In there getting ready. He'll be out in a second. Eraserhead nodded as this before 13 walked up to the class. Everyone, I'm the space hero, 13. I'm a rescue hero. So cool, squealed a brown-haired girl, stars in her eyes. Calm down, Uraraka, whispered a girl with 2 long earlobes as she patted Uraraka's shoulder. Thank you all for coming. 13 continued before gesturing to the facility behind her. As you can see, this is the USJ, or the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. It is designed to help you understand the many situations you can get in while trying to rescue others. This is very important for your future as heroes, as disasters will be a part of your life, and that means you need to understand how your quirk works in that situation. 𝐒𝐸𝐽 spat a certain blonde teen who had grenade-looking gauntlets on. Like any of these would be a problem for my quirk. I wouldn't say that, young man. Katsuki's eyes narrowed at the hero as she shook her head. All quirks have advantages and disadvantages. Katsuki's palms began to spark at the comment, but 13 didn't notice as she continued. As you all may or may not know, my quirk is Black Hole. It has the power to SCK up anything and destroy it. Now, that can be used for both good and ill, and it is deadly. That is why we have regulations, to help us understand on how to use our quirks to help others rather than hurt them. Does everyone understand? Katsuki let out a hiss at that, muttering that he already knew something so simple as the rest of the group all started clapping or said yes sensei. And as this happened, the door to the building to their right opened up, a booming voice echoing out at the same time. I could not agree more, 13. All Might exclaimed as he walked out in his Bronze Age uniform. It is this kind of facility that will help you the most in heroics. All Might, a few in the class cheered, the hero chuckling back. Indeed. I am here to help. As you know, this facility is for certain environments under crisis, but there is also the chance of fighting while in these places. 13 nodded at this, agreed. As such, All Might has volunteered to help with exercises here today. As he said, it's in these situations we will be going over today where things can always go wrong. That is why we will be having All Might here help demonstrate the worst cases and how to resolve them. Wow, a spiky red-haired boy exclaimed, that's super manly. That's right, young Kirishima. Now hey, what's that? A voice interrupted, a few noticing it was coming from a certain invisible girl that was part of the class. They all turned to where a floating glove was pointing, only to see a purple hazy mist. 13, is that dash that's not part of the facility? 13 instantly chimed in, only to notice Eraserhead clench up. 13. Get the students out of here. Eraserhead slowly said before glaring at All Might, get ready. As soon as he said that, the purple mist extended as a pale hand came out first. This was followed by a boy with a hand on his face, only to soon show the rest of his body was covered in hands. This was followed by a giant black monster that had its brain showing and wearing long brown breathes, along with several small-time-looking crooks coming out of the portal. Is that part of the USJ? One of the students asked. No. Those are villains. Eraserhead yelled as he unfurled his long scarf. Yes. You all have a lot of nerve coming here. All Might added. Ah, the one with hands on his face muttered before pointing at All Might. Looks like the schedule was right. The symbol of peace is here. Lovely. And who might you be? The purple mist regressed back at this, soon showing 2 misty yellow eyes and a brace for its neck. And despite showing no mouth, it began to speak. Greetings. We are the League of Villains. And we're here for one thing. The boy with hands cackled before pointing at All Might. Your death, All Might. Hearing this, the hero cracked his knuckles as he glared down at the villains. And you invaded this place to try something that ridiculous. It's not ridiculous. We can do it. The boy pointed to the giant monster behind him. You see, this is the 𝐼𝐸, the ultimate OP cheat code monster. He also has another name, the bioengineered anti-symbol of peace. You should not announce the trump card so quickly, Emsa Shigarati, the mist man said before the hand boy spun around. Shut up, Kurogiri. He glanced back at All Might. Get him 𝐿𝐼𝐽. The rest of you, kill the other heroes and students. You heard him, get. One of the villains yelled before charging, the rest about to join him, only for All Might to appear before them. None of you will do any of that. Do you know why? All Might exclaimed, everyone in the building suddenly feeling a shift of pressure as they saw the hero's signature grin fade, switching to an angry glare. Because I am here. Misery smash. Before the villains could even move, a sudden burst of force slammed into them, instantly knocking out every single minor villain that came out of the portal. The sight made most of the students gasp before the hero spun around, only to see the 𝐿𝐼𝐽 charging at him. He quickly raised both arms out, catching the rampaging monster as he locked his hands with the beast. Unf! All Might hissed as he felt his feet grind into the floor as he pushed the monster back. Not bad. You are definitely strong. The hero then moved a knee into the 𝐿𝐼𝐽, only to see the blow not even faze the monster. Seems I'll have to try a bit harder. The creature let out a roar at this, pulling its right arm back as All Might let go of it. Seeing this, the hero met the monster's next punch with his own, only for both to start exchanging blows in a blinding rapid-pace fury. 𝐻𝐸 already cheating. Shigaraki growled before pointing at 𝐒𝐻𝐸, bring us the rest of the minions now. I want a full mob spawn going. At once, 𝐸 Tomura. 𝐒𝐻𝐸's body began to shift, only to come to a stop as his mist slowly began to grow. Hey! What are you doing, 𝐒𝐻𝐸? I want them now. I can't fully use my quirk. Hey! Shigaraki muttered out before spinning around, now seeing a glaring Eraserhead as he fired his scarf at him. Shigaraki quickly ducked under the weapon, a sigh escaping his breath. Eraserhead. Figures you would try to cheat too. Eraserhead didn't reply as he swung his weapon again, Shigaraki quickly backpedaling at every attack, only to lunge at the underground hero, making Aizawa evade and stop staring at 𝐒𝐻𝐸 as he now focused on Shigaraki. As this happened, 13 turned to the students, all of them entranced at the sight before them. Everyone, we must leave now. But what about Aizawa-sensei and Dash? Leave this situation to them. 13 interrupted, all of you, get in the bus. Now. Hearing this, most began to file out, Katsuki glaring at the fight in the distance. He felt his palms clench at the sight, wanting to join in, only for 13 to grab his arm. Come on. We're leaving right now. But as they did this, 𝐒𝐻𝐸 suddenly appeared before them. I think not. You will all smash. What sounded like a cross between a car crash and a sound boom rang out, making the group all look back as they saw a black figure fly out of the USJ, soon landing with a small dust cloud in the distance. The sight made most of their jaws drop, 𝐒𝐻𝐸's yellow eyes expanding before disappearing in a blast of mist. What the you dirty cheater? Shigaraki screamed, everyone glancing over at him. You can't just beat the super weapon like that. I can and I have. All Might replied as he zipped right up to Shigaraki, your toy is broken, boy. I will admit, it hit me with a few good blows, but I'm at full strength today. Shigaraki began to backpedal at this, only for a pillar of smoke to consume him. We're leaving Mr. Shigaraki. Shigaraki growled as the mist devoured him before pointing at All Might, I'll be back, symbol of peace. You will fall. And with that, the two villains disappeared, All Might now feeling a drop of blood come off his lips. He then glanced back at the class, are you all alright? The class all responded that they were, All Might then admitting to Eraserhead that was close. The teacher sighed at this, saying that this was All Might's fault, but agreed, and then told the symbol of peace to go and call the police to round up the knocked-out small-time villains from before. And as this happened, they agreed to put off training for today, saying they can always do the USJ another day. Meanwhile, Izuku suppressed a yawn as he swung down a few streets. It had been a little over an hour since his encounter with Habit Headgear. After this, he kept his ear to the police scanner, but nothing was really coming in now. Letting out a sigh, he landed on a rooftop near Feast. Checking his web shooters, he swayed cartridges before swinging again. Guess there's no problems around here. He muttered as he went down another block. Well, since nothing is happening, maybe I should write down some quips. What was that one I did yesterday? He fired a web line at this, only to glance down at the street below. He saw the people just walking by, most not even looking up compared to how it was the past few days. Are they already used to me? Then again, heroes are normal. And I guess vigilantes are probably the same. His thoughts came to a stop as he saw something in the corner of his eye, a certain sight in an alleyway. He quickly took a hard right, flinging up to a rooftop. Was that dash, he tried to say before quickly running across the rooftop, soon arriving above the alleyway. And went wide-eyed. In the alley were two black vans, one of them very familiar looking, along with a semi-truck. One van was in front of the semi while the other was behind it. And as he stared at the vehicles, a door in the nearby building opened up and a barrage of masked men ran out and quickly started to get into the cars. Here. Guess it is my lucky day, Izuku commented as he checked his shooters before leaping off the roof, turning invisible while firing two web lines behind himself to slow himself down. He then descended down onto the front van, quietly landing on the roof as the gang all got into the vehicles. And as they began to rev up, the invisible vigilante crawled over the side of the van and webbed up the right side tires. This'll slow you down. On cue, the masked men put their foot on the gas, only for the van to JRK. What? What's going on? The driver yelled as he let go of the gas. He turned to the passenger seat. Something's wrong. Check the van. Understood. The masked man tried to open his door, only to find it wouldn't budge. Here. Though he couldn't see it, his door was now webbed up along with the tires. And as he pushed on the door, Izuku slithered under the car, whispering about how cool it is that he could just crawl under there upside down with ease. He then webbed up the other doors before the tires. Nice. One set of masked mooks webbed up. But as he grinned under his mask, the passenger door from before flew off the van, hitting the alley wall with a clang and making Izuku jolt. His invisibility glitched for a second at this, but he shut his eyes and focused, getting it back under control. He then crawled onto the top of the van, now seeing a masked man with black and white energy pouring off his hands. Oh yeah. Forgot everyone in this gang. I guess it's a gang, but yeah. Forgot they could do that. What the spider? The masked man roared as he saw the webs on the van's tires. The spider from the bank is here. And they're still speaking some language I can't understand. Who are these guys? Izuku thought as he watched the masked man yell at the driver. They know I'm here now. I better go ahead and make my move before this becomes a car chase. He then leaned over and tapped the shoulder of the masked man that was outside of the car. He let out a yelp before lightning surged in him, the thug soon falling over. Izuku's invisibility stopped at this as he fired a blast of webbing, plastering him to the alley wall. The gang started yelling at this, Izuku turning to the van with the now missing door. Hi fellas, he said as he walked up to the open segment of the van. He then pointed his wrists at them, firing a burst of webbing all over the van, tying them all up. And as they began yelling again, Izuku reached in and zapped each of them with a poke as he added, Stay here, would ya? I gotta fight all your pals in the other cars and I really don't need you joining the party. But as he said that, he looked over to the semi and other van, only to see them going in reverse. And out into the street. And there goes the party. Izuku whispered as fired a web line at the semi before quickly yanking himself on top of it. And as he landed, the back door of the semi opened up and two thugs climbed onto the truck. They both pulled out katanas with the black and white energy pouring off them. That's new. Get the spider, one of them roared as he charged at Izuku, the vigilante tensing up for a second. The thug swung the katana with a horizontal slice, Spider-Man quickly ducking under it before backpedaling, dodging a second slice. Oi! Watch it with the sharp stuff. He yelped before feeling himself stumble a bit. The thugs did as well, both falling to one knee as the truck finished going into reverse. Seeing this, Izuku glanced down at the sidewalk, seeing several bystanders all staring at the sight. He quickly pointed at a man among the bystanders. Hey you! Call the heroes now. These guys are villains. The semi began to accelerate at this, Izuku looking back at the thugs as they got up, energy surging around their weapons. Oh boy! I got a bad feeling about this. Izuku gulped as he saw one of the thugs charging at him, moving the sword at the vigilante. Whoa! 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sidestepped from the attack, only for the second one to run up and try to slash 𝐒𝐭𝐴. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 backpedaled at this, only for the first thug to attack again, this one slashing 𝐒𝐭𝐴's chest. He yelped as the attack made him fall, his back hitting the top of the semi. He blinked at this before going wide-eyed as the thug held the katana above his head. Die, he roared before moving the blade down, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 quickly rolling to the side and dodging the katana. And as the sword went right through the semi's roof, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 moved a leg up, slamming into the thug's chest. The blow knocked him off his feet, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 quickly firing a web at the second thug's chest before pulling it. The thug yelped as he was flung down, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 then moving a foot into the thug's face, knocking him back as well. And as both thugs hit the semi with their backs, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 hopped up and fired 2 bursts of webbing, trapping them both to the roof. He glanced down at his chest, seeing a tear along with a bit of blood drip out. That's not good. I need to dash danger. His spider sense yelled as he glanced up and saw another masked thug climb onto the semi-roof, the sight making him sigh. Great! Electricity surged through his fists as the thug began to walk up to him with a glowing katana. Listen pal, you and your masked friends need to stop this semi now and not do whatever crime you were going to do. After mentally facepalming over messing up another quip, electricity sparked out of him before charging at the thug, the masked man doing the same. He quickly moved his sword at this, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 leaping up in response, going over the thug before hitting his back. Zap! The masked thug let out a cry of pain before falling over, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 quickly webbing him to the roof as well. Another down. 𝐒𝐿 only for his spider sense to ring again. Oh, come on. He spun around to see 2 more thugs climb onto the semi-roof. Seriously? How many guys you got inside this thing? Hey! Pull over now! Yelled a new voice, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 and the 2 thugs turning to the sound. There, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 went wide-eyed as he saw a certain hero running up to the still-in-motion semi. Ingenium! It's a hero, one of the thugs yelled before pointing at the others. Tell the others inside to get the guns. I will fight the spider. The second masked thug nodded before going back over the side of the semi, 𝐒𝐿 grimacing at this. Hey! What did you just tell him to do? Die, the thug screamed as he charged at the vigilante, but 𝐒𝐿 was ready. He shot a web at the thug's feet and yanked it, instantly flinging the thug off his feet. And as the masked man's back hit the semi's roof, webbing covered his body. Nope. No more slashing at me with your pointy weapons. 𝐒𝐿 commented, only to let out a small hum. In fact, why don't you? Can't think of a quip. He mentally sighed and flexed his wrists at this. At least it feels like I'm getting better at this. 𝐒𝐿 then turned to the hero racing beside the semi. Hey, Mr. Ingenium. You're Spider-Man, right? He replied back. Yeah. 𝐒𝐿 responded, his mind already racing. Holy cow, that's Ingenium, the turbo hero. His known 4-stop it 𝐒𝐿. Focus. Fanboy later. He resisted the urge to slap himself as he then said, Say, you don't mind taking out their other car first while I take care of the semi, do you? What other car? Here. 𝐒𝐿 glanced back to the front of the semi, only to see the other car that left the alleyway was now gone. Oh shoot. He looked back at the pro hero. They must have split up while I was fighting them. Well, even if that's true, we have to stop this semi first. 𝐒𝐿 agreed with that, soon running up to the end of the semi, turning invisible as he lowered his head down to see what was inside. His eyes went wide as he saw at least 10 more thugs inside, all of them taking out guns now. That's not good, he whispered before raising his head and turning visible. He glanced over at Ingenium and yelled, Hey! Can you handle the drivers of this thing? I'm gonna go inside and beat the rest of them. What? The hero yelped before seeing 𝐒𝐿 fire a web and hopped off the semi, yanking himself back as he swung into the semi's back. Hey! Wait! But it was too late as 𝐒𝐿 flew in and yelled, Surprise! Venom punch! He then moved a charged fist into the closest one of the group inside the van, zapping him and blasting the thug into 4 others. A scream of rage came next as 2 of thugs instantly tried to counterattack, both pointing their guns at the vigilante. Spider sense blaring, 𝐒𝐿 fired 2 shots of webbing, jamming both guns before punching one of them. He then spun around and kicked the other in the chest, knocking him into the wall, making the semi tilt for a second. And as the rest tried to gain their footing inside the semi, 𝐒𝐿 stood tall thanks to his spider abilities, allowing him to fire webs at two more thugs' feet before yanking them, flinging them around. As this happened, the last masked man in the semi stood up, a bulky one that looked just as big as the one 𝐒𝐿 had fought at the bank. Black and white energy surged from his fists as he glared at the vigilante. "Hey there! Any relation to that big guy I fought at the bank the other day?" "Die," he roared as he charged at 𝐒𝐿. "That's probably a yes," 𝐒𝐿 commented before ducking under a jab, "and you have the same temper. Are you twins?" The thug just yelled a profanity at this, though 𝐒𝐿 couldn't understand it as he dodged a second punch. "I sure hope you aren't triplets." He then pulled back a fist as it surged with electricity, "But knowing my luck, you're probably quadruplets or something." POW. 𝐒𝐿's electric fist uppercut into the thug, the criminal's head hitting the semi before landing like a sack of bricks. The team flinched at that for a second before firing a bunch of webbing, tying him to the floor along with the others. And as he finished this, a pest came out of his shooter, making him see he had just ran out of webbing. He swayed out the cartridge as he let out a breath he didn't know he was holding as he commented to himself, "And that's that. Now, let's see if Ingenium needs woe." He then felt the truck brake, everything inside slightly moving despite all the thugs being mostly webbed down. 𝐒𝐿 almost stumbled, but kept himself upright. "That answers that." A second later, the hero appeared in the open back door of the semi. "Spider-Man. You okay?" "I'm good," 𝐒𝐿 replied as he walked out, "just a little winded." The hero glanced into the semi, seeing the many knocked out thugs before nodding, "Wow." He looked back at the vigilante. "Good job." "Oh, thanks," 𝐒𝐿 responded while blushing under the mask. "It was him. It was nothing." "I doubt that. There was a full group in this thing. Anyways, I already called the police to pick these mooks up." "Nice," 𝐒𝐿 added before he began to backpedal. "So, are you gonna try and catch me now?" The hero turned to him, blinking under his mask. "Why would Independent Ohio?" "Right. You're a vigilante." "Yeah, I am." Ingenium shook his head at this. "Well, you don't have to worry. I don't mind vigilantes. You can go if you want." "Really?" 𝐒𝐿 gasped, only to quickly reach into his hoodie and pull out a small notebook, a second one 𝐒� kept stashed in his clothes. "Then, could I have your autograph?" Ingenium almost flinched at this, surprise on his masked face before taking the notebook. "Sure." He did a quick signature before giving it back, 𝐒� trying to contain his inner hero nerd as he put it back in his hoodie. "Well, I better go before the police get here." "Got it. And thanks for catching these guys." "No problem." He glanced back at the semi, though, "Before I go, do you know who they are? This is the second time I've fought them and they all have similar quirks and talk in a different language." Ingenium shrugged at this. "I don't know much. This is my first time encountering them. Sorry. Guess they're still new." "Oh well." 𝐒� sighed before leaping onto the semi. "Welp, CYA around." And with that, he fired a web line and swung away, leaving the turbo hero. He took off his helmet at this and scratched the back of his head. "Spider-Man, seems like a good kid. Sounded like his 10 years age. Why is someone that young and talented a vigilante?" It wasn't till a few blocks that 𝐒� remembered his wound, and that he had forgot to tell Ingenium about the first car. He then swung over there, only to find the police had already beat him to it. Turned out, whoever he had told to call for the heroes must have noticed the webbed-up car. Glad about this, he looked down at his wound and saw it was already healing, though it was doing so very slowly. Seeing this, he decided to just go home, saying he had done more than enough today. And as he got home, he snuck back through his window and took off his costume, only to now feel all his adrenaline leave him. The teen soon crashed into his bed, sleep embracing him in an instant. But as he began to dream, he couldn't help but think today had been a good day. Somewhere else. The shuffling of paper could be heard in a certain dark office, a man in a pure white suit sitting behind a desk. And as he flipped through a folder, the office's door opened, revealing a masked man. His demon mask showed a long frown with fangs coming out of it as he slowly walked up to the desk. He did a small bow, 𝐿𝐻𝐻. The one behind the desk glanced up, a small hiss coming out his mouth. What is it? The operation failed. The man raised an eyebrow. Why? What happened? The spider from the bank. He appeared again and took out one of the cars and the semi. The white-suited man closed the folder, gritting his teeth as he slowly ascended from the desk. He spun around at this, taking a long katana from the wall behind the desk. He pulled the weapon out of the sheath, the blade shining as energy surged around it. Is that so? He then pointed the sword at the masked man, putting its tip on the thug's chin. If the spider interferes again, kill him. Slowly. Yes, Mstr. He removed the katana away from the thug's chin, letting out a long hiss. This is only the beginning. I have no need for vigilantes interfering with our work. All the cards must fall. He spun around and rubbed his finger down the blade. I will take this city's underground. And then my plan will truly begin. Half the day had already passed when Izuku woke up. His mother was slightly worried, mainly due to seeing him have a long sword slash on his chest, but he told her it was fine, saying it was just a very long day yesterday and his healing factor would do its job. Sighing and saying she feels like she's lost 10 years of her life ever since Izuku started being a vigilante, she told him to relax today, which Izuku agreed to after a light lunch. Now, he was on the living room couch, sewing up his costume from yesterday's fight. I need to make a few spare costumes, he told himself as he finished up the outfit. He looked it over at this, letting out a hum. There we go. And as he put the costume down, the television stopping showing commercials as a reporter appeared on the screen. Breaking news. UA was attacked. Villains attacked the school, trying to kill All Might. Kill All Might. Izuku yelped, his eyes going wide at that statement. Wait. Villains thought they could actually do that. A group of villains attacked the prestigious school, believing they could take on the symbol of peace, only for recent investigation to show that the hero instantly beat them. More news to come shortly. Wow! Izuku muttered out as he got up and put his costume in his closet. To think villains would be that ballsy. Then again, a lot of criminals I've been fighting have been gutsy like that. And as he went back to the living room, the television was now showing a group of reporters, all going over different exploits of All Might and how the villains were so foolish to attack the school. Seeing this, Izuku slumped down in the couch after grabbing an extra cup of ramen out of the kitchen. As he began to slurp the noodles, he stared at the screen. Guess the stuff I did yesterday didn't hit the news. Hey, that's okay. I mean, it is All Might after all. Still, I wonder if Kaken got to see it. Probably did since he gets everything. He probably even got to fight those villains. Meanwhile, Eraserhead didn't want to teach today. Granted, teaching was his job, but if he was totally honest, his mind was more set on what he would be doing later today. Thanks to the villain attack, which after the incident he went to Nezu and repeatedly asked him to get rid of All Might, saying it was all his fault that his students were put in danger and the press will start looking at them when they really shouldn't, and now the staff was gonna meet later to talk about the attack. And Nezu didn't get rid of All Might despite how much he complained. Sighing at this, he dragged his sleeping bag as he went up to Class 1A's front door, quickly opening it with a single swing. There a barrage of noise in the room, over half the class talking about the incident yesterday, mostly about how All Might beat that monster villain. But silence soon came when they saw their teacher open the door. He glared at them as he drudged up to the podium. 5 seconds. It's an improvement, but I expect you to be quicker next time. Aizawa grumbled as he pulled out a cup of coffee from the sleeping bag, which had somehow not stained or spilled inside the thing. He let out a long sigh as he saw the expectant faces his students were wearing. All right. Before you all ask, yes, what happened yesterday did happen. There was a villain attack because All Might is now teaching here. As he said that hero's name, the students could feel the anger drip out of his voice. As such, the rest of the school and the press now know about the attack, which means eyes are going to be on you, even if you didn't participate in the attack. Katsuki shined a huge grin at this as Aizawa continued. However, I want you to all to forget about it, because there's a lot more important stuff happening soon. Like what Aizawa-sensei, the student known as Okako Uraraka, asked. The UA Sports Festival is in 2 weeks. The class immediately went into an uproar, Aizawa knowing he had lost all their attention at this. And after a minute or so of talking, he got it back as he said, "Now listen up, the festival is important, as there will tons of eyes on you all. That also means you can't slack off at all. I expect you all to do well, or you're expelled." PRD. Almost all of the students flinched at this, remembering the first day where the student Mineta Minoru was expelled after failing the quirk test. Good. You're all learning. Now, let's begin the day. Izuku was now at his computer, finishing up some extra homework before skimming through a few online news outlets. Back when he first created his special hero app for his phone, he designed it around a news collecting program he had created on his computer. Despite this, he found it to be inefficient, as the news it mainly found were either extremely biased or redacted like crazy. As such, information was scarce despite being in the information age. It just goes to show you how easily stuff can be covered up if someone wants it to stay hidden. Izuku had no doubt in his mind that half the info that never got out was part of the hero commission, but he knew that was part of a hero's job, even if he wasn't one. Despite this, he did find that a few did report the adventure he had yesterday. It was mainly through them trying to interview Ingenium, though Izuku didn't mind. He had gotten a sweet autograph out of it. However, he was also looking over the news outlets for something else. He still had nothing on those masked men. 2 encounters and he found zilch on them. There was no name for the gang, no purpose except robbing that bank, and they all had the same quirks and spoke a different language. Izuku leaned back in his chair at this, pulling out another notebook. This one was new, one that he made purely for investigations, which he had thought up after his encounter with Tombstone's gang. He tapped the pages with his pencil as his mind went over everything. So, I still don't have much. These masked guys come out of nowhere, rob a bank and cause a car chase. At least, in my tussles with them. There's nothing online, so they have to be new. He glanced back up to the computer, which was now showing an interview with Ingenium. No name to the gang either. They all just have the same quirk, speak a different language. And they are really gutsy. I mean, they do all their stuff in the day. At least, of what I've seen. He put the notebook down at this, letting out a sigh as he crossed his arms. I don't know much about detective work. Guess it's another thing I'll have to learn since I failed to get into UA. Maybe I should get a small forensic kit for my costume. That, and I could bring my old scanner I made. He looked up at the computer again, now seeing another news report on the UA attack. Wonder who those villains were. I mean, they're even more ballsy than those masked guys if they want to take on All Might. He leaned back in his chair, putting his hands behind his head. I better not think about it. Might be best to just take on 1 or 2 cases at a time. Naomasa was walking through the halls of UA, his eyes scanning at the files in his hand. He couldn't help but think that this was just the beginning. He then looked up and saw a single door, sighing as he grabbed the handle and opened it. Glancing inside, he saw a conference room filled with every hero UA had. Even All Might was there, in his skeleton form as a drip of BLD went down his chin before wiping it. "Ah, detective. Welcome," exclaimed the principal of UA, Nezu. The little stoat creature was waving to him as the detective slowly walked into the room. "Hello everyone." Naomasa responded as he put down the folders he was carrying. "I hope you all know why this meeting was called." "About the attack at the USJ." Vlad King chimed in while crossing his arms. Naomasa nodded back, yes. Now, as you all know, an organization of villains calling themselves the League of Villains attacked UA. We've looked into this organization and it seems to be that this is a brand new villain group. We found no information on either of the main villains over this, that being Tomura Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Tomura Shigaraki seems to be the leader, and based on what Eraserhead said during his encounter with him, he has the power of disintegration, which we now believe is what took out the pillar at UA. Which allowed the press to get in. Aizawa grumbled, "What else do we have on him?" "Not much. We've looked deep into the databases and quirk registry, only to find nothing. We have no background on him, no family. Nothing. There is no record of him whatsoever. We do now have a profile set up for him. According to what we've interviewed between you all and the villains he recruited, Shigaraki seems to have a very childish personality. It's like he's a man-child that has been given too much power. Agreed. He acted like it was some kind of performance when I fought him. Aizawa added, and do we have anything on Kurogiri? Naomasa shook his head, no records there either. All we have is that he has a warp quirk, probably the most powerful one we've ever seen. That's not good. Snipe chimed in. And what about that weapon they attacked me with? What was that? All Might added, Naomasa taking out a paper out of folder in response. Ah yes, the 𝐴𝐽𝐵. Naomasa replied as he tapped the paper with his hand. I just got a report from the crime lab over the monster. We tried to interrogate it, but got nothing. It doesn't seem to respond to anything, so the lab ran a DNA analysis instead. Turns out, it was originally human, just a small-time criminal. That thing was originally human. 13 asked, how? We don't fully know. All we know is that according to the analysis, it has multiple quirks and seems to be designed to be brain-dead. We suspect this was done so it could follow orders more easily. Wait. Multiple quirks. How is that possible? Midnight chimed in, isn't the most you can have is 2? Under normal circumstances, yes. However, that's not the case here. Naomasa responded, we believe this could be connected to All for One. The room almost went silent at that, most going wide-eyed as Present MIC asked, All for One. Isn't that a myth? His real. Or. Might spoke up in a low, draining tone, his very very real. He slowly turned to Naomasa, is there any more evidence that it's him? No. However, when it comes to All for One, you're not going to find much more evidence than something like this. True. Nezu hummed as he glanced over the files. According to these results, this is extreme experimentation. This 𝐴𝐽𝐵 is essentially no longer human. That being said, if this is an experiment and this is its first appearance, that must mean this is brand new. He looked back up at the detective, do we have anything else like this? Multiple quirks injected into one being. Any case similar? Naomasa bit his lip at this. Honestly, I would say no, except that a recent new case does have certain similar circumstances. Oh, what might that be? Nezu chirped. Naomasa closed his eyes at this, taking a deep breath. Before I start, I want to state that this is purely my theory. I have brought it up with the lab, and they denied it due to how the 𝐴𝐽𝐵 seems to be made and the lack of evidence. The 𝐴𝐽𝐵 seems to be designed to be a puppet, and everything about it is made to be just that. However, the 𝐴𝐽𝐵 is like nothing we've ever seen before. And the case you're following isn't remotely like it though, is it? Naomasa nodded back. Correct. The only things that connect is the fact that the individual has multiple quirks, the timing, that is, the fact that this person just appeared right before the 𝐴𝐽𝐵. And how perfect both are in terms of their quirks. They both seem to be exactly designed for their quirks. Now, the number of quirks is actually unknown for this individual, but it's been debated that they have between 3 or 4 quirks. Regularly, that should be impossible, just like the 𝐴𝐽𝐵, which is why I believe this could be connected. Naomasa then pulled out another paper, spinning it around to show an image of a certain costumed individual. This is Spider-Man, a new vigilante on the scene. A vigilante? That's not a villain, detective. Vlad instantly chimed in. I know. That's why it could possibly be not connected. Naomasa replied, however, the case is extremely bizarre. For one, all the footage and evidence we have of him seem to suggest this vigilante just received his quirks. Looks of confusion filled most of the room, Midnight asking, just received them? Naomasa nodded back, yes. Here, watch. He gestured to a laptop that had been set up, soon showing the footage of Spider-Man at both bank fights, along with him fighting Vulture. As you can see, he has no experience, and he acts as if he just received his powers. He also acts like he knows what quirks he has, but is surprised when it works. Eraserhead commented as he saw Spider-Man Venom punch the bulky masked thug in the bank before celebrating on the quirk working. And based on the interviews with others who have encountered him, they believe he's around UA entering age. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 let out a long sigh at this. In fact, his first appearance, which was later confirmed by Kamu Woods, seemed to be the Vigilante testing out his quirk and dash. It happened a little bit after the UA entrance exams, didn't it? Nezu interrupted, the room all turning to him as 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 nodded again. I figured as much. Vigilantes do sometimes appear after failing our exams. Several glanced back at the footage, Snipe chiming in, wait. You're saying we rejected him? With that kind of power? It's possible. Nezu shrugged. If he truly had no experience using his quirk, our test would be hard for him. Is this why you asked for the files on who failed our exams, detective? Yes. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 nodded. Unfortunately, it didn't give me anything. I see. I figured that was where you were going with this. I won't deny there's a problem with the amount of students we accept to take the exams makes a giant suspect pool, and if he did in fact just receive his quirks, the profile he submitted to UA will probably be misleading. Anyways, I understand why you think this is connected, detective. This is a bizarre case, as it shouldn't be possible. Do you believe perhaps Spider-Man is an escaped experiment from the one who made the 𝐒𝐭𝐴? That's definitely a possibility. As you all probably know, people who are born with two quirks are extremely rare, and most that are born with them are usually very unstable. However, both the 𝐒𝐴 and Spider-Man seem to have perfect combination quirks. For Spider-Man, he has perfect assassination abilities. The powers of a spider allow him to crawl up walls with ease, along with the invisibility and electricity quirks, give him very distinct abilities that any hitman or killer would want. His webbing is also unique, as what samples we've tried to collect dissolve into nothing in what appears to be under 3 hours, as if by design as well. And the 𝐒𝐴 is the same, though it's designed for something completely different. Eraserhead added as he stared at the paper before him. Super regeneration with shock absorption, along with body enhancements, possibly a strengthening quirk. Definitely what you would want for a tireless superpowered weapon of destruction. Perfect for distractions and chaos. Agreed. Nezu continued as he looked over the file 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 had made on Spider-Man. However, this Spider-Man could be recruited as a potential student. We do not have a full heroics class this year after all. The interviews make it sound like he's very young, is that correct? Yes. Though that is a legal hassle now. You know what the commission thinks about vigilantes. Eraserhead rolled his eyes at this. That's because they prefer flashy heroic quirks and not quirks that could actually make a difference. This Spider-Man is perfect for underground hero work, something the commission barely approves. He let out a long sigh. It's irrational, but there's no way they would accept him now. Now, no need to be that negative Aizawa. Nezu replied before rubbing his chin with a grin. Regardless of all we've discussed, there's a lot happening here. We should begin creating an investigation over the League of Villains and we'll keep the Spider-Man case separate for now until new evidence comes to light. Agreed, responded everyone but All Might. As for the symbol of peace, he stared at 2 different papers. One showing the 𝐒𝐴, the other Spider-Man all for one. So you're alive. What are you up to now? He stared at a photo of Spider-Man, remembering back to his encounter with Shigaraki, this Shigaraki boy. You've obviously corrupted him. Did you try to do the same to this Spider-Man? Izuku spun the pencil in his hand, still surprised at his new enhanced reflexes. He always wanted to be able to do small finger tricks like in the movies, but now being able to. It was still strange. He then stared down at his notebook, which was on the pages over fighting styles. However, there weren't anything on fighting styles. Instead, it just showed super moves. In the past few hours, he found everything he looked up on martial arts to be worthless. Nothing corresponded with using his webbing, something he knew he needed to put in his fighting style. As such, he concluded he would have to make his own, and started to put in super moves instead. He figured out a few obvious ones with his venom power, and started to try figure out stuff with webbing. This was followed by several stealth moves, along with thinking some acrobatics could be put in, though Izuku concluded he had no idea how to do that. And as he finished his notes, he went over to his webbing cartridges, seeing a big supply of them now. The sight made him smile, glad that his inventing talent that he hated so much now becomes so useful with his new quirk. Despite this, he felt unfulfilled, mainly because he promised his mom to not go out as Spider-Man today. Oh, I want to go out as Spider-Man. I can't stand being cooped up in here, he thought as he began to pace in his room. I want to try this stuff. I want to go out there. He then slumped down in his desk chair, letting out a long sigh. I can't wait for tomorrow. Meanwhile again, All for One stared at the screens before him despite not having working eyes. His many sensory quirks allowed him to semi-watch the footage before him, this time showing several heroes along with a certain new vigilante. Spider-Man, interesting. You have multiple quirks, yet you don't seem to be a mindless monster like 𝐼𝐼𝐽. Very interesting. He chuckled before putting his hand to his chin. Why are you a vigilante? Did this so-called world of heroes reject you? It's time for another treatment, said a voice coming from a certain small bald man now walking into the room. I see. Before you do it, Doctor, tell me something. All for One pointed to the screen with Spider-Man, showing him fight in the bank. Is that one of yours? Perhaps an escapee? The doctor shook his head. No, Mr. I have nothing like that in my experiments. It has to be an experiment, Doctor. No one has that many quirks except for me. Think it's one of your colleagues. Perhaps Connors. The doctor shook his head. Bah, it couldn't possibly be him. He's too much of a goody two-shoes. No, if he's an experiment, I can only think of 2 to 3 other scientists it could be. Though I haven't heard much from them lately. I see. Do you wish for me to capture him for you, Mr.? I can send Krogiri and Dash. No. All for One interrupted. Leave him be. Oh. May I ask why, Mr.? Simple. All for One replied as he shined a huge smile. Vigilantes stir up the underworld. They act outside the law, meaning they'll go after anyone, which helps keep the underworld disorganized. When I'm ready to take over again, it's much easier to get all the villains to follow me in the chaos. Besides, that's the beauty of this world now, thanks to the so-called heroes. What do you mean? This world is now obsessed with heroic quirks, meaning that those who don't fit the norm will become desperate or become villains. This allows hundreds of villains to be born for every one hero. He put his hands together as his smile grew even more. It's the perfect system for me. Simple as that. I see. And if this Spider-Man interferes? If he does, we'll just have another interesting quirk or 2 to put into our arsenal. Izuku had to admit, despite not currently being Spider-Man, he did feel like he was doing good right now. After telling his mom what Feast was like the other day, she asked if she could come along when he went the next time. She agreed with Martin Li's advice, saying he did need to help himself. However, Izuku found himself mostly ignoring this today, as he was too embarrassed having his mother there at Feast. Not only that, he found out that his mother could just easily walk up to anyone there and talk to them, something he could barely do. As such, she was already friends with Gloria, the snake lady, constantly giggling at how different he was to his mother. This was also added by the fact that his mother told him he couldn't be Spider-Man till tonight, having caught him trying to do that this morning, and told him to still relax and recover even though he did that yesterday, or go to Feast before being a vigilante tonight. Despite this, he felt he was doing good right now. Thanks to bringing his mother, Martin Li accepted Izuku to volunteer. That and they needed people right now, as they were doing a weekly soup kitchen operation. Now, Izuku didn't know how to really cook, but they needed multiple people to serve the food, which was something he could do. Not only that, Li soon commented at how strong Izuku seemed to be despite his tiny frame, Izuku telling him he just works out regularly. He then had Izuku help move a bunch of tables and supplies around, Izuku now realizing just what little help the place had. And as the soup kitchen started and he began to serve others food, Izuku found that this charity thing was worth it. Smiles and thanks happened over and over, making him feel like he was truly helping others. Part of him still wanted to go out and fight crime, but he now knew why All Might said this was so important. A real hero helps everyone. And after a few hours, he took a lunch break, his mother staying behind too. talked to her new friends as Izuku got himself some food. After getting some grub from a stand nearby feast, he went back inside and onto the building's roof. He went there, thinking he could use some peace and quiet, only to open the door and go wide-eyed at the sight. On the roof was another resident of Feast, Howard. He was a scraggly old guy that Izuku had met the first time coming to Feast, but now realized he never saw him come down to the kitchen. Howard had a small shed set up on the roof, which had 3 pigeons inside. Yes, yes. Quiet down, you. Howard chuckled as he scratched the chin of one of the pigeons before glancing over at the teen. Izuku. How ya been doing? Hello, Mr. Howard. Izuku replied as he walked up to him. What's all this? Why do you have all those birds? Oh, these darlings. They're nothing much. Howard chuckled. You see, they're my wife's pigeons. You're married? Howard shook his head. Not anymore. She's gone. This is all I really got left of her. Izuku blinked at this for a second before bowing. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to dash, it's fine. Howard waved his hand. Don't worry about it. The pigeon he was scratching then tried to nip at him, making him flinch. Hey. None of that. Howard then shook his head. Heh. Looks like Bertha here still doesn't like me. If only I had my wife's quirk. Oh. What was her quirk? Izuku chimed in, only to blush. I mean, if you don't mind me asking. Howard shook his head and then patted Izuku's shoulder. It's fine. Her quirk let her talk to birds. Mainly pigeons and a few others. Not great, but it let her be a good veterinarian. Wow. Yep. Howard laughed before patting the pigeon's head. Unfortunately, my quirk doesn't help with pigeons. Izuku didn't reply to that, remembering when he first met Howard. His quirk was with his teeth, which were mole-like, allowing him to eat through just about anything. Unfortunately, it didn't have much of a use, even when Izuku asked to analyze it and told him it was an amazing quirk. Despite this, he told Izuku he had had a fulfilling life, and told Izuku it's okay to be limited like he was. Izuku had found him to be inspiring, though he didn't tell him. Now, he stared at the pigeons and asked, So, are these your only birds? No. Howard sighed. There's 2 more. But they randomly leave and come back. He scratched the side of his head. I really wish I had a way to track them. Track them? Yeah. 2 of them really love to fly everywhere and I'm worried someone will decide to. Get rid of them. Izuku blinked at him as his mind began to catch up. Tracking them. His eyes went wide at this. That's it. Izuku. Are you okay? Howard asked as he saw Izuku go silent and then wide-eyed. I gotta get going. Thanks, Howard. Izuku yelled as he suddenly ran for the door, quickly opening it. Sure. Wait, thank you. But I didn't do anything. Izuku quickly ran downstairs and found his mother, Inko, asking why he looked like he was in such a rush. He then told her he needed to go home, telling her he just thought up an invention idea. She asked if this was a lie, thinking he was going to go be Spider-Man early, something he had promised to do tonight, but Izuku told her the invention would take him all day. Nodding to this, he was allowed to leave early. He quickly left the place and ran down an alleyway, turning invisible before changing into his Spider-Man outfit and swung over to his house. Izuku was glad he had figured out invisibility so quickly, it made things so easy to get around. He got to his house unnoticed, wall crawling through his window and into his room before taking out a notebook he hadn't used in a while. It was his invention notebook, though it was the 15th one he had created over his lifetime. Here, he wrote up a few blueprints, and then a few hours later, he began to create something new. He found his inventing drive was 10 times stronger than ever, as if having the purpose of helping him be Spider-Man made him be a better inventor. I should write down a whole list of support equipment just for Spider-Man, he thought as he pulled out his main notebook over being Spider-Man. Let's see. I want to automate the web shooters one day. I also want multiple material sets for the costume for different scenarios. Maybe some kind of stealth suit. That could useful. He turned to his other notebooks, only to see his cell phone on the desk. The sight made him hum as his mind told him to write down something else. There's an idea. I've always experimented on how my phone's apps could respond through other devices, but only made them work through my computer or my phone. His eyes shifted over to his vigilante costume laying over a chair. I wonder if I could ever implement that into my costume. Maybe just the mask. That's an idea for another day. And as evening came and the night started, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 had already came home and was surprised to find Izuku still at his desk. He told her that he was going to go out as Spider-Man tomorrow, saying this new invention would help him be a better hero. Sighing and shaking her head, she told him she was proud of him going to feast today, and told him to not stay up too late before going to bed. And as she did this, Izuku finished his project and went to bed like she asked, knowing that this was just the beginning. The next day, Izuku woke up early that day, stretching as he flipped out of bed and onto the ceiling. As he crawled off the walls, he did his morning routine before telling his mom goodbye. She asked him if he had done his homework, only to tell her he was already 3 weeks ahead. He then changed into Spider-Man, turning invisible and out his window before swinging into the city. And after swinging down a few blocks, he landed onto a nearby rooftop and pulled out a small device from his hoodie. Now, I hope this works, he thought to himself as he stared at the gadget, which had a screen on it before taking out a tiny metal spider. What should I call you? How about Spider Tracer? Yeah, that sounds good. He put both away before swinging again, soon going down a few more streets, now to start my patrol. And so, hour after hour passed, the vigilante swinging across the city. As he did this, he found 2 muggers, stopping both with ease, but nothing else. He then saw it was about noon, the sight making Izuku stop and land on a rooftop, soon changing his web cartridges. Better get some grub. Wonder where I should eat. As he said that, the police scanner in his phone rang out. This is Musutafu Police. We have a report of 2 speeding vehicles. Last sighting is at Mortis Avenue. Mortis Avenue. Izuku repeated before staring at the street below him. That's pretty close. Maybe I could find his words came to a stop as 2 black vans suddenly shot down at the end of the block he was looking at. Never mind. Looks like they're coming to me. He tensed up, ready to hop off the roof, only to go wide-eyed as he saw a figure lean out of one of Van's windows. It's those masked guys again. A masked thug was leaning out of the window, a 2-handed rifle in his hand as Izuku followed where he was looking and saw another sight. That's 𝐒𝐻𝐻. The flying mecha-looking hero was right behind the 2 vans, quickly zipping back and forth as the masked man started shooting at him. Looks like he needs help. Good thing I just reloaded my webbing. Izuku said before leaping off the building, let's do this. He fired a web line and began swinging, seeing 𝐒𝐻𝐻 flying over one of the vans, the hero yelling, pull over now. This is your last warning. Shoot the hero down. The driver in the van responded, the masked man in the passenger seat pointing a gun at the hero. Oh! Izuku gulped as he swung behind the hero. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 saw the gun and shifted over to the top of van, out of the range of the rifle. He then flew down, slamming himself into the roof of the van. The car began to shake at this, only for right side door of the van to open, showing 2 more masked men. One fired an energy blast at 𝐒𝐻𝐻, knocking him back as he tried to hold onto the van. 𝐒𝐻𝐻! Izuku gasped before firing 2 web lines at the van's back, then yanking himself forward. He shot himself at the back of the van, landing as the van rocked at this as well. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 and the masked men glanced back at this, Izuku gripping the vehicle's rear at this. 𝐒𝐻𝐻, I'm here to help. Spider-Man. The spider, one masked man yelped before ducking back into the van. The spider is here. He's trying to stop us again. Great. Still can't understand you. Izuku sighed before seeing the masked man pull out a gun and point it at him. Oh no you don't. He aimed his wrist, firing it at the gun. The webbing instantly covered the weapon before Izuku yanked it away. No. The masked man barked, only for an armored hand to suddenly grab his shoulder. He turned to see 𝐒𝐻𝐻 pulling back a punch. The other masked man charged up some energy in his fists at this, Izuku seeing this and fired a web line at the man's mask. The man yelped as he was suddenly blinded, only for 𝐒𝐻𝐻 to jab the first masked man. The blow knocked out the thug, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 still keeping his grip on the thug's shoulder as Spider-Man climbed onto the roof. He turned to see the second van about to take a right. Gotta stop this car, but that one might get away. Time to try out the spider tracer. He put the tracer in his wrist and fired a web, instantly sticking it on the bumper of the van. He then turned back to Airjet, now seeing him leap into the van, punching the others inside. Guess I'll stop the driver and dash. A scream rang out next, making him look up, and he saw the van was now heading for a park. And its tires just went up the sidewalk. The tires then hit the grass. Izuku now seeing there was a playground filled with kids coming up next. No! Izuku screamed before firing 2 web lines at some nearby trees in the park and slingshot himself ahead. He flung himself over to the jungle gym in the playground, making 2 kids gasp as he landed on the metal bars. Get out of here, kiddos! He yelled before spinning around and pointing his web shooters ahead. I hope this works. He multi-tapped the shooters at 2 trees that the van was about to pass through. Piles of webbing shot out, making a giant web as the van came. And as he kept firing webs, the van hit the big webbing net, slowing the speeding van as its tires grinded into the dirt. It kept trying to move at this, until eventually all its momentum was gone, sticking the car in place. Nice! Izuku let out a breath he didn't know he was holding, seeing the van was now fully stuck. And as he aimed at the van's roof again, a pest came out of his shooters. Great! He opened his shooter to replace the webbing, only for a loud clang to ring out as Airjet screamed, "Or!" Izuku glanced up to see the hero's back hit a nearby tree before slumping over. Airjet! Izuku gasped before quickly replacing the webbing, only to see a certain masked thug walk out of the van. This one was bulky, just like the other 2 he had fought. Oh, great! So they are triplets. And as he said that, the one in the driver's seat stopped hitting the gas and instead hopped out of the car as well. This one had 2 long black and white energy WHPs in his hands. That's new. Forget the mission. Kill the spider. The WHP guy yelled as they both ran around the webbed-up van. Izuku let out a growl as he leapt off the jungle gym and got down into a crouched stance. You guys are gonna pay for the destruction you've done today. Izuku said as he pointed his wrist at the WHP guy, only for his spider sense to yell at him. But before he could react, the thug flicked the WHP, instantly grabbing Izuku's arm and yanking him. Whoa! The thug slung the WHP overhead, flinging Izuku into a tree. Ugh! He groaned as he hit the pillar of lumber, denting it slightly as the WHP let go of his arm. And as he slumped down, his spider sense went off again, making Izuku quickly fire a web line to another tree, yanking himself away just in time as the bulky thug charged at him. He missed the Vigilante at this, destroying the first tree in the process before turning around, now seeing Izuku get back on his feet. Okay, let's try that again. Izuku grunted before his spider sense rang out again, making him backflip as the WHP guy swung his weapon at him. The WHP just missed the teen as he kept going back, only to then fire a web line at the WHP thug, hitting his leg before Izuku yanked it, knocking him off his feet. But before he could do anything else, the other thug charged at him, swinging 2 jabs. Izuku ducked under the first, only for the second to hit him in the stomach, the punch turning into an uppercut as it knocked the Vigilante off his feet. Oof, he yelped as he was knocked upward, only to point his wrists at the thug and fire 2 web lines, catching both of the thug's fists. And with a mighty yank, he fired himself right back at the bulky man, slamming his feet into the thug's chest. The thug let out a wheeze of pain as he was knocked back, only for Izuku to quickly fire some webbing over the now laying criminal. But as he did this, his spider sense blared before a WHP shot straight for Izuku's head, and then grabbed his neck. Urk! Izuku yelped as he was yanked off his feet, the masked thug laughing as he began to drag Izuku through the dirt. Today you die, spider, the thug exclaimed before tightening his grip on the WHP, energy flowing through it as it reached Izuku. A surge of pain struck him at this, making the teen cry out in pain. Ah! Izuku screamed as he felt the energy from the WHPs zap him. Ha! And now you bluff. A fist slammed into the thug's face, knocking him down instantly. Feeling the WHP loosen, Izuku grabbed and pulled it off, coughing as he laid there in the dirt. That scared. I couldn't agree more, said a voice, making Izuku look up and see 𝐂𝐸𝐽𝐽 standing over him, offering the Vigilante a hand. You okay? Yeah. Just saw. Izuku groaned as he took the hand and 𝐂𝐸𝐽𝐽 pulled him up. How about you? Only thing that's hurt is my pride. 𝐂𝐸𝐽𝐽 replied before patting the Vigilante's shoulder. Thank you. Here. You saved me. And everyone at this park. 𝐂𝐸𝐽𝐽 continued as he gestured to the still webbed-up van. I thought I could contain those villains, but they were too much for me. So. Thank you. Oh. Right. Izuku slowly said as he stared at everything around him, now seeing the knocked-out masked men along with the van. And then he saw a crowd form around them, several people yelling thank you while others were taking pictures with their phones. 𝐂𝐸𝐽𝐽 patted his shoulder again, making Izuku turn to him. You best get going. What? 𝐂𝐸𝐽𝐽 let out a chuckle. You're not used to compliments, are ya? Izuku shook his head. Thought so. Just take the thank you and get going. I know I shouldn't let a vigilante get away, but you did good here, kid. You saved all these people, so I'll let you go. Oh. Thanks. Izuku nodded before firing 2 web lines and slingshotting away. And as he did this, 𝐂𝐸𝐽𝐽 stared at the fleeing vigilante and hummed, Spider-Man, here. Seems like a good kid. He looked back at the knocked-out masked men, sighing at the sight. Still. This is quite the mess. Guess I better get started. Izuku wasn't sure how much time passed as he swung away. He just kept swinging, soon passing over to the district where his house is located. Seeing this, he turned invisible and went to the roof, crawling through the window like usual. And as he sat down at his desk, he pulled out a small device from his hoodie. It was the tracker, which was now showing one red repeating dot. Guess the spider tracer worked. Izuku sighed as he slumped over in his seat. He said, I did good. I helped those people at Feast yesterday, and today. I caught the bad guys and saved a bunch of kids. He stared up at the ceiling. Wow. So this is what it's like to be a hero, here. A smile graced his face at this. I love it. And as his eyes continued to stare at the ceiling, he took a long deep breath before glancing down at the tracker. And tonight, I'm gonna catch the rest of you. After the near-noon escapade, Izuku decided to take a long nap. He only woke up when his body told him he hadn't eaten anything today, making him make a quick frozen dinner from the fridge. His mom was home by then, which she then showed him that he was on the news. And as he ate, they both watched an interview on the television, the reporters talking to kids at the park playground he had saved. They were all saying how amazing he was, saying how Spider-Man stopped the runaway van. And as Izuku stared at the screen, 𝐒𝐭 could only chuckle as she saw her son tear up at the words he was hearing. She had had her doubts over the whole vigilante first, hero later thing, but seeing this made her realize this truly was what Izuku wanted. She knew she couldn't fully support it, but she would do enough. His mother gave him a soft hug at this, saying she was proud of him as Izuku hugged back. Thanks, Mom, was all he said before finishing his meal. An hour later, he checked his online class, refilled the web shooters and put his costume back on. 𝐒𝐭 asked him if he could just hunt the tracker tomorrow, but he told her he thought it could be discovered by then. As such, he turned invisible, crawled out of his window and swung into the city. Now, the tracker had a limited range, meaning he would have to swing through the city till he got a signal. As such, he zipped around the place for over an hour, the teen starting to think his new invention must have been found and destroyed, or it just didn't work. But as it hit the 2-hour mark, his tracker let out a beep. Glancing down at it, he began to follow it, taking a few turns before turning the volume down on the tracker. And as he continued to swing, he found he was going to a nearby port, where a bunch of warehouses were at. Classic bad guy hiding spot. He thought to himself as he landed on one of the warehouses before looking at the tracker again. Looks like it's close. He ran on top a few of the warehouses, leaping over one after another before coming to a stop in between 2 of them. The tracker now no longer moving, he glanced down and saw the black van from before sitting there, along with 3 more black vans and a black-colored semi-truck. Seriously? How many cars do these guys have? He thought before seeing there were also a bunch of motorcycles to the side, along with a few semis that were colored brown. Those aren't theirs. I think. Is this place someone else's? He fired a web line over to the warehouse, zipping to its roof and crawling down its side to a nearby window. And when he glanced inside, he went wide-eyed. It was the masked thugs from before, some with katanas, others with guns, as they were having a stare-down with a bunch of other thugs. These were dressed like bikers, though most have mutant heads, like tigers and sharks. Behind those thugs were piles of boxes and a few motorcycles, along with desks with a bunch of different equipment. Tombstone's gang, he whispered before pressing his hand to the glass. He gave it a silent push, slowly opening it up to hear the conversation. "Listen here," one of the masked men yelled, Izuku surprised he could understand him. "We are claiming Musutafu as ours." He pointed his gun at one of Tombstone's men. "Tell Tombstone you will all leave town now, or we kill you all." The gang members all just stared at the masked man, only to start laughing. It was an uproar of laughter, certain animal noises coming out, as well as a tiger man pointed at the masked man. "Are you serious? Do you not know who our boss is? He kills idiots like you for breakfast." He then pointed at himself, "And will do the same to you." Izuku's eyes went back and forth at this, now seeing multiple masked men charge the familiar black and white energy in their hands as Tombstone's thugs pulled out syringes. "No way! Am I about to see a gang war happen here?" That thought made his eyes shrink. "Oh no, what do I do? If they start fighting, they'll kill each other. But is that good? I mean, they're all criminals and villains." He bit his lip at this, seeing both sides stand off as he felt time slow for himself. "Shoot. What do I do here? I was hoping to get here and maybe stealthily take them out, but..." He took a deep breath at this and fully opened the window, ready to go inside before he stopped himself. "Wait. Am I just being stupid here? Maybe I should just call the heroes." He blinked for a second, only to hear one of the thugs PP his gun. Then again, the closest hero is quite a ways away, and if they start fighting now, it'll be too late. Got no choice. But I shouldn't be dumb here. He then glanced around at the ceiling, only to see the dangling spotlights above the group. A bulb instantly appeared over his brain, the team quickly ducking out of the warehouse. "There's an idea," he whispered to himself as he hopped off the building. He slowly walked down the side of the warehouse, soon finding what he was looking for, a breaker panel. This should help. As he walked up to it, now seeing a big lock on it, he yanked it off, glad his super strength made it easy. He then opened the door and grinned at the sight. Nothing but wires and sways, the hero quickly flicking a few off. The place went dark instantly, yells and screams now happening inside the warehouse. That should stop their party for a bit. He then fired a web line and yanked himself back up to the roof. The teen opened a new window, now seeing Tombstone's gang turn on some lamps they had around while yelling at the masked thugs as they continued to summon that black and white energy, bare lights now beginning to light up the place. Seeing this, Izuku crawled up to the ceiling and landed on a small rafter. Pointing his wrists at the thugs, he knew what he had to go for first. Thwip. Webbing shot down and grabbed the thugs' guns, Izuku quickly yanking them away. The masked men began to yell at this, only for Webbing to shoot down and grab their swords next. Seeing this, everyone looked up, now seeing a pitch-black ceiling, just barely able to see a dark green figure. "Hi fellas. Mind if I join the party?" Izuku exclaimed before electricity began to surge around his fist. "Now, let's try my very first super move." He leapt off the rafter, aiming himself right in the middle of Tombstone's gang and slammed his fist into the floor. Venom smash. Boom. Electricity blasted out of him, zapping over half of Tombstone's gang. The thugs were flung all over the place, crashing into piles of boxes. Izuku then looked up to see the masked men charging at him, Izuku's spider sense blaring at him, telling him that someone was charging at him from behind. He then leaped at the first masked thug that was about to reach him, only to grab the thug's shoulders and flipped over him. A shark man then collided with the masked man, Izuku charging another venom attack as he landed and punched the next thug about to attack him. The thug flew across the place, colliding with two masked men. And as this happened, a bulky masked thug ran up to him, Izuku sighing at the sight. "I knew it. You're quadruplets." The thug then swung a fist at the Vigilante, Izuku ducking as energy poured out of the thug's fist. which shot out and hit another tombstone thug. "Kill the spider! Kill him!" yelled another thug as two leapt at 𝐒𝐿, only for the team to slide under the bulky thug's legs. He then spun around, charging his right fist. "Venom punch!" he yelled as he slammed the bioelectric fist into the bulky thug's back, knocking him into the two thugs from before. As he did this, a tiger man leapt at him next, 𝐒𝐿 firing a blast of webs at his face, covering his eyes. The tiger man yelped as he crashed next, 𝐒𝐿 then firing two web lines at the ceiling, yanking himself back up to the rafters. "His up there," barked one of the masked men, only for a shot of webbing to hit his foot, 𝐒𝐿 yanking it. "Whoa!" Webbing covered the thug next, tying him to the floor. Seeing this, one of the masked men yelled, "Flee! The spider is taking all of us out. We must inform the MSTR that this has failed." 𝐒𝐿 let out a gasp. "Whoa! Did I just do all that? That was awesome." He then looked back down at the warehouse, now seeing the masked thugs quickly race out of the building. He was about to give chase, only to spot one of the tombstone's thugs grabbing a gun. He fired a web at this, yanking it out of his hand. "Hey! No killing on my watch." 𝐒𝐿 then leapt down, now finding himself facing 10 tombstone thugs. "You think you can take us?" one of the gang members growled as they pulled out a syringe. Maybe. I mean, I've made most of this up to this point. Like, I just did the most awesome stuff I've ever done as Spider-Man right now, and I have no idea how I did it. Heck, I still can't believe this is going so danger. 𝐒𝐿 went wide-eyed at his spider sense yelling at him, making him stop his muttering storm and fire web lines up at the ceiling. But as he tried to yank himself upward, a masked thug leapt at him with a katana, swinging it as an energy wave shot out of it. "You're..." 𝐒𝐿 screamed as the wave hit him, an explosion coming next, the blow making the team go flying over the tombstone thugs, throwing him across the warehouse before crashing into a pile of boxes. "Whoa," one of thugs commented as they watched this happen before turning back to see 5 remaining masked men. "Get them!" The rest of Tombstone's gang charged at the masked men, a mighty clash soon happening as 𝐒𝐿 pulled his head out of the boxes. Rubbing his back next, he slowly got up with a groan. "Ouch! That stung." He glanced back up and saw the Tombstone gang push the masked men back, blinking at the sight before cricking his back for a second. "Okay. Didn't exactly go as planned. Though to be fair, I think I did really well there." 𝐒𝐿 could feel the adrenaline leaving him as he flexed his back, pain still surging through him before firing a web line up to the rafters. Zipping himself up there, he looked back down and saw the Tombstone gang take out the last masked man, only for a gorilla man to stab himself with a thing of trigger, letting out a roar. He then leapt up at him, 𝐒𝐿 going wide-eyed at this as the beast landed on the rafter and swung a punch at him. The teen backpedaled, dodging the first jab before a second fist slammed into the teen's stomach. "Urk!" 𝐒𝐿 yelped as the blow knocked him off his feet, his body rocketing up before his back hit the ceiling. He felt the pain surge through his body before falling, his eyes closing for a second as his spider sense yelled at him, making him jerk his eyes back open. 𝐒𝐿 then stretched out his right arm, pulling it as he grabbed the rafter from before as he barely got a grip on the metal beam. He then glanced up to see the gorilla man running over to him, soon standing over the teen while pulling back a fist. And as the thug was about to hit him again, 𝐒𝐿 let go off the rafter, dodging the blow. He fired a line of webbing next, yanking it as he swung himself over to another rafter. And as he landed on it, his spider sense rang out, glancing back to see the gorilla man leapt at him, only for 𝐒� to point his wrist at him and fired a blast of webbing. The webs hit the thug's eyes mid-jump, making him yelp as he then overshot over the rafter, hitting the warehouse's wall face first before falling and crashing into a pile of boxes. 𝐒� looked back at the thug as he slumped over, aiming his wrist at the pile before firing a giant net of webbing, covering the whole pile. "Please don't get up," 𝐒� commented before looking back at the others in the room. He saw that there were only 3 members of the Tombstone gang still on their feet. Closing one of his eyes, he fired webbing at 2, grabbing their feet and yanking them upward. They flipped over, heads hitting the floor before 𝐒� fired some more webbing, trapping them both to the ground. Seeing this, the last thug gasped before glaring up at the rafters, You won't surprise me, Spider-Man. I'll kill you. But as he yelled that, Izuku took a deep breath before turning invisible. He then swung across the warehouse before firing a web line upward, flipping over and silently letting himself down. You hear me? You're dead. 𝐼𝐴 Or, the thug yelped as Izuku tapped his shoulder, sending electricity through his system. He flopped over a second later before Izuku webbed him down to the floor. Izuku then cricked his back, groaning in pain before pushing in his shoulder. Letting out a low he let out a deep breath. Ugh! That hurt. He then stared down at his hands, flexing them for a second. It feels like I'm really getting the hang of this. But I still made a ton of mistakes. Guess that's part of being a worthless Deku. He looked back at the warehouse, now seeing the huge mess the fight had caused. I better call the police to clean this up. He pulled out his phone next, only to stop himself. Wait. They could trace me. He glanced down at the thug he had just pinned to the floor and leaned down, grabbing his phone out of his pocket. Here we go. Tapping a few buttons, he put it to his ear as he spoke up. Hello. I'd like to give an anonymous tip. Izuku wasn't sure what time it was when he got home. All he knew was that he went into a situation that was way over his head, beat up more criminals than he could count and felt like he was about to die. And as he got home in the deep dark cloak of the night, quickly scurrying into bed, half his body still in costume, he let out a Guess I broke my promise to Mom. I totally went too far today. Sleep soon came after this, his eyes fully closed as he let out a long sigh. Detective Tsukochi Naomasa wanted to go home for the night. Again. Letting out a long sigh, he drove out to the ports of the city, soon coming to a stop at a certain warehouse. About an hour ago, the police had gotten an anonymous tip. And by anonymous, it was totally a teenager trying to mask his voice, and Naomasa knew who it was. It was Spider-Man. Knowing this meant it was probably a mess he was going to have to clean up, he asked for a full police van and some extra police cars, along with a pro hero, this time being Kamu Woods. The two soon arrived at the place, getting out of the vehicle and slowly walking into the warehouse. Opening it up, they saw the power was still out and most of the thugs were still webbed to the floor or walls. Seeing this, he told one of the officers to go find the breaker as Kamu Woods used his quirk to gather up the criminals. And as the lights soon came on, Naomasa went wide-eyed along with several officers. Though some crates were destroyed, they knew what operation this was. It was full-on drag stash warehouse. Loads of trigger were in the boxes, the detective taking a deep breath at the sight before gesturing to one of the officers, call headquarters. We just got a lot of extra work to do here, and I want to keep as much as we can under wraps. And as the officer nodded and ran back to the car, the detective shook his head. Spider-Man, you're a real piece of work. If it got out a Vigilante did all this, the commission would put a bounty on your head for sure. Sighing again, he walked through the building and up to one of the desks, leaning over and finding a marked map of the city. Tombstone, here. Looks like he's doing drags again, just like Fat Gum said. He glanced the paper over. If the inner demons want this operation, it could lead to a full-on gang war. The detective then grimaced at his next words, and Spider-Man may have just forced it to happen sooner than either side expected. Izuku hated his yesterday self. Despite his super slow healing factor, his body did not like getting hurt, and the blows he had taken were now making his body scream at him. Pain surged through him as he woke up, went to the bathroom, did his morning routine, everything. The pain wouldn't go away. And as 𝐒𝐭 saw this, she told him no on being Spider-Man today. Izuku wanted to argue, only for 𝐒𝐭 to drag him to feast. And as she did this, Izuku successfully got most of his costume under his clothes and put the rest in his backpack. His mother knew he had done this, but she also knew she couldn't make him not bring it. As such, the two were now at feast, Izuku still feeling the pain in his back, though only slightly now. His mother surmised he might have a cracked rib or two, but Izuku told her he would be just fine. And as they got to feast, Gloria got Izuku to work instantly. A food delivery truck arrived just as Izuku got there, and he found himself helping unload it. An hour or so later, he was helping in the kitchen, only for Martin Lee to walk into the room. Ah! Izuku and Mrs. 𝐒𝐭. Nice to see you both here again. "Oh, hello Mr. Lee," 𝐒𝐭𝐽 replied. "How are you today?" "I'm fine. Say, if you don't mind, could I borrow 𝐒𝐿𝐴 for a second?" 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and his mother exchanged a glance before the teen nodded. "Sure. What do you need?" "It'd be better to show you. Follow me." 𝐒𝐭𝐽 gave 𝐒𝐿𝐴 a quick nod before her son left, the teen following Lee until they were outside. There, he saw a pair of adults. One was a brown-haired lady with blushed cheeks on her face while the other was a tall man with lighter brown hair and a small smile as his expression. "These are the 𝐒𝐿𝐴s. "Oh, hello." 𝐒𝐿𝐴 squeaked out, his form slightly shaking. "I'm 𝐼𝐿𝐴 Midoriya." Lee chuckled at this before leaning over to the two. "Don't worry, you're not scaring him. He does that with everyone." He whispered before turning back to 𝐒𝐿𝐴. "Now, do you know why I'm introducing them to you?" 𝐒𝐿𝐴 shook his head, making Lee smile. "Well, they're responsible for creating the second feast facility." 𝐒𝐿𝐴 went wide-eyed. "Really?" Lee nodded back. "Oh yes. It's a bit a ways from here, but their construction company is responsible in making it, and it's actually already mostly done. However, they asked me if we have any volunteers that are more free than others." "Oh." 𝐒𝐿𝐴 slowly replied, only to point to himself. "Wait. You mean 𝐿𝐴?" Lee laughed at this. "Of course. Why else would I introduce you? I know what you're thinking, you've only been with us for just a few days, but I have a feeling I know you well enough, 𝐒𝐿𝐴. Not only that, you're strong." "You sure he is?" Mr. Uraraka asked as he gestured to 𝐒𝐿𝐴. "Oh yes. He's stronger than most of the guys we have here." Lee responded, "Trust me on this." "Here. Okay." Mr. Uraraka hummed before looking 𝐒𝐿𝐴 over. "Say, how old are YA kid?" "FF 15. "Ah. My daughter's age." "DD daughter?" "Yep." He chuckled. "She's a student at UA right now, training to be a hero. She's a regular go-getter." "UA? Oh wow. Wonder if I could have been her classmate." 𝐒𝐿𝐴 mentally shook his head. "No. Stop thinking like that, 𝐒𝐿𝐴. The expression you're giving says you want to go to UA too. Do you?" the man asked, making 𝐒𝐿𝐴 flinch. He then glanced away, staring at the ground as he muttered out, I can't. I'm quirkless." Both Urarakas went wide-eyed at this, Mrs. Uraraka smacking her husband as she whispered, "Apologize to him." "Oh, sorry. Didn't know." Mr. Uraraka stuttered out, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 then shaking his head. "It's fine. What do you need me to do?" The two parents shared a glance before Mr. Uraraka said, "Well, we're already started on the building, but Mr. Lee here has bought a building nearby to set up as a storage facility for that feast building. However, we don't have the extra manpower to move the first round of supplies for the place. They're coming in later today and we're wondering if we could get some extra help." "Oh, okay. I can do that." "Great." Mr. Uraraka clapped his hands. "We're also going to have our daughter come over to help. Her quirk makes things super convenient." "Her quirk? Wonder what it could be." A few hours later, 𝐒𝐿𝐴's back was no longer hurting. Instead, it was now constantly itchy, something that was somehow worse due to just how annoying it is. Despite this, he found he was able to keep himself from scratching as he was now wasting some time with Howard in Feast. They were playing a round of chess, a few watching the game, as everyone found themselves unable to beat 𝐒𝐿𝐴. Apparently, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 found he was quite good at the game despite never really playing till now. He knew it was something people played in school, but no one would play any game with a quirkless like him. As such, even the old-timers there that had been playing for years found themselves struggling against the teen. Granted, he lost his first two games, but both were close. After this, he found he could play very well against most there. But as another game ended, Lee walked up to the group. "𝐒𝐿𝐴." The teen spun around at this. "Yes, Mr. Lee, I'm about to go over there. You ready?" "Sure." 𝐒𝐿𝐴 nodded and got up, the two soon leaving the place after 𝐒𝐿𝐴 told bye to his mom. They got into a small black car, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 getting in the passenger seat. And as Lee began to drive through the city, Martin Lee turned to Izuku. "So, you doing okay today, Izuku?" The teen glanced over at him. "I think I'm doing well." Lee nodded back. "Good. Do you like helping out at Feast?" Yeah. I am." Izuku looked away at this, slightly blushing. I really enjoy it." Lee chuckled at this. "I'm glad. And you said you want to be a hero, right? That's why you're doing this." "Yeah. I know a lot of heroes don't do charity anymore, but you want to be different?" Lee asked, Izuku slowly nodding. "That's good. I think you're doing a great thing, thinking that way." "Thanks." Izuku muttered out before turning to Lee. "Can I ask you something?" "Sure." Lee shrugged. Do you think someone like me could be a hero?" "You mean, because you're quirkless?" Lee instantly responded, Izuku flinching at his words. Lee then shook his head at this. "I think you shouldn't have to ask that." "I shouldn't? What do you mean?" "If you want to be a hero, Izuku, then go be a hero." Lee replied before looking back at the roads ahead of him. "I made Feast despite others looking down on me, and I think you can do the same with being a hero." Izuku just stared at him at that, unable to respond. He had never had someone tell him that. Memories of every day of school flooded his mind, every beating from Katsuki, telling him he couldn't be a hero. Every teacher yelling at him, saying he wasn't allowed to mutter about his notes on future heroic stuff. The explosions that would scar his body every day, BLD, and bruises as everyone laughed at him as he said he wanted to be a hero. And yet, Mr. Lee said he could do it. And he did it so casually. No empty platitude, no halfway talking. Just pure bluntness. Izuku's vision swayed back to the road ahead, silence consuming him as he tried to comprehend what had just happened. As he did this, Lee just chuckled as he said, "That make you think?" Izuku slowly nodded. "I had a feeling it would." "You still haven't helped yourself, have you?" Izuku shook his head. "I see. Well, I think being at Feast will help you get there. I've noticed your stutter is less." It is." Izuku muttered. "Yup. And I think it's because you've been helping." He glanced back at the teen. "I gotta say, I'm glad you and your mom have been volunteering. It does more than you can possibly imagine." "Oh. You're welcome." Izuku whispered, Lee chuckling again. "You're a good kid with a good heart, Izuku. Don't ever lose that." "Titi, thank you." Izuku stuttered out as they took a turn, only for his eyes to slightly widen. "Is that?" "Yep." Lee replied as they stared a mostly complete building in the distance. "That's the new Feast location. It's almost done." He then turned the car slightly, going to a building across the street, "And here's the storing place I bought." They soon parked, Izuku getting out as they saw two semis right by the building. At the backs of the vehicles was a brown-haired girl in casual clothes that looked like a younger version of Mrs. Uraraka, complete with the face blush marks and everything, and was currently talking to a construction worker. The person then walked away before spun around, blinking at the two before she walked up to them. "A black suit. Are you Mr. Lee?" "That's right." Lee nodded. "I'm guessing you're Okiko Uraraka." "That's me." She shined a huge grin and did a thumbs up. "I'm here to help." "Good." Lee responded before pointing at Izuku. "You already know me, so let me introduce you to my helper here, Izuku Midoriya." "Hi there. It's nice to meet you," Okiko said as she smiled at Izuku, the boy instantly freezing up. His face was pure red, his mouth mumbling out words that neither could hear. Izuku then glanced away, Okiko leaning up to Lee and whispering, "My parents said he'd do something like that. Is he like that with everyone?" "Oh yeah." Lee whispered back, "Don't worry, he's really reliable though." "Okay." Okiko replied before turning to the semi, which was full of boxes of canned food. "So, I was told to start unloading this thing. Is there somewhere specific you want them to be?" "Not really. We just got the place, so just put it inside for now. We'll organize it all later." "Got it." Okiko nodded before turning to Izuku, ready to get started. Izuku just slowly nodded, mumbling as he watched her spin around and walk over to one of the semis. Lee then patted his shoulder, chuckling as he said, "I gotta go across the street and talk to the construction crew. Be back in a few, alright?" "Oh, okay." Izuku stuttered out, Lee nodding before walking away. The team then looked back at Uraraka as she walked up a small ramp. Holy cow. I just talked to a girl. He actually hadn't, of course, but that was what was going on in his mind as he slowly made his way over to the semi. As he did this, he saw her tap a few boxes with her fingers, only to slide them out with ease. Izuku then saw the boxes begin to slowly float up, making him mutter out, "Whoa. I know. Isn't that cool?" Okako giggled. Is that your QQ quirk?" "Yup. I call it zero gravity. It lets me make objects weightless by removing their gravity." She grabbed hold of the boxes with a grin. "Cool, yeah. It's amazing," he slowly said, Okako feeling a slight blush at the praise. "Thank you. So, I'll start by taking these inside. How many do you think you can carry regularly? I got a feel on them and they're a bit heavy, but I can remove their weight to help you carry more." I don't. No. Izuku replied before turning to the stacks upon stacks of boxes. Let me see how many I can carry first." "Okay. I'll take these in while you figure it out. After all, this is good practice for my quirk." She then skipped away with a few boxes, Izuku watching her before letting out a long breath. "Holy. I thought I was gonna die." He gasped while holding his chest. "A girl my age actually talked to me." He took a deep breath. "Okay, Izuku, just act natural." His brain came to a stop at that, unable to respond as he muttered out, "How do I do that?" And as his brain just stalled out, one of its gears spun and yelled at him, telling him to get to work. He looked up at the semi and began to pull out boxes as his mind kept saying, "Don't think about it. Just do what she asked Izuku." He came to a stop at this, only to mentally facepalm, and don't think about her quirk. Don't analyze right now. He grabbed one box, then another, and another. Only to soon be holding 5 boxes filled with canned goods with one hand. And as he reached for a 6th, Okako walked out and gasped. "Oh my gosh. I didn't mean for you to grab that much. Here." Izuku barely replied as he balanced the stack on one hand and grabbed a 7th box with the other. "Wait, I'll remove their gravity," she tried to say, only to see Izuku throw the 7th box up onto the stack, the object landing perfectly. And act like it was nothing. He then threw an 8th box, the objects now towering several feet over him, and yet he was somehow making them stay stable and balanced with one hand. Her jaw dropped at this, wide-eyed as she stared at the sight. Did I grab too many?" Izuku asked as he looked up at the stack that was now over his head. "I did, didn't I? I won't be able to go through the door if it's that high. Hang on." He put the stack down with ease, Okako just staring at him as he reduced the stack to just 5. "Why we think that I can still get through with this many?" Yes. Okako slowly responded, only to shake her head. "But wait. My parents said you were quirkless." Izuku blinked at her before slightly looking away. I am." "What?" she yelped before pointing at him. "Then how did you do that?" "What do you mean?" Izuku replied, slightly surprised he wasn't stuttering. "That. You carried all of those boxes like they were nothing. But aren't they light?" "No," she exclaimed, "no one can just do that. Why you just lifted it all with one hand and did a balancing act. How?" Izuku tilted his head at this, only to glance back at the boxes as his brain caught up to the situation. "Wait. Did I do that with my quirk that I now have and somehow forgot I had?" He mentally facepalmed at this. "You moron. You worthless Deku. Why did you do that?" Sorry." He stuttered out as he looked back at her. "I didn't mean to make you worry." "Here. No." She began to wave her hands at this. "I wasn't worried. I was just surprised, is all. I mean, I know they told me you were strong, but..." She hesitated as she said her next words. "Are you really quirkless?" Izuku replied, nodding. "Wow. Guess people can be stronger than I thought." She responded while scratching the side of her head, sorry for making that assumption. I'm sorry if it sounded like I insulted you. I didn't mean to. Izuku shook his head at this. Oh, why you didn't insult me? He then glanced away as he stuttered out, I'm used to it. And no one believes in someone like me. Wait, I didn't mean it like that, she squeaked, waving her hands again, I'm so sorry. It's fine. This is all I'm good for. Izuku muttered out before walking past her with the boxes, slowly striding into the building. She didn't respond, just watching him go inside while putting a hand to her mouth. Oh. I messed up, didn't I? She then glanced down at her hands, letting out a long sigh before walking up to the boxes again. She began to touch them, only to clench up her fingers. No. Don't run away. Fix it, Okiko. You came here to help your parents and practice your old methods for a day. And as Izuku came back out, he saw her standing in front of the boxes. She had a determined stare on her face, making him almost flinch. Oh. Did I insult her? Oh no, I messed up again, didn't I? But before he could start fully insulting himself again, she did a long bow, making him flinch this time as she yelled, I'm so sorry. Hey. She leaned back up with a huge frown on her face, I shouldn't have been like that. I was inconsiderate and I apologize. What? Izuku barely said before shaking his head, why weren't inconsiderate? If anything, it wasn't you, she interrupted before presenting her hand to him, can we please start over? Izuku stared at her with wide eyes, his brain shutting down again. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to do. His mind was now blue screening, unable to comprehend anything. Someone apologized to him. That had never happened before. And just when it was about to get awkward, he looked down at the hand, and his reflexes took over before his brain could keep up. He quickly grabbed her hand, his face fully blushing. Sure. Good. She shined a big grin at this, I'm Okiko Uraraka. It's nice to meet you. I'm Izuku Midoriya. He stuttered out, the girl giggling at this as his face became even redder. Alright Midoriya, let's get to work. Alright, Uraraka. The two began to unload the semis at this, Okiko surprised at how fast Izuku was. While she found herself able to keep up with him in terms of walking speed, she had to repeatedly use her quirk for her lifting while he didn't need it at all, which slowed her down as he continued to unpack at a faster pace. A little over an hour passed when they were done, Okiko having to admit that Izuku did more than half. Yet despite this, he didn't seem remotely tired, which confused her even more. And as they sat down after getting done, Okiko spoke up, so. My parents said you're my age. Where do you go to school? Me. I just do online classes. Oh. What do you want to be? What's your dream? My dream is. I wanna be a hero. Izuku muttered out while glancing away. Okiko blinked at this, tilting her head, you do. Then why didn't you go to a hero school? I got rejected. Rejected? With your kind of strength. She yelped, I mean, I know you're quirkless, but there's no way they rejected you because of that. Heck, with that strength, even UA would have to take you. I know it would, and I go there. What, did you fail the regular exam or something? No. I failed the practical. She went wide-eyed, you did how? I can't just say I zapped myself. Izuku mentally told himself before muttering out. I got hurt during it. Badly. The girl felt her heart sink at that, slowly looking away as she said, oh. I'm so sorry. It's okay. She glanced back at him as she then asked, do you still want to be one? More than anything. Izuku replied as he pulled his knees up to his feet, soon hugging his legs. He slowly turned to her, the girl able to see slight tears trying to form in his eyes as he asked, why you go there, don't you? UA. Yeah. Uraraka nodded before chuckling, I honestly thought I wouldn't make it. The entrance exam was crazy with the whole army of robots that sent at us. Did something happen to you in the exam? A lot. Uraraka sighed, my exam didn't exactly go well. I almost got crushed by one of the robots, But I got saved by one my classmates, Tsuyu. I'm so happy she was at my exam grounds. And then I got the lowest score possible to get in with her. If I hadn't took down one less robot, I would have failed. Oh. I'm so sorry it was so tough for you. The girl shook her head at that. It's fine. I'm just glad I made it in. She showed a big frown at this. I'm sorry you didn't make it. It's fine. Izuku whispered before asking, what's it like? Izuku nodded back, the girl then putting a finger to her chin at that. Well, if I'm totally honest, it's different. Like, think regular school, but random extreme stuff happening every now and then. Like, we'll have regular classes, but also have an hour for using our quirks, or how to help in disasters or some crazy obstacle course. Hey. Izuku responded, only to come to a stop at his own words. He had expected himself to say something like wow or that sounds awesome, but he didn't. Instead, he just did a small one-note response. His mind stalled at this as he thought, wait. That's it. I do that and more as Spider-Man. I mean, I do online classes, and then do extreme stuff. Like fighting criminals and car chases. He glanced away as his brain caught on, holy cow. Is what I've been doing what they teach? Wait. Does that mean I don't need a hero school? I mean, I need it to get a hero's license. And that's it. Heck, an obstacle course sounds kinda boring now compared to web swinging. You okay? She asked, causing him to cut his thoughts short as he looked back at her. I so sorry. Just wished I could have made it. Sorry. I didn't mean to bring up bad memories. Izuku shook his head at this. It's fine. He took a deep breath. I don't know. I just wanted to be a hero. He then turned to stare across the street, seeing the still being constructed feast center. But I think I'm at least doing a kind of hero work right now. Okiko was surprised he didn't stutter there, only to raise an eyebrow at the statement. What do you mean? Charity. Izuku replied before glancing back at her. I watched an interview of All Might and he said that most heroes don't do charity anymore. So, I found Feast online and started VV volunteering. I want to be a hero that does that. Charity, here. Okiko repeated before turning to stare at the feast center. I never thought of it that way. She did a small nod before looking back at Izuku with a huge grin. You're right. Izuku flinched as her voice slightly raised, only for her to add, in fact, you know what? When I can, I'm gonna go volunteer at Feast too. Here. You. Will. You bet. Heck, I think I'll ask some of classmates while I'm at it. I know a few who would be down for it. She then got up and presented him a hand. He slowly took it and stood up as she said, and as for your dream, don't give up. What? BB, but I already failed. She shook her head. I don't believe it. Go look up other hero schools. I'm betting there's somewhere you can do it. And if you don't want to do it now, it's okay. She patted his shoulder at this, making him flinch. I know you can do it. Oh. Thanks. Izuku replied. No problem. She shined him a big grin and a thumbs up. Now, let's go see what Mr. Lee wants us to do next. Izuku just nodded back at this, the girl walking off and across the street. The teen stared at the sight, his brain smoking at the interaction. She didn't make fun of me. Someone my age didn't. Make fun of my dream. He let out a mental sigh at that. Now I wish I made it to UA even more. A few seconds later, he walked over the street as well and met Uraraka's parents again, only to find out that that was all they needed to do today. However, Lee had left a little earlier and had asked if the Urarakas could take Izuku back to Feast, but he then told them he was okay and would just go home by taking the trains. Okiko then told him that she was happy to have met him, making him blush before muttering out he was glad to meet her as well before leaving in a full-on sprint. Izuku never went to the train. Instead, he ran into an alleyway a few blocks down and turned invisible, quickly scaling the walls before reaching the rooftop. There he glanced around before quickly changing, glad he had kept his backpack with him. It wasn't long till he was Spider-Man, fully outfitted and web-slinging ready. He then leapt off the roof and began swinging, feeling the wind hit his face. Ah! I missed this. And I'm no longer hurting or itching. He thought to himself as he fired web after web, still. Can't believe what she told me. I mean, it sounds like I've been doing what UA would teach me. Just without safety. Or the means to get a license. Guess there's a few more steps for me. And after a good 20 minutes of just swinging, he reached into his hoodie and pulled out his tracker. Last night, some of those masked goons got away. I wonder if my spider tracer is still on their car. He glanced back up to fire another web line. Better check that warehouse first. It took about 20 minutes to get there, having to only change out web fluid once. But as he got close, his fears began to be realized as his tracker started to signal he was close. And as he turned invisible and landed on a nearby rooftop, he saw the warehouse was filled with yellow "Do Not Cross" tape. And the car he had put the tracer on was still there. They had fled in a different car. Figures. Just my luck. Better grab the tracer then. No need to make more if it can be reused. He hopped off the roof and zipped over to the warehouse roof, only to slowly crawl down its wall. And while still invisible, he snagged the tracer off the car and swung away. Guess I'll just go patrolling then. He said to himself as started to go back to the center of Musutafu. And as a half-hour passed, he found himself swinging down some familiar streets. He then passed by the original feast center, landing on a nearby roof as he looked down and saw his mother leaving the place. She must have stayed the whole time. Well, I'm glad she's enjoying helping out. He thought, only to then see the full Uraraka family walking up and talking to her. They're here too. Must have had to do something with Mr. Lee _H. Thief! Screamed a voice, making Izuku spin around and look down, now seeing a lady pointing at a man that was fleeing down a street with a purse in his hand. His legs had turned into wheels and was now speeding through the streets, hopping over cars. Great! Mom's gonna see me do this, isn't she? Here's hoping she doesn't chew me out too much. He thought as he fired 2 web lines before slingshotting himself. He then transitioned into a web swing, quickly zipping up to the thug. Hey! This is a no-purse snatching zone. Here, the thief yelped before glancing back, only to see nothing. Up here! The thief looked up, only to see a swinging Spider-Man as he fired some webbing at the criminal's back. What the whoa, the thief gasped as he was yanked off the ground, Izuku then grabbing the back of his shirt's collar. Hey! Let me go. Really? You want me to do that up here? The teen asked as he slowly began to turn around mid-swing. The thief looked down and paled at the height he was now at. Never mind. Good. Izuku replied as he swung back over to the lady, landing on a nearby building wall. He stood on it and dangled the thief over her. Now give it back. Here. He muttered out as he dropped the purse, the lady catching it. Thank you. She exclaimed. No prob. Izuku then spun the thief around, grabbing him by the front collar this time while still standing on the wall. Now, what should I do with you? You're just a purse snatcher, but do you want to go to jail for just that? No. Izuku leaned up at this, his lens narrowing as he growled at the thug. Then I'll give you one warning. You could use your quirk for a ton of other things that isn't stealing. Go home and rethink your life, alright? Okay. The thief squeaked out before Izuku walked down to ground level and let him go, the thug quickly running away. Shaking his head at the sight, he leapt onto a light pole before firing a web line, swinging away a second later. And as he left, 2 individuals watched the scene more than anyone. One was Inko Midoriya, who was trying every way to hold back a long sigh as she whispered to herself, that boy is going to be the end of me. But the other was a certain Okiko Uraraka, the girl just staring at the sight. She had heard of the Vigilante Spider-Man, as he had appeared on the news once or twice. But to see him easily make that thief give up, not even hesitating to swing in and shut down the situation while she had just heard the scream. The girl had just started moving toward where the thief was running away too, her parents yelling at her, only for Spider-Man to just come in and fix it. She could only blink at the fleeing Vigilante. Amazing. UA was a relatively normal school today. Despite the usual crazy shenanigans of the heroics class, 𝐭𝐼𝐲 found herself slightly bored of what they had been doing today. They had gone back to the USJ in the morning, doing a few rescue exercises before returning to the school for lunch. And as she sat down with her food, she just stared at tray before her. "You okay, Kiro?" asked a certain student sitting across from her. Uraraka looked up at her, seeing it was Tsuyu Asui. "You seemed out of it today." I don't know." Uraraka replied as she began to eat some rice. "Sorry, Zu." "No need to apologize, Kiro." Tsuyu responded, "I was just wondering why you were spaced out like that." Indeed, another voice exclaimed, this one sitting next to Tsuyu. It was a tenure Ida, a tall boy in glasses, as he chopped the air with his arm. "I saw you seem off today, Uraraka. Is something wrong?" "Oh. Is it a boy?" said another girl, this one sitting right beside Uraraka. She was a pink-skinned girl wearing a huge grin. "No, Mina." Uraraka deadpanned, giving her a low stare. "Nothing like that." Mina Ashido leaned up to her face, her grin slightly widening. "I don't know about that." "You seemed quick to say no." Uraraka shook her head at this while a girl with long earlobes tapped Mina's shoulder. "Stop it, Mina. It's obviously not that. If she doesn't want to talk about it, don't bug her." "Thanks, Gyro," Uraraka said as the girl nodded back, only to take a deep breath as she then asked, "Say, this might be out of nowhere, but what's your thoughts on vigilantes?" Everyone turned to her at this, all showing mixed expressions. A boy with red spiky hair, who was sitting by Ida, spoke up at this. "Why do you ask?" "Well, yesterday, I was helping my parents with a job they were doing when I saw the craziest thing. There was this guy that had this will quirk, and he stole someone's purse, and before anyone could do anything, that new vigilante on the news, Spider-Man, just swooped in and stopped him." Everyone raised eyebrows at this as she continued, "It was amazing. He did it instantly, and he didn't do any damage or make a confusion. It was like watching a pro." "Here. Sounds manly," the spiky-haired kid replied, "though he is a vigilante, so that's not as manly." "Agreed," Ida declared while pushing up his glasses. "Vigilantes are criminals. They are basically villains." "But then why did he do it?" Uraraka instantly countered. "Like, after I saw that, I spent last night looking up online what Spider-Man's done, and he's done nothing but good. He's stopped 2 bank robberies, helped stop car chases, and took down villains." "But what he's doing is illegal, Kiro," Tsuyu chimed in. "He's breaking the law, doing that without a license." "Indeed," Ida added, "no one has the right to go against the law, even if they're helping." "I know. I just thought it was strange. I thought vigilantes were like violent rejected heroes or something. But he wasn't like that at all. According to everything reported on him, he just, well, he goes in and saves the day while making sure there's little to no damage." "Weird," Gyro responded, "so like, he just does hero stuff without a license. Isn't that kinda like us in training?" "I guess," Uraraka replied while crossing her arms. "It's just, when I looked him up online, a lot of people think he's our age." "Really?" Mina gasped before tilting her head. "But you said he took down that guy like a pro." "I know," Uraraka said as she ate a bit more rice. "Or maybe I don't know. I just thought it was strange. Like, if he's that talented, why isn't he a hero? It just didn't make any sense. Sorry for bringing it up." "It's fine, Kiro," Tsuyu finished before putting a finger to her chin. "Though, I wonder if we'll have a class on vigilantism. I could see Aizawa-sensei lecturing about it." The others all paled at that, remembering his last lecture over recklessness after going to the USJ today. But as they continued to eat, Uraraka's thoughts went back to yesterday, her conversation with Izuku, and then witnessing what she had seen. "Spider-Man. I wonder, are you like Izuku? Did you get rejected too? Meanwhile, okay, this is not what I was expecting to fight today." Izuku thought to himself as he was now in a giant sandpit, complete with a massive snake. Granted, he knew something was wrong, but he honestly felt that his grip on reality wasn't exactly stable right now. It also didn't help that pro-hero Shishido was there, growling and roaring as he tried to fight the snake. But it was how this all started was what Izuku was thinking about as he fired a web line to the ceiling and swung himself up to a nearby wall. The wall was not what it was supposed to be, as it looked like it was made out of some old Aztec temple. And in the middle of the building, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿 was clawing at the serpent, repeatedly slashing at it with his claws, but the beast wouldn't go down. In fact, it acted like 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿 was barely there. Izuku stared at the situation, his mind going a mile a minute. Think, Izuku, think. Why is this happening? How did this happen? 15 minutes ago. That was the worst. Izuku whispered to himself as he fired a web line, swinging down a block. He had just spent the morning listening to his mom telling him that he had broken his promise. Again. She told him she knew she had to get used to him being reckless, but he knew better. He knew she would keep worrying for the rest of her days. As such, he was now doing a day patrol, the teen feeling a yawn coming along as he found nothing. And as he did this, he swung down another street, only for the police scanner to go off. This is Musutafu Police. We have a disturbance at Rishi Avenue, any hero present, please respond. Rishi Avenue. That's not too far. He muttered to himself as he took a left, firing a few more lines as he crossed 3 streets, and then took a right. And as he did this, he quickly saw what the disturbance was. It was a crowd of screaming people running out of a bank, the sight making Izuku sigh. Seriously? Another bank robbery? Is that all criminals do around here? He commented as he landed on the bank's roof before looking down at his shooters, not gonna mess this up again. Exchanging the web cartridges, he turned invisible and fired a web line on the roof before leaping off and swinging into the bank's front doors. And as he swung in, he fired a web, yanking himself up to the ceiling. But as he landed on the ceiling and looked down, he went wide-eyed. What the heck, he said, not noticing his invisibility cutting off as he stared at the sight before him. Somehow, the inside of the bank, in particular its main floor, had turned into a giant sandpit that looked like it was inside an Aztec temple. What is this? He saw several people were stuck in the sandpit, making him shake his head. Figure it out later. I got people to save. He swung back down to the front door, clinging above it as he pointed his wrists at the trapped people. Everyone, over here. The people all spun around, several gasping at the sight of the vigilante. Hang on. I'm gonna get you all out of here. The teen then fired several web lines, grabbing people and yanking them out. Several more screams followed this, the teen quickly throwing them through the front door. And as he was about to grab the last person, a loud noise rang out. Rare. Here. Izuku stuttered out, only for a pile of sand to fly out of the middle of the pit. And as this happened, a giant dark figure shot out, letting out another roar. The teen flinched at the sight, now seeing a massive snake. It looked like it couldn't fit in the building, as only part of its body was inside the sand pit. The last civilian screamed at the sight, making Izuku glance back at him before firing a web line. He gave it a good yank, flinging the person out of the building before firing webbing at the front door and pulling it, closing the door. And as he did this, he looked back at the snake, now seeing it glare at him. Hi. He squeaked out, his spider sense blaring as the snake tilted its head and lunged at the vigilante. Whoa! He yelped as he leapt off the wall, just dodging the snake as it hit the wall. The whole place rocked at this, Izuku swinging over to another wall before looking back at the monster. Okay Izuku, you need to think. How do you fight this thing? Maybe I can dash you. The bank's front door flew off their handles, hitting the snake. But as the door hit it, they just bounced off, the snake not even flinching. And as this happened, a new roar rang out. Both Izuku and the snake looked down at the now broken entrance, revealing a certain pro-hero. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿, the teen muttered out as he then saw the hero roar before leaping at the snake. 𝐔𝐬𝐽, the Lion Man hero barked as he moved his legs into the beast. The snake just shook at the blow, only for the hero to start slashing at the creature. But as he did this, the snake just glared down at him before opening its massive mouth. Watch out! Izuku yelled, making the hero stop and look up. Spider-Man, he growled, only to turn to the snake, the beast now lunging at him. He then slammed his claws down into the sand not scattering despite what he did before leaping back. What the did he not get stuck? I thought he was in the sand pit. Izuku thought before looking back at the snake, don't think about it. That thing's gotta go. He clenched his fist, electricity now sparking around it. The vigilante fired a web line and yanked himself above the snake, pulling his fist back. Venom smash. He yelled as he fell and slammed the fist into the back of the beast's neck. But as he did this, the blow shook the snake, only for the beast to spin around and flick its head, knocking Izuku off the monster. Or he yelped as he fell into the sand. The snake then opened his mouth over the teen, only for 𝐒𝐻𝐿 to lunge at its back, slamming into it. The monster only slightly flinched at this, quickly spinning back around as he glared at the pro hero. And as the snake tried to chomp him again, Izuku's head popped out of the sand. Okay. This is not what I was expecting to fight today. Izuku thought as he fired a web line and yanked himself back onto the wall. Think, Izuku, think. Why is this happening? How did this happen? He stared at the fight before him, watching 𝐒𝐻𝐿 quickly dodge another attack from the snake before glancing around the room. Wait a minute. That's it. I forgot what this building is supposed to be. It's a bank. That means a robbery must be happening while this giant snake monster is here. He looked back down and saw 𝐒𝐻𝐿 hit the beast with another blow, which looked like it should have carved right into the monster's skin. However, it did nothing. Wait. Is that thing even real? I mean, my spider sense did warn me, so. Is it just real enough? He glanced back down, seeing nothing but old rock walls covering the place. There were no desks, chairs, nothing. Just a sand pit, a giant snake. And the busted front door. It's gotta be an illusion quirk. Though. It's really powerful. If it's that strong, maybe the one with the quirk is still around here somewhere. He turned back to the fight, about to yell at 𝐒𝐻𝐿, only to see the hero continue to attack the monster in a fit of rage. I better figure this one out by myself. He then turned invisible and crawled over to the wall opposite of the front door. He went down to floor level while staying on the wall, feeling around till he felt something. A doorknob. Here we go. He slowly turned and opened it, slithering inside before closing it behind himself. As he did this, he found he was back in a modern setting, a basic office hallway. I was right. It is an illusion. Now, where's the dash? His thoughts came to a stop as he saw what he was looking for. The bank safe, which was wide open. He quickly shot 2 webs and slingshot himself over to the safe door, landing right in front of it. There, he saw a single person in what could only be described as the craziest outfit he had ever seen. It had a long purple cape, long green scaly jumpsuit and what looked like an upside-down fishbowl for a helmet. The sight made his mind stutter, causing him to drop his invisibility. The masked man then turned to him, flinching at the sight as he stopped shoving money in a large duffel bag. What, the Spider-Man? The one and only. Who are you? Fishbowman, me. The man replied, only to glance down at the money he was trying to steal before looking back at Spider-Man. I am Mysterio, the greatest illusionist in the world. MSTR of the arcane arts. Izuku just blinked at the name, only to let out a snort. No, seriously. Who are you? The teen then pointed at him. You know, besides being a bank robber. I said, I am Mysterio. He exclaimed before dark green gas exploded out of him. What the dash? Izuku flinched as the room was instantly filled, making him close his eyes for a second. And as he reopened them, he saw he was now in a pitch-black void. Here. How did dash? You will do nothing, Spider-Man. For I, Mysterio, am taking all the money out of this bank. As for you, you will spend the rest of your days in this endless void. Ahahaha. Izuku didn't know how to respond to that. He wanted to spit out a quip, but nothing came into mind. Instead, his mind just went into quirk nerd mode. Wow. So that's how he did that in the bank. Wait, he can do multiple illusions. That's amazing. He then mentally facepalmed before thinking, focus Izuku. Think of a way out of this. I mean, you only felt a tiny bit of something was off with your spider sense in the bank earlier. And as he stood there, the villain finished stuffing the duffel bag before tiptoeing around the vigilante. As he did this, he watched Spider-Man just stand there, making him grin under his helmet. "Too easy," he whispered, only to feel a hand grab his shoulder. "Hey. Found 𝐻𝐸𝐽." Izuku chuckled before a surge of lightning went through his palm. Zap. "You're..." Mysterio yelped as electricity covered his body before falling face first into the bank floor. Seeing this, Izuku fired a glob of webbing, sticking him to the ground. "Thank you, Spider-Sense," Izuku whispered as he took out a card from his hoodie. "Haven't done this in a while." The police had just arrived when the snake illusion in the bank suddenly dissipated. Shishido came to a stop at this, breathing before letting out a bunch of roars. It took a minute before he went back to human speech, telling the officers that this monster was attacking the bank and Spider-Man was here. And as they ran into the back of the building, they found a certain villain webbed to the floor. "What's that?" one officer asked as Shishido walked up and saw the card on the criminal's back. "Grr," he growled as he picked up the card and read it. "Says I caught your bad guy. Be careful, he has a powerful illusion quirk. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." "Seriously," another officer remarked, "that guy's the villain. Look at how he's dressed." Whatever. Let's just cuff him. Sides, the bank camera footage will probably tell us what happened." But as Shishido ripped up the webbing, a sudden burst of gas came off the villain. "Whoa!" one of them yelled as the rest began coughing. Shishido kept swinging his paws around, trying to push the smoke away as Mysterio rose up. And as they did, the villain grabbed his bag from before and bolted out of the room. "Blasted Spider-Man," Mysterio growled as he took a right, running to a back door of the bank. He slammed the door with his foot, only to come to a stop as he saw a line of cops all staring and pointing guns at the now open door. "Ah!" he yelped before he activated his quirk, another blast of smoke coming out of him. The officers all went wide-eyed at this before a few began firing, but it was too late. The villain had cut a hard left and bolted away just in time, dodging the few bullets that were close by a split second. He then ducked into an alleyway as the smoke covered everything, gasping as he cut into a sprint. "That accursed Vigilante. That is my first ever bungle. He will pay for beating me and ruining my performance." Izuku landed on a rooftop a few blocks away when he felt the adrenaline wear off. He let out a long sigh as he sat down and checked his web shooters. "Wow. Did not expect that today. Guess there's villains of all types out there." He then pulled out his notebook, flipping a few pages before getting to fighting styles. It was here he began to write. "Let's see. I need to put my spider sense into my fighting style. Being able to sense danger and see through threats are really important. Granted, I don't think I'll be fighting giant snakes for a while, but there are other illusion quirks out there." He looked over what notes he had already made, ones over his fight with the Vulture, the Masked Men, the Tombstone Gang, and now had something new to put in. "Guess that's good for now. I've mainly had to fight crowds, so Venom power will mainly be used in those scenarios. If it's one-on-one, I should hold back. I still don't know my full strength." He closed the notebook a bit later, making him sit back on the roof as he let out a sigh, now thinking back to today and yesterday. Still, that was crazy. And according to Uraraka, they do like lower key stuff at UA. He put a hand to his chin. "Do I want to go to UA? I mean, I'd be getting taught by All Might, but..." His eyes went wide at this. "Wait, I never asked her what it's like to be taught by All Might." The teen facepalmed at this. "Or, I'm such an idiot." He slumped down at this. "Guess I'm still a worthless Deku." After another few minutes of sulking, the teen leapt off the rooftop, swinging down the streets as his thoughts went back to today. "I can't give up. I just have to keep going. Though, I don't want to fight an illusion quirk again. Just let me fight something simple." And as he took a turn, firing another web line, he thought back to when he encountered Mysterio and said, "And no theatrics please." That was just too much. Meanwhile, in a lone apartment, a certain gray-haired man stood above a smaller red-haired woman. Despite her size, she was an adult, and was currently rewiring a small gadget. "Oh, okay. Got it." She spun around in her chair as she presented the device to the man. "Here we go, a new video camera and everything. It looks exquisite." The the man replied before lifting up a small teacup. I love it. Well done. Thank you, Gentle, she cheered. I can't wait to try this out tomorrow. Indeed. Tomorrow will be our greatest heist yet, la brava. A long thin web line shot over the buildings, a certain vigilante swinging by as he let out a yawn. Guess it's another slow morning. He commented to himself as he swung down a few blocks. I was hoping to see those masked guys again. Still got nothing on 'em. He took a turn at this, firing another stream of webs. Maybe I should swing by Feast for a bit. See how everything's going. I know Mom is working at the hospital today, but that doesn't mean I can't go alone. He landed on a rooftop next, rolling as he landed before going over to the building's edge. Across the street was the Feast Center, the teen glancing around at this. Still nothing. Maybe I should update my notes first. He pulled out his notebook and flipped a few pages. He had somewhat started to get the hang of quips, and after yesterday's battle, he began to write up a bunch of theories on how to use his spider sense in battle more. He had also considered adding a detective part to the notebook, but decided to just do a separate small notebook at that, thinking it was better to put all the detective work he was going to have to learn on the fly in its own book. However, when he started on that book, he found he had no case to follow. Both Tombstone's gang and the masked men weren't exactly detective cases, as both were just gangs that appeared randomly. And made a mess, though he did end up adding entries for both, thought they didn't have much. After writing this, he began to try and redo his Midoriya Hero app, thinking he could make it look up news reports where heroes had failed to catch criminals. However, he found it wasn't exactly what he wanted, thinking he needed a bit more time to readjust the app. He leaned back at this, letting out a sigh as he put his notebook away and refilled his web shooters. The teen looked back at Feast, shaking his head. Not feeling it today. I'm thinking of going on a villain hunting spree. He leapt off the roof and fired a web line, swinging away with a single stride. Yeah. I'm really feeling it today. I feel like a real hero. And as he did this, he swung over two figures walking down the street. One was a man in a long brown trench coat while holding a white cane, and the other was a small red-haired woman wearing a large white hat and a light purple coat. The woman glanced up at the man and asked, So, what is the plan today, Gentle? It is to find a new act to submit myself into history, my dear La Brava. Gentle laughed as he scratched the face mask covering his face. But first, we must go to our destination. And that is... Today, we will go to Bronzemart. They have been recently hiding the fact that their so-called sales are nothing but lies. Recently, they started selling a new product that says it's half off when in actuality, that half-off price is the real price. How ungentlemanly! La Brava gasped, how should we punish them? Why, we'll be making a video, of course. But first, we must go and grab ourselves a spot of tea. Perhaps some royal honey brand. Sounds wonderful. La Brava gushed, only to glance up and see a certain vigilante swing through the street. Oh, look. It's that new vigilante, Spider-Man. Gentle glanced up and saw the teen, narrowing his eyes at the sight. Indeed. You told me that videos on him have been gaining popularity online. Yes. Though the videos on him are on people's phones and amateur video camera junk. La Brava sighed while shaking her head. It's actually surprising though. Vigilantes are usually looked down on. I suppose a different type of spirit that is neither villain or hero can gain attention. Gentle added, though I will not be dismayed by such an act. La Brava swooned at this, that's my Gentle. Never discouraged by anything. Ha ha. Gentle cackled, only for his face to switch to a hard cold glare. Still, I suspect it's best that we do not encounter him. Let us fight the usual D-list heroes or so. Okay. La Brava replied as she pulled out her phone. Looks like there's a place nearby that serves that tea. Wonderful. Off we go then. Detective Naomasa stared at the screen before him, tapping the side of his head with the eraser of his pencil as he re-watched a scene for the 6th time. It was a video from yesterday showing Spider-Man swing into a bank that people were running out of. There was nothing but fear on all their faces, but the cameras didn't show what it was. According to interviews, it had been a giant illusion of a sandpit and a massive snake. But he couldn't see any of it. As for the villain of the incident, it was definitely one of the most craziest costumes he had ever seen, but nothing really else. Must be someone new, though of what 𝐂𝐻𝐼 had looked up, there had been a report of another bank robbery a month ago over an illusion quirk, though no evidence it was this guy. Despite all this lack of information, the scene before the detective was the beyond strange. He watched as Spider-Man, and later 𝐒𝐻𝐼, both get knocked around the room. By nothing. Only for Spider-Man to disappear, then 𝐒𝐻𝐼 stopped flailing around a minute or so later. He swayed his view to the bank safe, which showed Mysterio take a bunch of cash from the place, only to stand and talk to Spider-Man. The Vigilante froze up for a second, only to suddenly grab the villain from behind and zap him. How did he know where he was? 𝐂𝐻𝐼 muttered as he looked down at his notes on Spider-Man. Did the villain make a sound? I mean, according to 𝐒𝐻𝐼, the snake illusion made sounds, so it can't be that. He glanced back up at the screen, replaying the moment Spider-Man knocked out Mysterio. Do you have a sensory quirk as well? A knock on the door came next, the detective saying, "Come in." "Yo 𝐂𝐻𝐼." The detective turned to see his fellow officer, the cat-headed 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Tamakawa. "How's it going?" "The usual. Do you have the report over the raid the other day?" "Yup. And you're not gonna like the numbers." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 replied as he handed 𝐂𝐻𝐼 a folder. 𝐂𝐻𝐼 took it and went wide-eyed as he read it, soon glancing back up at 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. "Is this real?" "Uh-huh." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 nodded. 𝐂𝐻𝐼 let out a groan and leaned back in his seat. "Oh my word. I'm so glad we covered that up." He held up the paper to his eye level at this. The report was over the event Spider-Man had led them to the other day, which included a full-on bust of a warehouse filled with Trigger. Now, they didn't have all the numbers of how big this bust was, mainly because they had to process all the thugs to prison and lock down the warehouse, but now the crime lab boys were done. And the amount of Trigger found in the warehouse was staggering. 𝐂𝐻𝐼 had been around since Trigger first truly got its start on the streets. Granted, it had been around before he was born, but it had its biggest impact a few years back when he was on the case. Despite this, the numbers he had just been given had the potential to be on a disaster-level scale of Trigger. And Spider-Man had shut it all down. A Vigilante had essentially done the biggest Trigger drag bust since the instant villain disaster. And it was only one warehouse. 𝐂𝐻𝐼 knew if this information had gotten to the Hero Commission and then the press, it would be an even greater disaster. A Vigilante doing that much would cause the hero system to be questioned. 𝐿 𝐂𝐻𝐼 emmed as he gave 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 the folder back. "This is a nightmare." "I had a feeling you were going to say that." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 lowly chuckled, "And the chief also wants to talk to you." "Of course he does. I'm betting he wants me to head an investigation immediately." "Probably." 𝐂𝐻𝐼 put a hand to his forehead and began to rub it. "I'm starting to see why Eraser is always so negative." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 shook his head at this. "It's not that bad, 𝐂𝐻𝐼. Sides, maybe we'll get a break and Spider-Man will just go after Small Fry for a while." "Yeah. Like that'll happen. Knowing this kid, and he is a kid, he's probably gonna go after some major A-rank villain next." I don't think he'll go that far. Maybe a C-rank." 𝐂𝐻𝐼 got out of his chair at that. "I would make a bet with you on that, but I know better. Come on, let's see what the chief wants with me." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 let out a chuckle before patting 𝐂𝐻𝐼's back. "Or, don't be so negative. Sides, if the chief wants you to catch him, maybe he'll let you team up with a hero fit for the job." 𝐂𝐻𝐼 hummed at that, closing his office's door behind him. "Maybe. I do have a few ideas for that." "And that's another mugger down," Izuku said to himself as he swung down another street. That was the fourth mugging he had stopped today. Despite his feeling that it was going to be a short day, Izuku found himself constantly finding small crimes. Granted, they weren't much, mainly thugs who thought they could get away with something quick before a hero showed up. However, this left him feeling a bit unsatisfied. He expected at least one villain, but every place he went to was empty. Like it just didn't want him to be a hero today. At least Mom won't be mad. He thought to himself, I did promise to mainly stop street crime. He shot another web line as he kept swinging. Maybe I can dash. His thoughts came to a stop as the police scanner rang out. This is 𝐼𝐺 Police. We have a reported disturbance at Bronze Mart on Sorgan Street. Any hero present, please respond. Bronze Mart. Why would someone attack there? He thought as he took a hard right, better go see what's up. A few minutes ago. Behold viewers. 𝐺𝐸𝐿 exclaimed as he stood atop a counter. As you can see, Bronze Mart is dealing in unlawful practices. This new product is not half off, but at its normal price. It is false marketing at its core. No way. 𝐼𝐺𝐿 gasped as she kept the camera on him. What will you do, 𝐺𝐸𝐿? Why, we will punish Bronze Mart. We shall hold it right there, roared a new voice, making the duo turn to see two masked heroes at the main entrance into the store. You're under arrest. Oh dear. 𝐺𝐸𝐿 sighed as he hopped off the counter. 𝐼𝐺𝐿, prepare to cut. The heroes both charged in at him, 𝐺𝐸𝐿 quickly doing a fighting pose. Now. Izuku landed on a rooftop a street across from the building, quickly readjusting his web shooters. As he did this, a scream rang out before he saw a masked hero go flying out of Bronze Mart's main front doors. He then saw a second hero skid across the ground, making him go wide-eyed. Oh. That's not good. He fired a web line at the building and leapt off, quickly zipping across the street. And as he did this, two individuals walked out of Bronze Mart. That was amazing, 𝐺𝐸𝐿. 𝐼𝐺𝐿 swooned, but what about punishing Bronze Mart? It is fine, 𝐼𝐺𝐿. 𝐺𝐸𝐿 cackled, we have recorded their horrible behavior. That will be enough. Oh, so gentlemanly. That's right. 𝐺𝐸𝐿 laughed. Now, let us return home and show the world. His words came to a stop as the duo now saw a certain green-costumed vigilante land right before them. The sight made 𝐺𝐸𝐿 slightly flinch as he commented, or, perhaps we are not done here. Spider-Man went into a crouched stance, one hand touching the ground while the other was above him. Oh great, I can tell this is a theatrical one. Not again. He took a deep breath before saying, I'll give you one chance to give up. 𝐺𝐸𝐿 shined a small grin at this, 𝐼𝐺𝐿 pulling out the camera, only for 𝐺𝐸𝐿 to flash a palm at her. No, 𝐼𝐺𝐿. Do not record this. His partner went wide-eyed at this. What? 𝐺𝐸𝐿, why don't? You told me he is beginning to be popular. I do not help others' popularity. 𝐺𝐸𝐿 replied as he tapped his cane on the ground. I'm guessing that means you're not giving up. Izuku asked, 𝐺𝐸𝐿 responding with a deep glare. I should have gone invisible. Oh well, that's what I get for just jumping in. 𝐺𝐸𝐿 then did a bow, twirling his hand in a circular motion. Greetings, Spider-Man. Unfortunately, our job is done today, so we will be leaving. Considering you just hurt a hero, you're not going anywhere. Izuku yelled as he pointed both wrists at the villain. Pressing the triggers, the webs came out instantly. But as they were about to hit 𝐺𝐸𝐿, they suddenly went upward, like they had hit a rubbery wall. What the dash, it seems you are not a loyal viewer. Those who know about me know about my quirk, elasticity. The webs then shot straight up before falling, splatting on the ground. Izuku blinked at it for a second as 𝐺𝐸𝐿 put his hand down. As you can see, I can make anything elastic, including both the air. 𝐼𝐺𝐿 then hopped onto his back, and the ground. Gently trampoline. Boing! 𝐺𝐸𝐿 suddenly went flying upward, the ground wobbling as it shot 𝐺𝐸𝐿 into the air. Izuku glanced up at this, wide-eyed as he then saw 𝐺𝐸𝐿 make another elastic platform in the air, bouncing him away. His mind caught up a second later and fired two web lines at the Bronze Mart rooftop and pulled back. You're not getting away. Izuku declared as he slingshot himself upward, quickly zipping into the air. And as he got to the height of his fling, he aimed his wrists at the fleeing villains. Get back here. Thwip. The webbing snagged 𝐺𝐸𝐿's foot, Izuku yanking him a split second later. What? 𝐺𝐸𝐿 yelped as he felt himself getting pulled down. 𝐺𝐸𝐿. He's got your foot. 𝐼𝐺𝐿 gasped. Come here. Izuku roared as he kept pulling, only for the villain to spin around and form an elastic barrier under himself, bouncing himself away, this time yanking Izuku upward. Whoa! You will not catch us. 𝐺𝐸𝐿 declared, Begone Vigilante. The villain made a second elastic platform for himself, bouncing even higher as 𝐒𝐿 held onto the webbing stuck on Gentle's foot. The team then fired another line of webbing at the criminal, only for it to bounce off the barrier Gentle had just created and then went straight for 𝐒𝐿's face. He quickly tilted his head, dodging his own webbing before suddenly hitting what felt like a giant invisible RBB band. He muffled before feeling the barrier push him down. He kept a firm grip on the web line, only to feel himself keep getting impaled by the elastic barrier, and then the webbing snapped. Split second later, the Vigilante was shot down like a bullet, the team gasping as his spider sense screamed at him. He fired 2 web lines, hitting 2 roofs as he pulled on them, trying to slow himself down, only for his back to hit the street. Yaw! 𝐒𝐿 yelped as he felt pain surge through him, the teen flinching and wincing. The teen let out a gasp, 𝐒𝐿's eyes rapidly blinking as he saw Gentle slowly get away, 𝐒𝐿 then shaking his head. He slowly got up, cricking his back as he aimed. That didn't go so well. He glanced back up and pointed his web shooters, firing 2 and slingshotting himself upward. But as he got back into the air, he fired another shot of webbing at Gentle, this one missing as he felt the pain in his back made him flinch his wrist. Seeing this, the Vigilante began to drop as the villains kept hopping away. Darn it! 𝐒𝐿 yelled before firing another web line at nearby building, quickly going into a long arced swing. And as he did this, he saw his arc was about to shove him right into the pavement below, making him fire another web line, quickly yanking himself back up. He soon got into a web swinging rhythm while looking back up at the sky, seeing the villain duo bounce away in the air. Blast it! They're going above the buildings. I don't have anything to get me up there. Letting out a small groan, he just kept swinging. Guess I'll have to just follow them and look for an opening. As he continued to swing, hopping over rooftops and through alleyways, he kept his eyes on them. And as he did this, La Brava was watching him, holding on to Gentle as she said, "He's not giving up, Gentle. It's fine, La Brava. You told me earlier that you believe he needs buildings to chase us, yes? I think so." La Brava replied as she glanced back at Gentle, "Maybe we should eep." She let out a yelp as something pulled on her. Gentle went wide-eyed before turning his head to his partner, now seeing a web line connected to her back. And with another tug, she was yanked off Gentle. La Brava! Gentle gasped. Gentle, help! His partner screamed. Gentle spun around and created another elastic barrier, shooting himself downward this time, instantly catching La Brava just as she pulled away, wrapping one arm around her. But as this happened, he saw a mid-air Spider-Man right under them point his wrist at the two. Webbing came next, Gentle responding with a quick swipe of his free arm, creating another elastic barrier, blocking the web line before spinning again, bouncing on that same barrier before flinging away. "Are you alright?" Gentle asked as he continued to air hop. "I'm okay," she replied while tightly hugging him, "Thank you." "No need to thank me, for you are my dash." His words came to a stop as another web line struck him, this one hitting his free arm. He felt himself get pulled again, Gentle spinning at this as he swung his arm, creating another barrier, this one distorting the web line before cutting it. He then summoned another under his feet and bounced away, now going even higher. He's not giving up. I know. Gentle, he is persistent, but I will not be dismayed. Come La Brava, let us find a place with no buildings. Yes, Gentle. La Brava responded as she glanced over Gentle's shoulder. Oh, this is not good. Back below, 𝐒𝐿 kept swinging and firing line after line of webbing. He was feeling himself getting a little winded at this, having almost caught them multiple times, only to instantly be denied and having to readjust his web swinging before trying again. But after this recent attempt, he had to hop onto a rooftop, quickly sprinting across it before firing another web line as he grumbled, "That quirk is ridiculous. How am I supposed to catch him?" He fired 2 web lines and slingshot himself again, covering a few more blocks as he started to get right below them before firing another web. But unlike the past few attempts, Gentle was a step ahead as La Brava warned him, making the villain spin and create another invisible elastic barrier that the webs bounced off of. Dang it! 𝐒𝐿 yelled as he got into a swing again. Come on 𝐒𝐿, think. They're getting away, and you're gonna run out of web fluid if you don't think of something. He landed on another rooftop and cut into a sprint, huffing as he parked over a few objects before looking ahead. And saw he was about to go into a suburb. All his tall buildings were about to end. I gotta do something. He aimed his wrist one more time. Come on. Please hit. He pressed his fingers on the trigger, only for it to let out a pest. He was out of web fluid. He then came to a stop on the rooftop, now seeing the duo continue to bounce away. He slumped over at this, letting out a long sigh. Dang it. What were you doing, Izuku? Not only should you have gone invisible to take that guy on, you didn't even try to get a spider tracer on him. He put his hand to his face and rubbed it downward. I can't even catch some random villain. Gentle continued to fly over the suburbs at this. He had gone for over 20 minutes after La Brava said she could no longer see Spider-Man. And it was here that he decided to turn around, saying he was getting tired, and they both slowly landed. He swayed back to some disguises, quickly making their way back to the city. An hour or two later, they were in their department, both breathing as they slumped over in chairs. Gentle. Let's take a break for a day or two. La Brava suggested as she felt like melting in her chair. Agreed. Gentle ummed out. I do not want to run into Spider-Man again. I must say, we've never had a hero be that persistent. Yeah. We used my quirk too quickly on those first heroes. If I hadn't dash, do not say it, La Brava. Gentle interrupted before sitting up straight. Come, let us upload the video and rest. And after that, perhaps a spot of tea. Absolutely. La Brava perked up and hopped off the chair. Izuku came home in the most depressed mood possible. Inko was already there, and she was shocked at his expression and entrance, as he was in civilian clothes instead of going through the back window. His face was like Izuku was back at Aldera, only for the teen to tell her he was going to his room. She didn't pry, knowing she wouldn't get anything out of him anyways, and let him go. And as he walked into his room, he slumped down in his chair, flinging off his backpack that contained his suit. He wore a frown that looked like it had been nailed on his face, though his aching back tried to make his frown slightly tense up. The teen slumped at this, looking up at the ceiling and sighing as he thought about what had just happened. It was another failure, something Izuku was used to. His whole quirkless life was nothing but failure and pain. It was normal for him. He would go weeks, months, even years of nothing but bullying and beatings, something he had just accepted was part of his life. But now he had a quirk. A quirk he had been using to try to be a hero. Only to remember all he has done. And it was not much. That very thought led to something else that kept going off in his head for a long time now. You'll never be hero. You're just a worthless pebble. Listen here, loser, if you really wanna be hero, go take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life. Izuku let out a long sigh as those words kept repeating in his brain. Granted, they repeated a lot in his head over the past 10 months, and even when he became Spider-Man, they never truly went away. They kept reminding him, telling him just how bad he was. And now he had another bad day. He got beat up at the warehouse with the two gangs. He had only stopped minor villains, and every time he encountered the masked men, some always got away. Nothing but failure. Today was just the same, as he found himself against a villain that beat up other heroes. And then they got away scot-free. Like it was nothing. He could have instantly beat the villain, only to hop in guns blazing and mess up. He rubbed his face at this, letting out a groan. Guess 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 is right. I'm still a failure. But as he said that, his mind rang out 3 more sentences that he had heard recently, one from Martin Lee. If you want to be a hero, Izuku, then go be a hero. And the other from that girl Okiko Uraraka. And as for your dream, don't give up. I know you can do it. There's people that believe in me. Izuku muttered to himself, tears beginning to appear in his eyes as a few words repeated back into his head. You'll never be hero. Listen here, loser, if you really wanna be hero, go take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life. Katsuki's words rang out again, making him shrink into his chair. Kaken's right. I'm such a loser. A worthless Deku. He held up his mask, seeing his reflection in the lenses. Despite all this new power, he still looked the same. The weakling that cowered under those better than him. Under Kaken. The mask then slipped through his fingers, his hand embracing his face a second later as he closed his eyes. More thoughts of failure came through, blocking out everything before he glanced back up, only to see a large All Might poster above his desk. "Did you ever fail, All Might?" he whispered, only to let out a low chuckle. "No, you never fail. You're All Might." He continued to stare at the poster, seeing the giant man grin at him. There was something hypnotic about it, Izuku's mind drifting as he remembered the many things he had heard All Might say on TV. A true hero is someone that never gives up. That was another interview he had watched over and over. It was one of Izuku's favorites. And as he stayed stuck in his head, he reached down and grabbed the mask, putting it on the desk as he said, "That's right. If there's one thing a hero never does, it's give up. All Might doesn't give up. Then that means I can't either." Izuku turned to another part of his desk, pulling out a notebook he had been recently writing in called Spider-Man Cases. In it were notes on every fight he had done so far, including that first night with the bank robbers. There were notes on the Vulture, the Masked Men, Tombstone's gang, Mysterio, and now. He began an entry for Gentle Criminal. "I'll start hunting for you tomorrow, Gentle Criminal." He mentally told himself, "Count on it." 2 days had passed since his encounter with Gentle Criminal. Despite writing down and planning everything he would do if he found the villain again, Gentle Criminal had gone silent. This was surprising, as he had looked up the villain after their encounter and found tons on him, though most being what the villain recorded himself. He was arrogant and loved causing trouble, though it was all minor crimes until he fought the heroes. However, none could catch him, which Izuku found surprising, as he knew his quirk was powerful and good for retreating, but he seemed to beat plenty of heroes with ease. They were all and C and D-list heroes, but they should be able to handle it, so that means he had to have a trump card. Izuku knew he had to have one, as anytime a fight happens in the video, it cuts. As such, Izuku had nothing, and had spent the 2 days patrolling, feeling mostly aimless. Little scuffles with muggers and car thieves were all he could find. Nothing on the Masked Men, Tombstone's gang, or this Gentle Criminal. There was nothing, nada, zilch. Because of this, he was now at feast, letting out a long sigh as he helped bring in some supplies for a soup kitchen they were preparing. He was now carrying 6 full boxes, unable to see anything in front of him as he walked over to the main kitchen area. "Where do you want this, Mr. Lee?" "Over there," Lee responded, pointing to a section, only to glance back and see Izuku couldn't see him. Chuckling at the sight, he added, "On the table to your left." "Got it," Izuku replied as he went over and put the boxes down. As he did this and began to unstack them, Lee walked over and patted his shoulder, making the team turn to him. "You sure you're quirkless?" "Aha." Izuku nodded, getting a bit tired of being asked that. Multiple people at Feast had asked them over the past week after seeing how strong Izuku was. 2 of them asked to arm wrestle, only for Izuku to beat both with ease. It wasn't until he had to literally lift his shirt for them, showing his abs, and he made sure to not be wearing his Spider-Man outfit underneath it that they decided he must be telling the truth about his quirklessness. However, Lee seemed to still be a little less convinced to Izuku as the man just shook his head. "You're something else." Lee laughed. "Still, glad you seem to be getting over your stutter." "What do you mean?" Izuku responded with a raised eyebrow. "You're speaking more casually now." Martin patted his shoulder again. "It's an improvement, though I have to ask, is something wrong? You seem aimless today." "Ay." Izuku shrugged. "Let's just say I can't find something I'm looking for and it's getting old." "I know that feeling." Lee chuckled. "Tell you what, why don't you finish up and then go out for the rest of the day? You look like you need some fresh air. We'll handle the kitchen today." He then gestured his head to the side. "That and your mother tells me you're not the best for the kitchen. She says that about everybody." Izuku replied in a deadpan tone. "She thinks it her domain and only her domain." Lee let out a roar of laughter at that. "There you go." He patted Izuku's shoulder once more. "Now, go on and finish up, all right?" Okay." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 slowly said before going back to the supply truck. A few minutes later, he was done carrying in the boxes and said goodbye to his mother, 𝐒𝐭𝐚 knowing what he was going to be doing next. After all, it was now time for Spider-Man. Thanks for coming, 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 said as the underground walked into the detective's office. He had a cup of coffee in his hand, taking slight sips as 𝐒𝐿 put his notepad away. It's good to leave the school every now and then. 𝐒𝐿 grumbled as he took another sip. Well, thank you anyways. I know you're busy since the UA Sports Festival is literally 1 week away, but you asked for me. It's fine. 𝐒𝐿 sighed while scratching the back of his head. Besides, my students are currently getting some extra training today and I don't need to be there. All Might watching over them. Don't mention his name around me. 𝐒𝐿 growled. Now, what do you want? What's the case? 𝐒𝐿 let out a chuckle and shook his head. You know he's not that bad. As for why you're here. He took out a folder and slid it across the desk, 𝐒𝐿 soon picking it up. The underground hero stared at it for a second before opening it up, only for his eyes to slightly widen. This is... He glanced back up at 𝐒𝐿. Is this for real? Yup. The amount and everything. We're keeping it under wraps for now. Okay. 𝐒𝐿 put the coffee down and scanned the files over, only to look back up at 𝐒𝐿 again. When did this happen? Almost a week ago. And if you're wondering, yes, we didn't do a thing. It was all Spider-Man. He did a drag bust this big. Aizawa asked, 𝐒𝐿 nodding back. Dang. You're right to cover that up then. You've made sure the commission doesn't know. Not a peep. I've tried hard to keep their grubby eyes and ears out of this. I mean, if they found out they'd want Spider-Man hauled off to Tartarus. 𝐒𝐿 finished. There's no way they'd accept a vigilante doing that kind of work, even if it is this new inner demons gang. It would make people really start questioning their precious hero society. Yup. That's why the chief has assigned me to catch him. 𝐒𝐿 replied as 𝐒𝐿 handed him the file back. And you want me to help you? 𝐒𝐿 nodded in response. Figures. You do realize if you have me do this, Nezu will want to meddle. He knows you called for me. I know. 𝐒𝐿 put the folder away at this, but I don't really have a choice. This is my case now, and I need the help that I know can get me Spider-Man. And once you caught him. Then what? 𝐒𝐿 leaned back in his chair at that. Not sure. Ideally, we can find out why he never tried to be a hero and go from there. Maybe we could wham. The office door was slammed open, the two turning to it as 𝐒𝐿 ran in. 𝐒𝐿. You've got to see this. Now. 𝐒𝐿 and Aizawa shared a glance before getting up, the two leaving the room as they went into the main room of the police department. There, they saw several officers all crowded around a television, a reporter talking through the screen. This is 18 News reporting a villain attack. Right now, pro-hero 𝐿 and the Vigilante known as Spider-Man are fighting off a rampaging villain that calls itself the Scorpion. A few minutes ago, 𝐒𝐿 was sitting on a rooftop a few blocks away from Feast. Ever since going there, he tried to make sure he appeared as Spider-Man some distance away so no one would get suspicious of the place or his connection to it. Granted, he knew that people suspected he probably lived in Musutafu, but that was unavoidable. Despite this, he had only done a few swings before sitting down on a rooftop, unable to get any momentum going today. He groaned to himself as he stared at his notebook, trying to think of something to write down. Only for his brain to give him nothing. Sighing at this, he slumped over and put the notebook away. Darn it. I'm such a worthless Deku. Why can't I find anything? Surely there's something I can do to find those masked guys or Tombstone's gang or... Tomb. A sudden loud noise rang out, making the vigilante hop in place before running to the edge of the rooftop. There, he went wide-eyed as he saw a certain pro-hero fighting a villain across the street. It was 𝐿, and he was fighting a villain dressed in a dark green metallic suit with a long winding tail that had a blade at the end of it. The tail seemed to be coming from the villain's behind, though he had perfect control over it. It looked as if the fight had just started, the two now fighting in the street as 𝐿 seemed to be trying to push the villain into a nearby construction site. 𝐒𝐿 watched as the four-armed man fired rapid punches at the villain, only for the villain to block over half of them with just his tail before hitting fourth kind back with a set of quick jabs. "You're not beating the Scorpion, you 2-bit hero," the villain roared as he moved his tail, fourth kind barely ducking under the blade. "Geh, you little dash," fourth grunted as he swung another punch, only for Scorpion to catch it with his hands. Fourth followed this by moving 3 more punches at the same time, Scorpion backpedaling as he dodged each blow. "Looks like he might need some help," Izuku commented as he fired a web line, zipping himself across the street. And as he landed on the roof, he turned invisible and leapt off the building. As he did this, fourth knocked Scorpion back, the two now in the middle of a construction site. However, as he landed 2 more blows into Scorpion, the villain just withstood the punches before swinging his tail. The tail did an upward diagonal swing, slashing fourth with a deadly precision as it cut through his suit. BLD began to spill out at this, making fourth stagger back. "Ha! Worthless hero." Scorpion laughed as he extended his tail back, ready to move it right into fourth's head as the hero tried to recover. "Now, die." He fired the tail, about to strike the hero WIP. A web line hit the top of the blade, only to instantly be yanked up, making him miss the pro hero. "What the?" Scorpion yelped as he saw his tail fling away. He swung his tail back and forth at this, the blade snapping the webbing before he lowered the tail up to his face. "Webs." "My calling card," said a voice behind him before Scorpion felt a tap on his shoulder. Zap. Yow. Scorpion screeched as electricity surged through his body, only to instantly spin around, thrashing his tail at this. Izuku quickly leapt back at this, dodging the tail as he saw Scorpion was still standing despite being zapped. "Great. That didn't work." Izuku sighed as his invisibility wore off due to him using his bioelectric powers. Scorpion now saw the Vigilante, growling at the sight. "Spider-Man. So, you want a piece of the Scorpion too?" "The Scorpion? That's your name?" Izuku replied, "I thought it would be something less lame, like Green-Tailed Man." "What? Why you little dash?" Scorpion growled, only to feel something yank his tail. He turned around to see fourth kind holding onto the tail with one of his arms as he moved his 3 other arms at the villain. All 3 punches struck him, only for the villain to backpedal and yank at his tail, the bladed weapon slipping out of fourth's grasp. He then moved the tail at the hero, fourth crossing his arms at this. The blade struck the 4 arms and slipped over it, almost cutting the top of fourth's head. "Ugh!" Fourth grunted as he started to stagger back, only for Scorpion to spin around, swinging the tail in a wide arc. Izuku's spider sense blared at this, making him leap back again, barely dodging the tail. As this happened, fourth charged at Scorpion, only for the villain to just move his tail again, this time not even looking at the hero. Fourth had to sidestep at this, evading the tail as Scorpion saw Spider-Man charge up a venom punch, his arms sparking in power. "You're not stopping me!" Scorpion roared as he charged at the Vigilante, his tail now over his head as he ran. Seeing this, Izuku turned off the venom punch and instead aimed both wrists at him, firing a 2-shot of webbing right at the villain's face. But as they webs were about to hit, Scorpion whipped the tail in front of his head, cutting both shots with the tail's blade. He then moved a punch at Spider-Man, Izuku quickly ducking under the jab, only for a second punch to slam into the teen's face. And as Izuku staggered back, Scorpion moved his tail at him, blade going straight for the teen's neck. But as this happened, the tail was suddenly yanked back, fourth now grabbing it again before throwing a trio of punches at the villain. However, this time Scorpion just let the blows hit his back before yanking at his tail, slipping it out of fourth's grip again before spinning around and punching fourth in the face. The hero staggered back at this, only for Scorpion's tail to sweep low, knocking over fourth's feet, making the hero collide with the dirt. "Fourth kind." Izuku gasped before swinging a venom punch at the villain, Scorpion quickly spinning around and blocking it with his tail. But as the bioelect punch hit it, the lightning surged through the villain's body, making him flinch. "Gah!" Scorpion yelped before swinging his tail upward, smacking Izuku with the back part of the blade. "Bluff!" Izuku cried as he was knocked off his feet. As this happened, fourth got back up and slammed 4 fists into Scorpion's back, making him cry out in pain. And as the villain felt this, he spun again, swinging the tail in a wide arc at the hero, only for Fourth to grab the tail. However, he used all 4 hands to grab it this time, Scorpion quickly finding himself unable to get it out of Fourth's grip. "Let's see how you fare without this blade of yours." Fourth growled as he let out a grunt of aggression, twisting the end of the tail. He then lifted 2 fists up and moved them down on the blade, breaking it into pieces. "No!" Scorpion yelled, only to yank the tail out of Fourth's grip again. "You're gonna pay for that." He then swung the tail in a wide arc once more, smacking Fourth into the face. The blow knocked him down again, the hero's back hitting the ground with a thud. "Die!" Scorpion screamed as he moved his tail's broken blade down. Next, only for web lines to hit his back. He was then yanked away from the hero, missing his target as his tail's end hit the dirt. He spun around at this, only to be met with a venom punch right into his face. Bluff! Electricity surged through him, knocking him off his feet and flew over the hero. And as the villain hit the ground, Spider-Man ran up to the downed hero, Mr. Fourth Kind. "Are you okay?" The hero let out just a grunt of pain, showing he was trying to form words. "Mr. Fourth Kind. Danger!" His spider sense blared at this, making him look up to see Scorpion already recovered and moving his tail again. Spider-Man ducked under the weapon before firing a glob of webbing, Scorpion quickly sidestepping to dodge it. And as this happened, he swung the tail again, Spider-Man somersaulting over it before moving another venom punch. But as he did this, Scorpion just sidestepped again, dodging the blow before trying to stab the Vigilante. Izuku quickly backpedaled at this, just barely able to get out of the tail's reach. "Go away!" Scorpion roared as he moved the tail again and again, Izuku's spider sense screaming as it helped him duck and dodge each attack. He then fired several shots of webbing, the villain's tail quickly zipping around, blocking every web. "Darn it! I can't seem to get a good shot on him. Think, Izuku, think. Stop moving." Scorpion barked again as he began to run right at the Vigilante, Izuku firing 2 web lines upward. The webbing hit 2 girders and he yanked himself upward, swinging right over the villain. Seeing this, Scorpion spun around as Spider-Man landed and did another wide arc with his tail. As this happened, Izuku's spider sense blared, making him go down to all 4s, slipping under the tail before spinning and moving both legs right up at Scorpion's face. The blow knocked him back, only for the villain to swing the tail wide again. This time it hit Izuku's stomach, the blow striking with the middle part of the tail, knocking the wind out of the teen and off his feet. Scorpion then spun around, Izuku stuck on the tail before being flung across the construction site. "Oh!" Izuku yelped as he slammed into a pile of bricks. "Ha!" Scorpion laughed before looking back at Fourth Kind, who was still trying to get up. "Don't you dare," the villain hissed as he pointed the broken-bladed tail at the hero, "your life ends today." And as he said this, a new sound made him look up, now seeing a helicopter flying overhead. The sight made him blink before smirking, "Looks like we got an audience." He glanced back at the hero, "But I gotta cut this short. After all, if the press is here, heroes will soon come crawling." He lifted the tail over the hero, licking his lips at the sight. But as he was about to move the tail down, 2 web lines hit his shoulder, instantly yanking him away. "Seriously?" Scorpion yelled as he swiped his tail, cutting the webbing, "Don't you get it? That doesn't work." "It might not work, but I won't let you hurt that hero." Izuku barked back as he fired 2 more web lines, both going to either side of Scorpion. He then slingshot himself at the villain, Scorpion replying with another tail move at the Vigilante. "Gotta time this just right. Now." Izuku thought as he swung his leg upward, connecting with tail and smacking it away from incoming Vigilante. He then slammed his other foot into Scorpion's face, knocking him back as Izuku backflipped and landed on all 4s, showing a signature spider-like pose. Scorpion staggered back at this, only for Izuku to move a venom punch at him. But as he did this, Scorpion caught it with his hand, the electricity zapping the villain, only for him to punch Spider-Man in the face with his other hand. And as the blow hit, he kept his grip on the Vigilante before zipping his tail up and around Izuku, constricting the hero like a snake as the tail grabbed Spider-Man's stomach. He then began to squeeze, making 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐳 and Scorpion laugh. You're no match for me either. I wouldn't say that. 𝐒𝐭 groaned before as he slowly pointed his other hand at Scorpion's face. Thwip. Oh! Scorpion yelped as webbing covered his face, making him let go of 𝐒𝐭 before flinging his tail, throwing the Vigilante across the site again. 𝐒𝐭 hit the ground, rolling in the dirt before quickly getting back up, now seeing Scorpion trying to get the webbing off with his tail. But as he did this, 𝐒𝐭 fired 2 web lines upward, slingshotting himself into the air. He then landed on a nearby girder and charged a full fist of bioelectricity. This ends now, he yelled as he leapt off the girder just as Scorpion got the webbing off. Venom smash. The Vigilante slammed down on the villain, a surge of lightning pouring out as Scorpion was zapped, his skeleton now appearing for a split second. He let out a scream of pain, his body now being slammed into the ground. And as 𝐒𝐭 landed on top of him to deliver this blow, the tail did one last swing, smacking 𝐒𝐭 off. Wah! 𝐒𝐭 cried as he was knocked away again, landing into another brick pile. And as he laid there, Scorpion slowly got up, his body still flinching as electricity surged around him. You little! He groaned as he walked over to the downed Spider-Man, quickly moving his hand into the brick pile and yanking 𝐒𝐭 out by the throat. The teen felt the villain's grip on his neck, squeezing it as Scorpion lifted his tail up to the teen's face. I was just gonna kill the hero and get out of here, but then you just had to interfere, the villain growled as he pulled the tail back. Now, you're dead. 𝐒𝐭's eyes creaked open at this, seeing the broken blade on the tail pointed straight at him. The teen tried to move his arms up at this, feeling like he had to do something, anything, in that last desperate bit of struggle. But as Scorpion's words hit his ears, he saw the tail come for him. Guess Kaken was right. I'll never be a hero. He closed his eyes as the villain moved his tail. Only to feel nothing. 𝐒𝐭's eyes opened back up at this, only to see a large hand now pulling the tail back. It was fourth kind. And he was angry. Hey! Let me go! Scorpion yelled, his grip loosening on 𝐒𝐭's neck. Feeling this, 𝐒𝐭 felt his body surge in pain for a second as he commanded it to move his right leg upward, kicking the villain in the face. Bluff! Come here you! Fourth kind roared as he pulled Scorpion away, the villain stumbling back as the hero let go of his tail and curled up all 4 of his fists. Quad arm beatdown. In the next few seconds, a fury of fists slammed into Scorpion, beating his face into a pulp before doing a 4-fist uppercut into his jaw, knocking the villain off his feet. The man hit the dirt with a loud thud, creating a small dust cloud as he let out a long-defeated Finally! Fourth kind growled before turning his attention to 𝐒𝐭, now seeing the Vigilante laying down on some uncomfortable rubble. The teen waved his arms around, the hero seeing he was trying to get up. He stared at the Vigilante for a second before walking over and giving the teen a hand. 𝐒𝐭's eyes blurred at this moment, a fuzzy hand appearing before refocusing as he took it. You okay? Fourth asked as he hoisted 𝐒𝐭 up. Yeah. Maybe. 𝐒𝐭 groaned out before putting a hand on his back and pushing it in, a crick sound soon following. I think I'll live. Ha! Good. Fourth chuckled before patting the Vigilante's shoulder. I'm not used to saying this to a Vigilante, but thank you. 𝐒𝐭's brain was still trying to catch up at this, the teen blinking for a second before replying, You saved me. Fourth responded, I thought I could handle that guy, but it looks like it was too much for me. So, thank you. No problem. 𝐒𝐭 slowly said, taking a deep breath, sorry. Still winded from all that. I understand. Fourth laughed. Spider-Man, yelled another voice, making the 2 turn and see several reporters running up to them. One quickly put a microphone up to the Vigilante. Hey! Who are you and why are you a Vigilante? Yeah. Another exclaimed, tell us. This was followed by a barrage of questions, fourth kind grumbling a blasted vultures under his breath as more reporters ran up to the duo. But 𝐒𝐭 couldn't respond. His whole head was in a daze, only for the microphones and cameras to be suddenly shoved into his face. And as he felt this, he heard one of the reporter's questions. only to not know what to say. He just stared ahead, his brain glitching at the sight before him. And when another MIC hit his face, his brain activated the only thing it could think of. What the where'd he go? One of them yelped as Izuku became invisible. A second later, they saw 2 strands of webbing appear out of nowhere, only for them to be yanked. Spider-Man was invisibly swinging away, having answered 0 questions. Seeing this, they turned to Fourth Kind, only for him to tell the reporters to go away. "Looks like we're too late," 𝐂𝐬𝐽 commented as they arrived at the crime scene right when the press had stampeded Spider-Man, only for him to get away. This was followed by several more heroes arriving on the scene, trying to get there in time to help fight, but it was already over. The sight made him sigh, Eraserhead walking up to him with a low stare. "Hey, that's how it works for vigilantes. At least he acts like he's not going for fame." "True." 𝐂𝐬𝐽 sighed again. "Still, wish we could have got him. Guess we'll be talking to Fourth Kind next. Good luck with that. That guy has quite the temper." "Hey, that's how most people are." Izuku wasn't sure when he got home. Regularly, he would have mentally insulted himself about just running from the press and Fourth Kind. He also knew his mom would be worried, mainly because a bunch of the Scorpion fight had been technically televised. That meant a lot of people saw it. And that meant he would be appearing online a lot more, along with the news. And his first full impression with news people was him running away. But he didn't really think about it. He was so tired. That fight was the toughest yet, and he felt like he was going to collapse any second. Thankfully, he got home while still barely able to keep his invisibility on, quickly changed, took a small shower. And collapsed. He was out like a light, his body too sore to go any further. It wasn't long till his mother came home. She marched up to their apartment, shaking her head as she kept telling herself she had to get used to this. But as she walked inside and opened the door to Izuku's room, she paused at the sight inside. Her son was there, asleep and alive. Granted, she knew she would probably have to bandage him up, but he was alive. That would have to be enough. She went inside and did what she needed to, glad more than ever she was a nurse as she bandaged up the sleeping teen. And when she was done, she closed the door and made herself some supper before turning on the TV. She began to eat, only to switch it to the news channel, going wide-eyed for a second before seeing her son on the screen. As you can see, the vigilante known as Spider-Man came in and assisted Fourth Kind in a crazy battle today. And I must say, he's very powerful. "Just look at him," said one reporter. "I agree," replied another. "Even though he's a vigilante, according to what we've been told, he has done nothing but good. He just stopped a B-rank villain, one that has been reported to have killed 10 people. Sounds to me that he should be a pro," a third one chimed in. "I mean, this guy has stopped multiple bank robberies and now this. He's on his way to getting more reputation than most upcoming heroes right now." "Bah," remarked a fourth, "vigilantes are still people using their quirks illegally. That means he's a villain. If he keeps going like this, he'll encourage more to break the law." 𝐒𝐭 flinched at that, only to see the first 3 nod in agreement. That made her feel a sinking feeling in her stomach as a 5th reporter spoke up, "I suppose. That being said, our reporter on the ground tried to interview him after the fight, but it seems he's shy. He ran away without answering the crucial question, why is someone like that a vigilante? I wish I didn't know the answer to that." 𝐒𝐭 sighed as she leaned back in her chair, now watching the reporters debate over the vigilante, most saying that he is breaking the law, though they agree he did help. But none call him a hero, only a vigilante. Hearing this, she glanced back at the door to Izuku's room. "Oh Izuku. Nothing's ever easy, is it?" Meanwhile, a single finger tapped a key, ending the news footage before a sigh escaped the person's lips. "Looks like it's just as we feared, Gentle." "Indeed." Gentle sighed, leaning back in his chair before taking a sip of tea. "It seems this Spider-Man is going to be in the spotlight for some time." "Yup." La Brava added as she closed the laptop before turning to Gentle. "So, what now?" Gentle put a hand to his chin before replying, "This will be just the start for Spider-Man. I don't want to get involved with him again, so." He took one more sip before taking out a phone. "It seems we'll have to try something new." He put his cup down and began typing out a number, soon sending a call. A second later, a response went through his ear before he said, "Tinkerer. It's gentle. I would like to talk about that favor you owe me." Despite the extra rest he got, Izuku slept in the next day. He knew that the fight from yesterday had really done him in, as the teen was still feeling sore. And when he woke up, he looked over his classes before seeing that his mother had already gone out for her job. After this, he went to his costume and saw damage on it, but it was nothing he couldn't sew up. And as the morning passed, he left the building as Izuku, though he had his costume in his backpack, feeling his body be a bit less sore. Now, he had recently been changing into Spider-Man and just swinging over to Feast, allowing him to get there quicker, but he didn't feel like it today. Instead, he just took the train, now remembering what regular transportation was like. As he sat there, his mind wandered over the past few days, trying to make sense of how crazy his life had become. A month and a half ago, he had no quirk, and was hating the support-based future he was going to have to go into. Now, he had a quirk, was a vigilante, was investigating multiple villain gangs and volunteering. It was like everything just happened at once. He looked down at his hands, flexing them as he felt the strength surge through his body. Wow. I have to say, I know I always wanted a quirk, but I never expected it to take me down this route. Still, am I doing the right thing? I mean, I'm a vigilante, but I can't seem to talk to any hero when they compliment me or catch those criminal gangs and... He leaned back at this, letting out a sigh. I wanna do more. What else can I do? What else do heroes do? The teen pulled out his phone at this, turning on the Midoriya Hero app. And as he looked at the main hero news, he found half of it was himself, several news stations showing him fight the Scorpion. There were also several debates over him, articles talking about how a vigilante shouldn't be part of some mainstream fight like that, while others went over how much he helped or hindered. The site made Izuku hum, as he had seen tons of articles debating heroes, all of them talking how good or bad they were. Endeavor being probably the most debated if he was honest. And after a few more bits of reading, he closed the app and sighed. After viewing all that, his mind just kinda let out a mental hum. Never thought I would see myself debated on TV as a vigilante. I mean, I've barely done anything. Don't they usually only talk about the top 20 or so heroes? A second later, the train made its next stop, Izuku soon exiting the vehicle. As he left the small station, he walked down 2 streets before looking up and seeing Feast in the distance. The sight made him slightly smile, soon walking up the steps next, a certain snake-headed girl lightly waving at him. Izuku. How's it going? Okay, I guess. He replied as he went through the main doors. How is everything today? Fine. Gloria responded while sticking her forked tongue out, just you today. Yup. Mom's at the hospital. Gloria nodded back, cool. Well, get in here. Mr. Lee is making a crew to help out one of our people here. They got a job and were able to get an apartment going nearby. They need some volunteers for helping move some stuff. Oh, that's nice. Sure, I can do that. Of course you can, Mr. Super Strength. Gloria chuckled, making Izuku sigh. I don't have super strength. Yeah, Mr. Six-Pack. Come on. Gloria gestured him to follow, let's get you to work. Meanwhile, Uraraka had just sat down with her tray of food in the UA cafeteria, her best friend Tsuyu sitting down beside her a second later. And as they waited for the rest of their friends to come over, the frog girl spoke up, looks like that vigilante you were talking about is getting popular, Kero. Hey. Uraraka turned to her as she put a piece of rice in her mouth. That vigilante, Spider-Man, oh. Uraraka gulped down a bit of food before humming, really? Tsuyu nodded back and pulled out her phone, see. Uraraka watched the footage of Spider-Man fighting the Scorpion, the sight making her go slightly wide-eyed. Whoa. I had no idea. You didn't, Kero. Uraraka shook her head. After yesterday's training, I went home and crashed. She squinted as she continued to watch the fight. He's incredible. Can you imagine getting into a villain fight like that? No, Kero. Tsuyu responded, though I gotta say, I get why you thought he was amazing the other day. Yeah. Uraraka replied as she took a sip of her drink. As she did this, 3 more people sat down around them. One that was across them was Mina, the pink girl, shining a big grin as she asked, "What you talking about?" "This, Kiro." Tsuyu showed her phone to the girl, Mina raising an eyebrow before going wide-eyed. "Wow." Mina replying, only for their 2 friends Ida and Kirishima, who were both sitting beside her, now leaned in to watch the footage as well. Both blinking at the sight. "Now that's manly." Kirishima commented, "That's my kind of brawl." Ida added while chopping his arm in the air, "I won't deny that the fight is impressive, but that is still footage of a vigilante. How dare he interfere with that hero's fight?" Uraraka giggled at the sight of her stiff friend, only for Kirishima to say, "But class rep, didn't you see what he just did? He saved 4th kind and kicked that villain's butt." Ida pushed his glasses up with 2 fingers, "That's not the point. He is using his quirk illegally." "But didn't he just help save a bunch of people?" Uraraka asked. "I mean, look at the article with the video." She pointed at the phone, the others looking back at it and seeing the article talk about how Scorpion had killed multiple people in his rampage before 4th kind and Spider-Man stepped in. That villain was doing a lot of damage, and Spider-Man made sure he didn't get away with it. "That is true." Ida started chopping his arm again, "But still, he is breaking the law. They should be trying to catch him. After all, if he's allowed to just roam free like that, others will start doing the same." The others blinked at this, Tsuyu tilting her head slightly before putting her phone away. "I guess so, Kiro. Still, seems like he's been doing some good. Makes me wonder why he isn't a hero, Kiro." "No kidding. If I had that kind of awesome power, I would go to hero school for sure." Kirishima chimed in, "I mean, I got into UA with my hardening quirk, and it's barely a quirk in general." "Don't sell yourself that short, Kiri." Mina replied, grinning at the teen before putting a finger to her chin. "Still, it makes you wonder, why didn't he go to hero school? I could totally see him being able to get into UA with his quirk. Think he got kicked out or something?" "I don't see how. I mean, didn't you see that fight? He's super powerful." Uraraka responded. Tsuyu shook her head at this. "I think UA has shown us that you need more than your quirk to succeed as a hero, Kiro." They all shared a glance at this, Ida pushing his glasses up again. "Wise words, Asui. I told you to call me Zu." Ida ignored her statement as he kept speaking. "Indeed, there is more to heroics than the strength of your quirk. That much is understandable, which does make me think perhaps Spider-Man did get expelled somehow." "Yeah." Mina added, only to shine a mischievous grin. "Say, what if it was Aizawa-sensei?" The 4 turned to her with slightly widened eyes, making her giggle. "Or, come on. Surely you can see this is some student he expelled. Maybe he got jealous of how much power this guy had." Tsuyu put a finger to her mouth at that. "I suppose, Kiro. Aizawa-sensei is always talking about how things shouldn't be irrational. Giving up someone like Spider-Man seems very irrational. But maybe he saw that as rational, Kiro. I could see that." Uraraka sighed while the rest hummed at this, Uraraka then pulling out her phone as she saw it inform her something on the phone's calendar. She blinked at it for a second before turning to her friends. "Hey, not to change the subject, but who's free after school tomorrow? I have an idea that I think you'd all like to try." "Thank goodness that's over." Izuku hummed as he walked out of the building, cricking his back at the same time. "No kidding." Gloria chuckled as she handed Izuku a drink, the teen telling her thank you. They both took a sip before the snake girl then asked, "So, feel like you did some good today?" Izuku nodded back, "Yeah. I do. Thanks for letting me do this. It's my job. There's a reason I help run Feast with Mr. Lee." She took another sip. "The guy is constantly moving recently. It's like he can't stay still." "Oh. I haven't noticed. It's 'cause you're not here every day." Gloria added as she pulled out her phone, "Looks like there's nothing else." She looked back up at Izuku. "Wanna call it a day?" "I guess." Izuku replied while taking another sip. "Cool. See ya tomorrow." Izuku shrugged back. "I'll see You never know what's happening around here. True. Need a ride back to Feast? Nah, I'll take the train. Izuku responded before starting to walk away, glancing back to wave at Gloria. Give Mr. Lee my regards. Will do. Gloria waved at him back before glancing down at her phone. Heh. Such a nice kid. She then looked back at the building, remembering how much Izuku helped bring into the building. Still. Wish I had that kind of strength. She glanced back at the fleeing figure of Izuku. He does seem to be opening up though. A few blocks later, Izuku glanced back to see no one had followed him. He had actually walked past the train station, but he trusted his spider sense to tell him if someone was watching. As such, he walked one more block before slipping into an alleyway and behind a dumpster. Seeing no one around, he threw his drink into the trash and turned invisible, soon crawling up the alley's walls and changed into his costume as he got to the rooftop before turning visible. He did a few stretches next, checked his web shooters and began his usual town web slinging. And as he began to zip across some streets, he pulled out his police scanner. He started to listen, only hearing a few minor disturbances. All in other parts of the city he was nowhere near. It was about half an hour in that he came to a stop on a rooftop, exchanging web cartridges before looking down at his phone and pulling up the Midoriya Hero app. There's nothing really happening right now. He put a hand to his chin and rubbed it, his mind going over the past few days again. Despite the fight with Scorpion, he couldn't help but think about the chase with Gentle Criminal and the masked gang that kept getting away. I'm still not doing enough. He then thought about what he had tried earlier with the Midoriya Hero app, about it searching for when heroes failed to catch criminals. He tapped his phone a few times at this. I still never fully got it to work. He sat down on the roof and began fiddling with the device, an hour soon passing as he tried to rework the search engine slightly. I need my computer. He mentally told himself before doing a search, but this might do. The app then let out a ding, showing a new list of reports. They were of police reports, something that was already programmed into the app, but without heroes in the reports. There's only a few here. He whispered as he saw the reports, most showing just disturbances or police getting to a scene a little too late. That is, till one caught his eye. Bank on Rhodia Street robbed. That's not far from here, and it happened last night. He closed the phone and put it away. Maybe I could take a look. I mean, part of hero stuff is doing detective work, right? He fired a web line and leapt off the building, soon swinging his way across the street. The rattling of chains were the only thing that could be heard in the place as a couple of thugs stood in attention. Their boss had just walked into the room, a bottle of whiskey in his hand. He was a large, bulky man wearing a big dark biker jacket. He wasn't tall per se, but rather very wide yet obviously not fat in the slightest. His form was pure muscle, but his most defining feature was his chalky white skin, complete with shining razor teeth and a bald head. "Hello boys," he grumbled before taking a swig of whiskey. As the liquid went down his throat, he wiped his mouth as he added, "So, where are we with the inner demons? Do we have their hideout?" "No idea, boss," one of the thugs replied. We think they're stationed somewhere in Musutafu, but I already knew that," the boss interrupted, walking up to the thug. The thug was tall and had a rhino for a face, but he was shivering like a leaf at the bulky man staring up at him. "Tell me, what gang are you part of?" "Your gang, boss," the thug squeaked out. "That's right," the boss chuckled before pointing at himself. "My gang. The Tombstone Gang." He took another swig of whiskey and spinning around, soon walking over to a motorcycle that was sitting in the middle of the room. "And I didn't come out of hiding and form this gang so you idiots could ruin everything by fighting some masked punks and D-list heroes." He glanced back at the thugs. "I made it so we can make money, and lots of it. I made the new trigger drag, and I want it everywhere in this city." He stared at the thugs, none of them responding before letting out a sigh and shaking his head. "Stop squirming and staring." He grumbled before leaning back on the motorcycle. "Listen, I know these inner demons are trying to take both our turf and our drags." He took another swig. "I want them dead. That'll get the heroes to take 'em down." "What about Spider-Man?" one of the thugs asked, Tombstone turning to him. "What about him?" "Well, he got our biggest warehouse busted. Aren't we gonna do something about it?" Tombstone let out a snort at that. He's a vigilante. That means he doesn't have some agency we can just go up to and wreck house. Tombstone then shined a small grin at this. Let him be for now. Boss. Tombstone glared at the thug, making him shut up as Tombstone let out another sigh. I know morons like him. He'll keep sniffing around till he finds us. And when he does, I'll take care of it. And the inner demons. Tombstone took one last swig of whiskey before replying, that's easy. We'll provoke 'em into a fight. And then I'm gonna find their leader and kill him. It took about half an hour for Izuku to get to the bank. When he got there, he found it was covered in yellow police tape, the sight making him blink before turning invisible and zipping over to the building's roof. He crawled down the side at this, seeing the front door was open and snuck in through there. And as he crawled on the bank ceiling, he saw that the bank was basically empty, no employees inside as officers were walking around, taking photos of the place. Looks like they're just starting the investigation. I better not interfere, he thought as he crawled over the main room, soon going into the back hallway of the bank. There, he saw the safe door, which was open. He peeked inside, seeing that police tape was all over the room and door, and the safe looked half empty. He then went back to the safe door, now seeing large claw marks on the side along with a few other slash marks. 𝐼. Something really tore up the door. Maybe a mutant quirk. He watched as the police officers kept taking pictures, some talking about what could have done this. But it was mainly small talk, the teen unable to get much. As such, he invisibly crawled out of the bank the same way he came in and went up to building's roof. He turned off his invisibility at this, the quirk giving him a bit of headache for holding it that long. So, it looks like some kind of mutant quirk probably robbed the bank. Those officers were thinking the same thing, but said the place was mostly intact. He pulled out a notebook at this one made for cases. Going to an open section, he began to write his thoughts. This bank doesn't have cameras, but it does have an alarm. Those officers said it hadn't gone off, but there's no sign of forced entry, so they must have shut off the alarm somehow. He then glanced down at the sides of the building, only to see some more police tape on the back of the bank, along with tape over the building's breaker, and there were no officers around. The back of the bank was in an alleyway, letting him crawl down to get a better view before taking out his notebook again. As he stood on the wall, the robber took out the breaker, which took out the alarm. Makes sense. He glanced back at the breaker, seeing the same claw and slash marks on the door. It must be a mutant quirk. Though why are there two types of marks? He crawled down to street level, making sure not to disturb the tape before glancing around at the ground around the breaker. There's nothing else here. Just the marks. Wait. She leaned down at the pavement, seeing a tiny green object by a manhole. What's that? He crouched down and took out a pair of tweezers. Glad I thought of putting a forensics pack in my hoodie a while back. He picked up the piece in the tweezers before placing it in a small plastic bag. He squinted at the object, scratching his chin at the sight. I wonder what you are. Hey, you got any photos of the breaker? Asked a voice, making Izuku tense up before turning invisible. He quickly put his tools back into his hoodie before crawling up the wall, now seeing two officers walk to the back of the bank. One of them had a camera, soon taking several shots of the broken breaker just as Izuku got up to the roof again. That was close, he whispered to himself before pulling out the bag again. Still, I bet you're a clue. And I did say I needed to figure out detective work. He put the bag away before firing a web line, soon swinging away. Maybe this is a good start to learning that stuff too. Izuku had spent the rest of the night examining what he had found behind the bank. His scanner he had invented so long ago was starting to be really useful, though he realized it was almost a baby invention compared to what he could do now. Despite this, he found it was a type of tiny piece of reptile-like skin. He couldn't determine the exact species, and had spent a few hours going over every species he could look up online. But he found nothing else. Because of this, the night passed and went to the next day, Izuku deciding that he needed to go back to the crime scene. He headed out early in the morning, quickly swinging over to the bank again. The vigilante made it there relatively easily, landing on the bank's roof while being invisible. He crawled down the building and into the bank again, still seeing it covered in police tape. Looks like they haven't cleaned up the scene, but I'm guessing they'll come back later today. He thought before crawling back out of the building, let's check where I found that piece from yesterday. Soon going around the building, he went over to the back alley, looking the place over as he tried to find another piece. But he didn't find anything, only to glance back at the manhole he found the piece by. The saws. The scanner said it was a reptile, so maybe they could easily use the saws. He glanced around for a second before grabbing the manhole, finding it almost weightless as he pulled it off the street. Here. I thought manholes were supposed to be. Oh. Right. Spider strength. He put the manhole to the side and glanced down into the hole, taking out the small flashlight he would use for writing in his notebooks on night patrols. He saw the manhole was under a ladder, and there was another little piece of lizard skin on the third step down on the ladder. So the robber went through here. He leaned down a bit more, only to flinch, and it stinks. Yuck. He leaned back up, pinching his nose despite the mask being in the way. I'm not going down there. He grabbed the manhole and put it back on before staring at the metal cover. But what do I do now? I mean, if the villain is using the saws. He snapped his fingers a second later. I'll just look up the saw system. I bet I can look up something online and see if these saws are near another bank. He suddenly felt a vibration in his hoodie, cutting his thoughts before taking out the phone and seeing a text from his mom, soup kitchen at feast. I thought they already did one this week. He looked back down at the manhole before sighing and putting the phone away. Well, the criminal did do it at night, so I probably got time. With that, he crawled up the bank wall before leaping off it, firing a web line and swinging into the city. It took about 20 minutes for Izuku to get to feast. And when he got there, he found that his mother had semi-tricked him. Turns out, the soup kitchen wasn't till in the afternoon, and instead had told Izuku to come over to move more supplies for the second feast location. Martin soon had Izuku in his car, taking him over as he helped get all the supplies moved. This was followed by another car drive, Martin showing him a few places that he was hoping to use to expand feast later. And while Izuku did enjoy what he was shown, he felt he was now stuck for the rest of the day. It wasn't till the afternoon had already started when they went back to the first feast location, Izuku finding they were still setting up the soup kitchen. Told he wasn't allowed to touch the kitchen, he was now outside of the building, sitting in a chair just beside the front doors as he pulled out his notebook from his backpack. I should incorporate more kicks in my fighting style. Maybe I can do a kind of swing kick with my webs like I did that one time. Granted, it might take some practice, but it could work. He wrote down a few lines before flipping through the book. I think I'm starting to make a full style for myself. He put the notebook away and pulled out another, this one for cases. He also took out his phone, turning on the browser, which showed several maps. He had looked up what he could on the city while he was riding in Martin's car and at down times when he was doing the supply moving. As such, he didn't find much, which made sense since most people don't care about the saws. However, he did find a few sketchy maps of the saw system, thinking that was as good as he was gonna get with something like this. Seeing this, he began listing some of the streets to check tonight before thinking out a plan for the case. Looks like I'll be trying my first stakeout tonight. I wonder what that's like. Should I bring some snacks? He started tapping his pencil on the notebook, not seeing a certain group of 5 teens all walking up to the stairs in front of Feast. A familiar brown-haired girl was at the front of the bunch, smiling as she saw the teen sitting there. She spun around and pointed at him. That's Izuku Midoriya. He helps out here, and just to warn you, he's super shy. If he doesn't talk to you much at the start, don't think it's him being rude. Understood, one of them replied while chopping their arm in the air. Oh, and he's quirkless, so try to not bring that up. 3 of the 4 slightly flinched at that, the 4th just staring at the boy. The leader walked up the stairs at this, the 4 following as she skipped up to Izuku. Hey Midoriya. He glanced up at this, only to see one Okako Uraraka grinning at him. He almost flinched at this as he replied, Uraraka. Hey there. What? What are you doing here? I told you I'd be back to volunteer, remember? She leaned in while tilting her head, or did you forget? Oh. He slowly replied before looking slightly away, sorry. A lot of stuff has been happening. Here at Feast. Izuku shook his head, no. Just, other things. He then turned to the four behind the girl. Who are they, Uraraka? She sidestepped at this, waving a hand at the four. These are my friends. They want to help out too. Greetings, I am Tenya Ida. Ida said as he chopped the air with a hand. Hello, I'm Tsuyu Asui, but just call me 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Tsuyu chimed in next, only for a pink-skinned girl to point at herself and the final person. I'm Mina Ashido and this is Kirishima. Kirishima shined a big grin at this, only for the five to see Izuku lean back, looking like he was trying to shrink into the chair. Ichai, he muttered out, his whole form shaking as he tried to say more. Amizuku Midoriya. The sight made Mina giggle, whispering to Kirishima on how he was kind of a spaz while Tsuyu just blinked at him. It's nice to meet you. Ida instantly responded, I heard you are a volunteer at this establishment. Izuku tried to keep his focus on the tall teen at this, slowly nodding, Waius. His brain then kicked him, telling him one single command, you worthless Deku. Stop sitting there and introduce them to feast. He then put his notebook away, quickly scrambling to stand up before saying, let me introduce you to feast. At this, he slowly got up and gestured to them to follow, the group all walking inside as Izuku walked over to the kitchen. There, he saw Wanza and asked, Hey Wanza. The cook turned to him, where's Gloria or Mr. Lee? Gloria's over there and Lee's upstairs. He pointed to a few counters over, the snake lady turning to hearing her name. Izuku waved at her, the woman soon walking over. What's up Izuku? She then turned to see other teens. Oh, hey Uraraka. Who are they? Hiya Gloria. Uraraka replied before pointing at the group, these are my friends. They're here to help with the soup kitchen today. The snake lady glanced up at them, seeing the teens not flinch at her appearance. She stuck out her forked tongue for a second before nodding. I see. Hey there, I'm Gloria. And before you ask, just call me Gloria. Don't worry about last names or anything. I'm kind of the secondary boss around here. She pointed at Izuku. Let me guess, Izuku here is not much a tour guide, is he? What? Beblidish Izuku stuttered out, only for Gloria to pat his shoulder. I'm just messing with YA. Anyways, Inko was looking for you a second ago, so I'll take care of him. Thanks. Izuku replied before shuffling away, the five watching him leave. And before Gloria could speak up, Tsuyu suddenly said, he seems sad, Kero. They all turned to her, Gloria tilting her head, what makes you say that? I can just tell. Tsuyu replied. Gloria sighed at this, well, you're not wrong. They looked back at her, when he first came here, we told him he couldn't volunteer. Uraraka went wide-eyed at this, really? When I worked with him, he seemed like he'd been doing it for some time. Gloria shook her head, not really. He's only worked for like a week or so here. Though I do think the place is helping him. But why did you not let him volunteer at first? Mina asked next. 'Cause he needed help. Gloria responded, you can probably tell, but he's got no confidence. We've been trying to help him get some. That and then we found out that we really do need him. What do you mean? Kid's really smart and really strong. Like, She turned to Uraraka and whispered, did you tell them about the, Uraraka nodded back, good. Anyways, despite him being quirkless, he honestly has the strength of one with a quirk. Like, he can lift stuff like it's nothing. Yeah. I still couldn't believe it when he helped me the other day. Uraraka commented, it was like I was working with someone that had 5 times my strength and speed. And he did 3 times the work I did, and he wasn't a bit tired. No kidding. I still don't get how he does that. Gloria chuckled, though, I think this place is helping his dream to become a hero as well. You told me last time he inspired you to come back when you could. She turned to the rest of the group, I'm guessing you all want to be heroes as well. Indeed. Ida declared, we all go to UA together. I see. Gloria nodded, well, let's start introductions. What should I call you all? And as they began introducing themselves again, Izuku walked over to his mother. She was putting some finishing touches on a thing of soup before turning to him. You're here. Ready to start serving. Mr. Lee told the others to start announcing what's going on outside. I'm ready, 𝐒𝐿 replied as he opened a cabinet and started taking out a pile of plates. Good. She then spun around and saw the group Gloria was talking to. Who are they? They're friends of Uraraka's. He responded as he put the plates on the table. Oh. Well, good for her to come back. Her parents were so nice when they were here last time. And she seemed like a good girl. She turned to her son as he grabbed another pile of plates and put them out. You know, she told me you inspired her last time she was here. 𝐒𝐿 could feel the slight red appear on his face as he responded, I just told her I was doing charity as part of being a hero. 𝐭𝐸 giggled at this before shaking her head. Figures. What do you mean? He glanced back at her, his blush already gone. The first girl your age you actually talk to is someone who also wants to be a hero. I should have known. 𝐒𝐿 blinked at her words before the red returned to his face. What? 𝐭𝐸 let out a cackle before grabbing his shoulder. I'm just teasing, dear. Though. She glanced back to see Gloria now motioning for the group to leave the kitchen. She is a pretty girl, isn't she? 𝐒𝐿 shut down at this, unable to respond before 𝐭𝐸 looked back at the soup, letting out a hum. Yep, this looks good. Get the plate settled and then tell Gloria we're going to get the kitchen going. She'll have to cut her tour short, as we're gonna need plenty of hands in here. She glanced back at 𝐒𝐿, seeing him still standing there. She shook her head before tapping his shoulder, making 𝐒𝐿 come back to reality. He then glared at his mom, the woman giggling again before he went off to tell Gloria. The team found that Gloria had taken them to meet Martin, the owner of Feast, thanking Uraraka and the rest of the group for volunteering. 𝐒𝐿 walked in as he heard Ida tell Martin he was inspired by Martin wanting to create a place like Feast. Gloria turned to 𝐒𝐿, her forked tongue sticking out for a second. Hey 𝐒𝐿. What's up? The main food is done. We're gonna start serving. Got it. Gloria replied before looking back at the group. Yo everyone. They all spun around at this. Looks like the kitchen got done early. I know I promised to have you meet everyone, but that's going to have to wait. Ready to volunteer? They all responded with yes, the group soon leaving Martin's office. 𝐒𝐿 went ahead and started to help bring out a bunch of tables out in front of Feast. Kirishima and Ida were tasked to help with this as well, the two soon seeing what the others meant as they saw 𝐒𝐿 carry multiple tables and chairs at the same time, and with ease. The two boys tried to do the same, only to find they couldn't carry anything like 𝐒𝐿, shocked at the sight. After that, the three girls along with 𝐭𝐸 helped bring out the food, all talking as they started setting up the pots filled with food. As they did this, Uraraka and Mina found that Tsuyu really got along with Gloria, who they found out had another snake-headed friend from her previous school. The soup kitchen went into full force soon after this, the teens handing out plenty of food. They found they had to tell Ida to not yell as much, as it disturbed a few of the elderly there, but there wasn't any problems otherwise. And as this happened, they found 𝐒� stopped stuttering somewhat, though he was still muttering as they sat down at a table to all eat supper after the main round of serving was done. And as they began to eat, Ida spoke up. I must thank you, Uraraka. This felt very satisfying to do. We must invite the rest of the class to do this again. Yeah. I feel extra manly. Kirishima added, I mean, I never really thought about doing stuff like this as part of hero work. I know. Uraraka chimed in. If it wasn't for Midoriya, I wouldn't thought of it either. She turned to him, the boy eating a piece of meat. What did you tell me last time on why you started to doing it? You said you saw some kind of interview or something. He blinked at her before gulping down the food. He took a deep breath before saying, it was when I watched an interview of All Might. He said heroes don't do charity anymore. He glanced away at that, and I want to be a hero like him. The five smiled at this, even Tsuyu's face showing a tiny smile before Ida chopped the air. I agree. Though I wish to be more like brother, to be a hero that does charity does sound worth becoming. His brother. 𝐒𝐿 thought as he stared at Ida before glancing down at the teen's feet. His quirk is a lot like. He looked back up and asked, Ida. The teen turned to him, who's your brother? Ida shined a huge grin at this. My brother is the pro hero Ingenium. Izuku went wide-eyed at this. Really, he gasped, his mouth opening to say more before his brain yelled at him, don't tell them you've met Ingenium. He forced himself to not react as he added, is Tita that why your quirk is like that with your legs? I know his quirk is with his arms. Indeed. Ida nodded. My quirk allows me to speed up a lot more than him, though it is less combative. Oh wow. Izuku muttered out, that's amazing. You have an awesome quirk. Why thank you. Ida replied, I am proud to continue on the legacy of the Ingenium line. As he said this, Izuku turned to the others, say, what are your quirks? I never found out. Mina shined a big grin at this, mine's acid. I can make it from my skin, but I probably shouldn't do it right now. Kirishima flexed his arm at this, showing his quirk, mine's hardening. Mine is frog, Kero. Tsuyu chimed in. I can't really demonstrate it here. Amazing. You all have such incredible quirks. Izuku replied, the group all sharing glances. They wanted to tell him that they weren't that special, only to remember the boy before them was quirkless. As for Izuku, he was trying to not go into a muttering storm, wanting to pull out his notebook and write down everything on their quirks. That is, till Ida spoke up, say, Midoriya, may I ask you a question? Sure. What hero school do you go to? You said you wish to be a hero. Uraraka flinched at this, remembering she had forgot to tell them. As for Izuku, he bit his lip before replying, I'm not going to a hero school. He was surprised that he didn't stutter as he then added, I failed to get into one. Oh. Ida slightly gulped, only to bow his head, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to dash. No, it's okay. Izuku waved his hands, it's fine. No, it's not. Ida countered, I am very sorry for bringing that up. Izuku shrunk back in his seat at that, the teen slightly looking away. It's fine. Tita, there's no need to apologize to someone like me. The others all frowned at this, Ida staring at the boy before tilting his head, why do you say that? 'Cause I'm useless. Izuku muttered out. What? Uraraka yelped, making them all turn to her, Midoriya, you're not useless. Did you not see what you did today? You helped people, you moved all that stuff. Izuku just shook his head and looked away again. Tita, that's nothing. I can't. He started to sputter out at this, Uraraka flinching at seeing what she had just done. Is it because you're quirkless, Kero? Tsuyu bluntly chimed in, Izuku shaking at that question before glancing down at his lap. The sight made their frowns grow, wondering if things had gone too far. That is, till Ida spoke up again, I mean no offense, but are you truly quirkless? Uraraka, Mina, and Kirishima flinched at this, only for Ida to chop the air as he added, I apologize, but considering what I saw when you were helping earlier, your strength is not normal. Izuku slightly looked back up at the tall teen, no. I'm quirkless. Ida put his finger up to his glasses and pushed them upward, my apologies, but I feel that's hard to believe. You seem very strong. If you have that strength, you should not think yourself as useless. Izuku blinked at this, the five seeing surprise now appear on his face. The expression showed he was shocked that someone said that. That is, till Izuku shook his head. I guess. I just wish I could have made it. Did you try UA? Izuku slowly nodded back, yeah. I failed the practical. I got hurt. Badly. The group grimaced at this, Tsuyu then speaking up, were you not able to go to general services? Izuku shook his head again, no. I was told to look elsewhere. So, I'm doing online classes for now. You didn't try anywhere else? Izuku glanced away at this, it was already too late after the UA exam. He then got up at this, the biggest frown on his face as he added, but I don't want to give up. Tita, that's why I'm here. I want to learn how to be a hero, and I think this will help. He grabbed his plate and walked off, the group watching him leave. Mina and Kirishima shrunk in their seats, Uraraka frowning while Ida looked like he was deep in thought. However, this was interrupted by Tsuyu as she said, He's been bullied. A lot. They turned to her again, Ida asking, "What makes you say that, Asui?" "I told you, call me Zu," she replied before shaking her head, "but I can just tell, 𝐭𝐸𝐲. You think that's why he's so shy?" Mina asked, Tsuyu nodding. "Yeah, 𝐭𝐸𝐲. He's probably been rejected by others because of his quirklessness. That and he seems really lonely. He probably doesn't have any friends. That's just so sad." Uraraka added, "I wish I could help him, but all I can think of is to encourage him to be a hero. And try to be his friend. And that will only help so much, 𝐭𝐸𝐲." Tsuyu continued as she watched Izuku put away his plate before walking away. She then glanced back at her friends. "We should have him meet the rest of the class. Have them all come and volunteer." The four smiled at this, three nodding as Ida chopped the air again. "I agree. This has been a truly engaging experience. Yeah. I feel extra manly doing this today." Kirishima chimed in, "Every hero should do stuff like this." Mina nodded at this, "Yep." She stood up at this, "Let's drop off our plates and go help clean up." The rest all got up and went over to do just that. The girls all helped with plates while Izuku came back and started moving the tables and chairs. Ida and Kirishima tried to follow and help, only able to move a few as Izuku did the rest. Gloria walked up and giggled at this, telling the two it was typical for Izuku as they stood there and questioned what had just happened. After this, the five told Feast they had to leave, a small crowd coming over to them as they left. "Thanks for coming and helping," Gloria said first. "You kids are welcome to come back anytime." "I agree." Martin Lee added, "Thank you for volunteering." "No problem." Uraraka replied, shining a big grin before turning to her friends, "I think we all like doing this." Three of them nodded as Ida spoke up next, "Indeed. I definitely want to come back and help again." "Yeah. And we're thinking of trying to get more of the class to come next time." Mina continued, "Definitely tell us when you're doing an event." "I'll let Uraraka know." Gloria responded, "Course, we're always open for any help whenever." A few more pleasantries happened after this, the five shaking a few hands before turning around to leave. But as they did this, Uraraka glanced back and saw Izuku, the boy, waving her goodbye. She waved back, giving the biggest smile she could make before walking away, joining her leaving friends. And as they left, 𝐒𝐭 turned to Izuku. "They were a good bunch of kids, weren't they?" Izuku just nodded back, only for his mother to glare at him. "So, I saw you look a bit depressed after talking to them earlier. Did something happen?" Izuku glanced away at this. "I just, not used to talking." 𝐒𝐭 sighed and shook her head. "Izuku, you are some piece of work." "What?" "Those five want to be your friends." 𝐒𝐭 replied while crossing her arms. "Friends?" Izuku yelped, "Bibibadash, don't say it. You deserve to have friends." 𝐒𝐭 interrupted before patting his shoulder. "Now, I want you to promise me something." Izuku opened his mouth to respond, but his mother just kept going. "When they come by next time, tell them you want to be their friend." What? "I can't do that." You can." She gripped his shoulder at this. "Izuku, you need friends your age, and those five were all friendly and nice. Promise you'll ask to be friends next time, alright?" Izuku's eyes shrunk at this, the teen shaking at those words before slowly muttering out, "Okay. I'll try." "Good. That's all I ask. Now, let's go help Gloria dash." "Actually, I need to leave," he interrupted, the woman raising an eyebrow before sighing. "Izuku, you need to rest. You can't just keep going like this every day." "I was just gonna go home and take a nap." Izuku replied, "That way, I have the energy for my stakeout tonight." 𝐒𝐭 rolled her eyes at this. "I should have known." "Alright, go on home. I'll get over there later." Izuku hugged her tightly, the woman chuckling as she embraced him back. "Thank you, Mom. Thank you so much." "Of course. That's why I'm here." Izuku had to admit, one of the best perks of being Spider-Man was how easy it was to get around. Web slinging allowed him to easily get anywhere, making the trip from Feast to home being just a few minutes compared to the usual train ride there. As such, he quickly got home and took a nap, knowing he was in for a long night. And after waking up a few hours later, he went to his computer and did some more research over SOAR systems, soon finding that the ones in the city that were only near certain banks. He found 2 that were connected to the one that was originally robbed, and one of those was the one where he fought the masked men for the first time. The other hadn't been robbed. At least, until he looked up the bank's history and found no attempts for the last 6 months. It seemed bank robberies were more of a recent thing in 𝐒𝐿𝐴 for some reason. Seeing this, he made a full belt of web cartridges, made sure his suit was ready and told his mom he was going out for the night. Less than an hour later, he was at his target. It didn't take long to swing over to the bank's rooftop, quickly looking to find no one around. Now seeing he was all alone, he searched around the bank's building, soon finding its breaker, which was still intact and behind a fenced-in cage, along with a manhole just an alley away. He then crawled up to another rooftop, sitting over the alleyway manhole as he pulled out his notebook. This looks like a good place to set up. Maybe I'll make some notes on doing stakeouts. He flipped to an open page and stared at it, blinking several times before facepalming. I don't know anything about this. What am I gonna write? He leaned back at this, letting out a long sigh. I'm such a mess. He thought to himself before closing his eyes, now thinking about today. Memories of meeting Uraraka's friends, seeing them all be so different but still friendly and kind. He could tell they were all future heroes, all wanting to be people that truly helped others. And he felt glad that he had inspired Uraraka to bring them there. Friends. He mentally told himself as he thought about his mom's words, I've never had friends before. As he thought that, his mind went back to the days he was friends with Katsuki, the 2 laughing and playing. Until Katsuki got his quirk. And it all changed. It was like the whole world changed that day. Katsuki got his quirk. And now that Izuku thought about it, all he could remember was pain after that. Nothing but pain. It's as if the world just kept pushing him down, pulling and hitting him, telling him he couldn't be a hero, couldn't be something more than a quirkless Deku. And then the spider bit him. A spider bite that somehow created a whirlwind of events. Leaping off that building, fighting bank robbers, masked men, crazed drug dealers and over-the-top villains. And that led to this moment. Izuku, alone in a hero costume he made, as a vigilante doing a stakeout. How crazy life had become over a month and a half. He looked back down at the alleyway at this, seeing no activity whatsoever. The sight made him sigh as he glanced back at his notebook, flipping a few more pages as he saw a few spider designs he had thought up if he ever made a new costume. I can't thank that spider enough. I love this quirker, these quirks, so much. He pulled out a small snack bar out next, chomping down on it for a second. Welp, time to wait. A few hours later. It was an hour past midnight now, and Izuku was convinced that this should be the best time for the criminal to show itself. While waiting, he mainly wrote out a few new moves and tried to do some of them on that rooftop. He also tried to think up some more quips, only to find that he still didn't think he was funny. As such, he put the notebook away and did a few stretches, seeing his target still hadn't shown up. Man, guess he's not coming today. He pulled out his phone and saw it was almost 2 a.m. now, a yawn escaping his lips at this. Then again, there's still a few hours left before sunrise. Maybe I should go patrolling instead. He looked back down at the manhole, glaring at it as he felt he had watched the same blasted thing for so long it was drilled into subconscious. Despite this, he decided another 30 minutes would be good before going out to patrol instead. And as he did this, he took out the last snack he had for the night and began chomping down, thinking about another move he wanted to try. But as he did this, he looked away from the alleyway as the manhole began to move. 2 green scaly hands slowly lifted it upward, silently being pushed to the side a second later. One that could only be described as a lizard-like face came out next, complete with a giant tuft of purple hair on the top of the individual's head. His eyes glanced around for a second, his form slithering out of the hole a minute later. And as he stood up, he was revealed to be a mostly tall individual with a green lizard face, purple hair, and wearing a black jacket and grey shirt with long dark jeans with black boots. There was nothing on his face, no mask or anything, though his lizard appearance had no need for such a thing. This was followed by a long katana on his back, which was currently in its sheath, along with 2 duffel bags strapped to himself. "Gotta make this quick. This place should be like the last one," he whispered to himself as he walked up to the bank's breaker, which was inside the fenced-in cage. He put his claw to the cage's door lock, grinning at the sight. Easy. He let go of the lock and took out his katana, raising it up high before slashing it. And as he did this, a loud clang noise rang out. The lizard man glanced around at this, checking to see if anyone heard it, only to grab the cage door and slowly open it. But as he did this, a certain head popped out from a nearby rooftop, though it was completely invisible. He showed up. Izuku thought as he watched the thief walk up to the breaker box and rip off its lock as well. And it's just one guy. Looks like he's going for the same strategy as last time. Then again, if it's not broke, don't fix it. He pointed his wrists at the thief, only to stop himself. Wait. Jumping in is what messed up your encounter with Gentle Criminal and almost got you killed in the scorpion fight, Izuku. There's a lot of options for you than just running in guns blazing. He then stopped pointing at the thief, watching him turn off the power for the bank. And as he walked out of the cage, Izuku crawled down the building and onto street level as he pointed his wrists again. Thwip. The lizard man came to a stop as he felt something hit both of his boots. Hey. He glanced down, now seeing his feet covered in webbing. What the dash, so, trying a late-night withdrawal, here. Not today, pal. The lizard man stood up straight at that, yelping, what the who's there? He then felt 2 palms grab his shoulders. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, Zeddy. Yow. The thug screamed, only to reflexively grab the handle of his katana. But as he did this, another glob of webbing hit his hand, sticking it to the sword along with sticking the sword into its sheath. Hey. Izuku's invisibility wore off at this, appearing to the lizard man's side. Sorry, this is a no sharp deadly weapon zone. He then pulled back a fist, Venom Punch. He slammed the electric fist into the lizard man's side, making the thug scream as the blow knocked him flying, releasing him from the webbing over his boots. And as the lizard man went flying down the alleyway, he suddenly spun mid-air, landing on both feet as a tiny bit of electricity surged around his body. Izuku fired 2 shots of webbing at this, only for the criminal to sidestep, dodging both strands. He then put his other hand up to his webbed one, slashing at the webs. But as he freed his hands, he found the katana wouldn't come out of the sheath, the webbing still making it stuck. As such, he let out a hiss at the vigilante, "You're gonna pay for that." "Oh. I think you're the one who needs to pay, since you're a thief." "Shut up. I got no choice." "No choice." Izuku mentally repeated his words, the thought making him come to a stop. "I'll kill you," the lizard man roared as he got on all fours and charged at Izuku. Seeing this, Spider-Man fired 2 more strands of webbing, only for the lizard to slash through both with a swipe of his scaly hands. He then reached Izuku in an instant, moving a claw right at the vigilante's face. Izuku quickly ducked under it and swung a leg up, his foot slamming into the thug's face. This was followed with the lizard man throwing 2 jabs, both knocking Izuku back. Ugh, the teen grunted before moving a venom punch into the thug's face, pushing him slightly back. And as electricity slightly surged around the thug, he just let out a snarl as Izuku said, "Listen, I don't know why you think you have to rob a bank, but just give up a lizard guy." "I'm a gecko," he roared back, making Izuku blink. "Really? But I totally thought your name would be something like the lizard." The thug just squinted his eyes at that. "My name's Spinner." "Oh. Here. I thought it would be more animal-themed. Guess I was wrong." Izuku then pointed at Spinner. "Well, listen here, villain, just give up. You're not beating me, and you're not robbing the bank. Make me." Spinner roared as he leapt at Vigilante, Izuku firing 2 strands of webbing upward. He yanked himself up next, flipping over the Gecko Man before firing a 3rd line and swung himself downward. Web swing kick. Izuku yelled as swung and slammed both feet into Spinner's back. The blow made the thug let out a cry of pain for a second before spinning around and moving an elbow into Izuku's stomach. If. Izuku fell back at this, quickly rolling on the pavement before getting back up, only to see Spinner charging at him again. "Here he comes. Come on, Spider Sense, help guide me." he thought as swiped a claw right at Izuku's face. His spider sense blared, Izuku feeling the incoming danger. He quickly raised an arm, blocking the claw before it could hit and move a venom punch at this. Spinner caught it with his other hand, only to feel himself get zapped. This was followed by Izuku moving an upward kick, the motion making Izuku backflip as the kick smacked Spinner's chin. The Gecko Man stumbled back at this as Izuku landed, only to let out a roar as then grabbed his webbed-up katana and yanked at it, pulling it out this time. "I'm gonna slice you," he screeched as he moved the blade at Izuku. His spider sense screamed at this, making Izuku hop back as Spinner began wildly swinging the sword around. But as he did this, Izuku fired another web, hitting the top of the blade before pulling on it. Seeing this, Spinner pulled back, the two now pulling on each other. "No!" Spinner yelled, "This is my katana. And this is a no-sharp deadly weapon zone." Izuku growled as he kept pulling. But as he did this, he then let go, making Spinner stumble back as he continued pulling. And as he tried to make sure he didn't fall back, Izuku fired a shot of webbing at Spinner's chest and yanked that, causing the thug to go flying forward. "Wah!" Spinner yelped as he lost his balance, his face hitting pavement right in front of Izuku. And as he tried to recover, he suddenly found himself unable to move. What the dash thwip? Thwip. Thwip. And now, you're all webbed up. Izuku chuckled to himself as he fired a whole slew of webbing all over Spinner, sticking him to the ground. And as he completed webbing up Spinner's feet, he leaned down in front of Spinner's face, "And you got nowhere to go. You little. Let me go." Spinner screamed as he started to squirm. A few strands of webbing snapped at this, only for more to take their place. "No, you're staying here," Izuku commented as he kept firing webbing. "Grah!" Spinner roared as he kept squirming, now feeling he couldn't move even a millimeter. His body was fully stuck to the pavement. Izuku watched him try to move for a few minutes, only for the thug to let out a sigh. "No." Izuku saw a big frown appear on the Gecko Man's face, which regularly would have been hard to tell if he hadn't watched how Gloria emotes herself, and that was harder to tell compared to this guy's lizard face. Izuku could admit he had seen plenty of frowns on criminals' faces, but most were showing frustration and anger. This one also showed that, along with a tinge of sadness. Blinking at this, his mind went into its usual fast-paced focus. "That's odd. Wait. This guy is a mutant animal quirk, right? All the Tombstone gang are mutant animal quirks. Maybe this guy is in debt to them. I mean, he doesn't dress like them, but he's also not going anywhere." He then leaned back down and asked, "So, you said you didn't have a choice in robbing the bank. Why?" Spinner glared up at them. What? What do you care?" "'Cause I asked. I mean, if you don't want to tell me and I just call the police to get you hauled off to prison, I don't mind." He pulled out his phone at this, Spinner slightly grimacing. "Wait. Don't." Spinner yelled, "I don't want to go to jail." "You already robbed a bank. I'm pretty sure that means you're going to jail." Izuku deadpanned, only to do a slight shrug. "But if you want to tell me why, I'm all ears. You said you had no choice. Are you in debt to some gang?" Spinner blinked at him, only to try to glance away, his eyes being the only thing able to move at this. He stayed like this for a few seconds, only to look back at Izuku. "Stop staring at me." "So, you're not gonna tell me?" "No." He glared up at Izuku for a bit, only to let out a sigh. "Fine. You wanna know why? It's 'cause I just need the money." "For what?" "'Cause I need money. I can't get it any other way." Spinner roared, a bit of spit flying out of his mouth. "So, you're just desperate?" Izuku bluntly asked, making Spinner hiss. "Yes. I need it 'cause it's a dog-eat-dog world out there, alright? Everyone thinks I'm some lizard freak, just like you, and I need the money 'cause I'm alone and I only look out for me." Izuku blinked at this, his mind going back to earlier today, mainly his mom telling him he needed friends. As this thought went into his head, he could only think of one thing: this guy. He said he's all alone. I bet he's like me, he's got no friends and he's looked down on. The teen took a deep breath before saying, "Listen, thanks for telling me. Spinner's glare stopped at that, just now staring at the vigilante, 𝐻𝐻. Izuku slightly looked away at this. You see, I'm like you. I get it. I'm rejected by the world and I don't really have any friends. What? Spinner yelped as he started glaring back at Izuku. What are you talking about? Aren't you a totally popular vigilante with an awesome quirk? Izuku almost flinched at the outburst, only to shake his head. No, not really. I'm all alone too. Spinner stared at him for a second before asking, wait. You don't have a spider face under that mask, do you? No. Izuku slowly said, but I get where you're going there. Is that why you're rejected? Because you look like that? Yeah. Spinner softly replied, no one accepts a lizard freak like me. Izuku stared at him for a second, his mind going over this again. If he goes to jail, when he's released, he'll just go back to crime. He needs a place that accepts him. Like Feast. He went wide-eyed at his own thoughts before speaking up. Spinner. When the police come, tell them what you just told me. Here. Why? 'Cause if you do, they'll understand. He then leaned in slightly more at this, and when you've done your time, if you can't find what you should do next, come to Feast. Feast? Izuku nodded back, yeah. It's a place here in Musutafu for people like you. It's there to help you figure out what to do with your life. They help out people with so-called villain quirks and mutant quirks. He pointed to himself, they've helped me, and they can help you too. Spinner just blinked at him before asking, do I have to pay them for that? Nope. Izuku shook his head, they do it all for free. It's there for helping those down on their luck. Spinner closed his eyes at this, grumbling, I don't need yours or their pity. It's not pity. Izuku replied, only to see Spinner open his eyes and glare at him. Izuku sighed at this and shook his head, I was just trying to help. He stood up at this, well, at least think about it, okay? Spinner blinked at him, his glare slightly fading as he just looked away, not saying another word. Seeing this, Izuku pulled out a card and began to write on it before putting it on Spinner's webbed-up back. After that, he fired a web line and yanked himself out of the alleyway and onto a rooftop, Spinner looking back up at him with a shine in his eyes. A few minutes later, he went to a payphone, knowing he didn't want his cell phone traced, and called an anonymous tip to the police before heading home. Part of his mind told him to do a patrol, but a yawn escaping his mouth told him to go home and sleep. You know, I think I did some good today. I wonder if this is something they teach at UA as well. He did a wide-arced swing before leaping into the air, doing a flip before firing another web line. And as he did this, there was smile under his mask as he swung into the night. Gotta say, that kid sure gets around. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 Tamakawa commented as he read the report from a late-night arrest. Naomisa was sitting at a desk in front of him, the man sighing, no kidding. Naomisa then shuffled some papers in front of himself before taking the paper 𝐒𝐭𝐲 was reading. Ready to do the interrogation. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 asked next. Honestly, no. I really wish I had a Razorhead here, as he's good at improvising certain questions. But your quirk dash is perfect for interrogations. I know. Naomisa interrupted as he stood up. His quirk was lie detection, something that made him perfect for police work. He had used it more times than he could ever count, and as he had just said, it was perfect for interrogation. As such, the two men walked out of the office and into the hallway, shuffling down to a door that had the words, Interrogation Room Number 2 on it. Here we go. Naomisa commented as he opened the door, quickly walking in with 𝐒𝐭𝐲 following him. The room was a simple, dull grey affair, complete with just 3 chairs and table. And in one chair was Spinner, his hands handcuffed to the table with a tired look on his face. It showed he hadn't slept in some time. Hello there, I'm Detective Tsukochi Naomisa. You are Shuichi Iguchi, correct? Call me Spinner. He grumbled, glancing slightly away. All right. Naomisa wrote that down before gesturing to 𝐒𝐭𝐲, the Catman taking out a recording device. Let's begin. Izuku had slept in for over half the day. He had never slept that much, feeling his mind slightly muddle as he woke up. The teen slowly got out of bed, feeling himself drag through the entire house. And as he ate a super late lunch, he decided he would only do a small patrol today. "Hope I didn't get sick," he whispered to himself as he turned on the television. There it showed a few basic news stories, only to switch to a news table talking about a certain event. As we all know, the UA Sports Festival is 4 days away now. Are you all excited? One lady asked. A well-shaved man responded to this, "Oh yes. As everyone knows, it will be the first classes that we're able to learn from All Might firsthand. We suspect there'll be something truly spectacular." The next words fell on deaf ears as Izuku went wide-eyed at that statement. He facepalmed as he thought about yesterday. "Oh, I forgot to ask Uraraka about what it's like getting taught by All Might again." He slumped down into the couch, munching on a piece of meat as he sulked, "I can't go to you. I miss getting taught by All Might. I don't get to try the UA Sports Festival." He raised his right hand, seeing a bit electricity spark around it. "Well, at least I have this." He gulped down the last piece of meat and took a sip of his drink. "When the festival happens, I should root for Uraraka and the others. I just hope they don't have to fight Kaken." He put the drink back down. "I wonder what Kaken's up to. I bet he's top of the class. While I'm still a useless Deku." The teen felt himself shake at those thoughts, memories of his once friend hurting him again. He felt a bit of sweat appear on his forehead as he rubbed his face, shivering as he clenched up. "No, don't think about that. Those times are over. You're a vigilante now. You'll become a hero. You'll figure it out. It's just gonna take a while." He took a long deep breath before standing up, a determined stare now appearing on his face. "I'll figure it out." And with that, he ate the rest of his food, put it away and put on his costume. An hour or so later, the teen was web-swinging through the city, a grin on his face under his mask. As he swung, he began to do flips and spins, all things he had thought up last night during the stakeout. He found it refreshing, as if he could do anything as he swung around. As he did this, a small kid pointed up at the sky, gasping as he then tugged on his mom's skirt. "Look, mommy." The woman looked up, now seeing the vigilante swing away, letting out a "W" as he disappeared down the street. "That was so cool. Can I do that?" The kid asked next, his mother sighing and shaking her head. "Not until you're older," she replied as she took her son's hand. "Ah, but I want to try that now." And as this happened, Izuku took a left, going down another street. The grin on his face kept growing, only to let out a sigh. "I needed this. Just a good old-fashioned swing across the city." He then took out the police scanner, having a feeling it was going to dictate today's events. And as if right on schedule, a voice spoke up. "This is Musutafu Police. We have a runaway vehicle going down Bracca Boulevard. Any hero present, please respond." "Bracca? That's not too far away," Izuku commented as he took another turn. "Maybe I can intercept it." A few minutes of swinging later, he got to the street, only to find a trail of knocked-over cars. The sight made him go wide-eyed, only to then see a few police cars race by, all blaring their sirens. "Looks like someone's trying out for Demolition Derby." He chuckled to himself, "That's a good one. I should write that down." He followed the trail of destruction, only to spot a hero or two run down the street, helping the people whose cars were overturned. He felt himself wanting to go down and help as well, only to glance back up and see the vehicle responsible. It was a jet black semi, and the back door of the truck was open. And inside was a familiar sight. "It's those masked guys again." He mentally gasped, only to see one of the thugs pull out what looked like a bazooka. "Holy cow!" The teen quickly fired 2 web lines and yanked himself, slingshotting over the police cars. And as he did this, one of the masked men pointed to the sky. "The spider!" The thug with the bazooka looked up, leaning slightly back at the sight before aiming the weapon upward. "Oh!" Izuku thought as his spider sense began to scream at him. A second later, a loud boom could be heard as the rocket went flying out of the bazooka. Izuku quickly fired a web line to his left and yanked it, pulling him away from the projectile just in time. And as he did this, he glanced back at the flying explosive and aimed his wrist at it. "Can't let that go flying into the city." He fired a web line, grabbing it before he did a single pull. "How about we return to sender?" he yelled as he swung the web line downward, slinging it right back at the semi. "Destroy it," yelled the masked thug holding the bazooka, the other thug pulling out a katana and swinging it. A wave of energy came out next, hitting the rocket and making it explode in midair. Seeing this, Izuku let out a breath. "Not what I wanted, but at least it didn't hurt anybody." He fired another web line at the semi's roof and pulled, quickly yanking himself over to the vehicle with a single motion. And as he landed, he rolled along the truck's roof, letting out a groan as he tried to stand back up. "The spider is on the roof," the masked thug with the bazooka roared. "You get me another rocket. The rest of you, get up there and kill the spider. I will handle the police." The other thugs nodded and one quickly grabbed the roof's edge, pulling himself up. But as he did this, a strand of webbing suddenly hit the climbing thug's chest. "Surprise!" Izuku exclaimed as he pulled on the web line, instantly flinging the thug across the roof. This was followed by a kick to the face, shattering the mask as the thug was knocked onto his back. A second later, webbing covered his body, the teen yanking the katana from him at the same time. "No more swords. Seriously, what is with you villains and your sharp objects?" Izuku commented as threw the sword behind him and webbed it to the roof, out of the thug's reach. But as he did this, two more thugs climbed onto the roof, one with a pair of energy WHPs while another had just a katana. "Oh great. This is gonna be another one of those 50 thugs in a semi thing, isn't it? Kill the spider," the katana thug yelled as he charged at Izuku. He quickly moved his blade at the teen, only for Izuku to sidestep the attack before doing a quick spin, lifting and slamming his foot into the masked thug's side. The man fell over at this, Izuku quickly firing a glob of webbing over him. "Danger!" Izuku tried to turn around as his spider sense blared, only for an energy WHP to suddenly appear and quickly wrap around his neck. "Urk!" he gasped as he grabbed the WHP, trying to pull it off. But as he did this, the masked thug's fists surged with black and white energy, the energy then flowing through the WHP and zapping the vigilante. "Ah!" Izuku screamed, only to turn to the masked man and aimed his wrist at him. "Pust, oh, come on." He grunted out before putting his hands back on the WHPs. He then began to try and charge some venom power in the weapon, only for the WHPs to surge with energy again, zapping the teen instead. "Oh! You die today, spider," the WHP guy yelled as he kept pouring energy from his hands into the WHPs. And as he did this, Izuku's spider sense went wild, screaming at him as the masked man inside the semi had just finished loading the bazooka again. And though Izuku couldn't see it, his spider sense was telling him something bad was coming. "Gotta get free!" His mind yelled at him, only to clench his hands around the WHP. And with one mighty pull, he yanked them off his neck. The masked man flinched at this for a second before flicking the WHPs, only for Izuku to leap at him. Before the masked man could react, Izuku tackled him with both hands on the thug's shoulders. "Sorry, this is now a no WHP zone." Zap! Electricity surged for a split second, zapping the thug as it instantly knocked him out. And as Izuku tried to get up, his spider sense kept screaming, making him glance over the truck's edge and see a thug about to aim at the police car. "No!" he yelled as he grabbed the roof's edge and spun around, quickly moving his feet into the thug's face. Knocking the masked man back, the bazooka flew out of his hands, knocking into another thug inside the semi. And as Izuku landed inside, he found he was staring at 10 more masked men, including a bulky one in the very back. "Oh great, they are quintuplets. Lovely." The spider, one of them yelled before two leapt at Izuku. Electricity surged in both of his fists at this, quickly throwing 2 venom punches at them. And as he knocked both back, a third pulled out a blade and moved it. Spider sense blaring, Izuku sidestepped it with ease before throwing another punch. This one didn't have the bioelectricity in it, but the blow was enough to make the thug stumble. Seeing this, Izuku turned to see 2 more thugs charging at him, both with energy pouring around their fists. They each threw jabs at him, Izuku ducking and dodging both. "Darn it! If only my web shooters weren't empty right now," he thought as he kept evading the attacks, his spider sense blaring as it warned him of every attack. he kept dancing, finding that the two masked thugs were surprisingly slow with their punches, but were making Izuku backpedal to the edge of the semi. And as this happened, he soon noticed he was out of room as the back of his right foot went slightly over the edge. Oh no! Izuku glanced back up to see a third thug joining the two, the trio's fists all surging with black and white energy. I gotta do something. 𝐼𝐴. What sounded like a tank falling onto something suddenly rang out, everyone in the semi now stumbling as the whole truck shook. Feeling this, Izuku glanced up and outside of the semi, only to go wide-eyed as he saw the face of a giant dragon. Ryukyu. The dragoon hero in her dragon form was on top of the semi, grabbing it in her giant claws. This chase ends now, she declared, only for Izuku to feel the semi now getting yanked upward. He looked back and saw she was now pulling the truck off the ground, making him gasp as she roared, "You're all under arrest. Surrender now." Holy cow! Izuku yelped, only for his spider sense to scream at him. Glancing back inside the semi, one of the thugs grabbed a sword and moved it at him, Izuku falling back as the masked man tried to stab him. This made Izuku drop right out of the truck, the teen quickly flipping his body as he grabbed the bottom of the semi. And with a mighty heave, he pulled himself upward, soon clinging to the vehicle's underbelly. That was nuts. He whispered before noticing that the road that was supposed to be below him was now just a few feet away, along with police cars now moving around to create some kind of formation. Okay then. I'm pretty sure Ryukyu can handle this. Time to refill my webbing and get out of here. He thought to himself as he quickly grabbed the web cartridges. A few seconds later, he was back in web shooter mode before going invisible and looking back into the semi. There, he saw one of the masked thugs looking outside the truck with bazooka in hand. "Oh no you don't," he yelled as he reached up and grabbed the thug's ankle, zapping it with a surge of bioelectricity. The thug screamed before slumping over, his body flopping out of the now flying semi. Seeing this, Izuku quickly fired a webline, catching the man by the chest. "Hang on there." He yanked the man back up and fired another round of webbing over the thug before slinging him to the side of the semi, his body soon sticking onto the truck's right side before climbing onto the side as well. After this, he glanced back inside and saw another thug trying to get the bazooka ready, only to sigh, "They don't give up, do they?" But as he saw this, the passenger door opened, a masked thug pulling out an automatic rifle and pointing it at the dragon. "Die hero," he barked, making Izuku look back and saw the man. "Oh!" Izuku whispered before pointing his wrist at the thug, "Not today." Thwip. A single strand of webbing instantly hit the rifle, Izuku yanking it a second later. The thug let out a yelp before turning to see Spider-Man crawling on the right side of the truck. "Curse you, Spider," he growled before slamming the passenger door shut. "Okay." Izuku then looked back at the end of the semi, only to see a giant dragon claw slamming into it, knocking the thugs inside back. The sight made him go wide-eyed, flinching for a second as he began to hear the police tell Ryukyu to put the semi down. He glanced down at the street, now seeing the police fully surround the descending vehicle. Maybe I should leave. I mean, Ryukyu looks like she's got this handled." He looked back at the passenger door again, only to see the bare results he had just procured. Darn it. Just another pointless fight with these guys. He glanced up at Ryukyu, the dragon now slowly descending. Seeing this, he fired a web line and yanked himself away, suching into a swing a second later. He heard a few yells at this, but the voices drowned out quickly. He swung down street after street, his mind going over what had just happened. What was that? That was the third time I've been in a car chase with those masked goons, and it's like, they don't care. They just drive around and cause trouble. I didn't even do anything this time honestly. He thought before sighing, I guess I'll just go and find something else to do. Izuku swung for another 30 minutes after that, unable to get how the situation went out of his head. He had just tried to stop the masked gang again, only for another hero to swoop in and do a better job than him. That had never happened before. Every time he found himself going into a fight, either the heroes weren't there, or they were in trouble. And as he stopped to swing and landed on a rooftop, perching on the corner of the building, his mind raced back to all his previous encounters. Have I just been lucky? He thought before taking out his case's notebook, looking them over and sighing, maybe I have. I mean, I was useless back there. That WHP guy beat me up, and I wasn't even close to stopping the truck. Ryukyu just came in and fixed everything while I was struggling. He rubbed his face at this, shaking his head. I'm still not a hero yet, am I? I'm not even close. I mean, I've saved people and heroes have thanked me. And yet, I keep failing. I failed today, I failed with that gentle criminal guy, and that masked gang keeps getting away. He put the notebook away, closing his eyes for a second. Mom told me I shouldn't have to become a criminal to be a hero. Maybe she was right. He sat down at this, his feet dangling over the roof. Maybe I should go to UA and ask to be a student. He let out a low chuckle at this, shaking his head. Yeah, like they'd accept a Deku like me. The teen looked up at the sky at this, exhaling a deep breath. I guess the vigilante thing wasn't the best idea. He looked down at his hands, flexing them as he sighed. I wonder, what is it really like to be a hero? It was nearing evening now as Naomasa sat in his office. He was looking over the transcript of the interrogation he had just done this morning. To the left of him was his computer, which was showing Spider-Man being part of a car chase situation that was later solved by Ryukyu. She had finished the job, capturing the gang of masked goons with ease after Spider-Man had softened them up. And though Naomasa would easily admit he had great respect for the Dragoon hero, he felt that the situation just made his case worse. After all, despite Spider-Man actually not solving the issue here, he had still got there before the heroes. That alone will make the Hero Commission go after Ryukyu, telling her to be better because a vigilante tried to upstage her, or some nonsense like that. It gave the detective a headache, one that he knew Eraserhead would share once he came in and saw today's reports. And as if on cue, the office door opened to reveal the scraggy, always tired-looking man. He had a cup of coffee in one hand, and a glare on his face as he sat down. Bad day? Naomasa asked, the pro-hero just grumbling in response. I'm guessing so. Problem children. Aizawa growled as he took a sip of coffee. They're going to embarrass me so much in the UA Sports Festival. That bad? The teacher just shook his head. They have potential. But that's it. He rubbed his face at this. It's going to be a disaster, I just know it. You know, maybe you shouldn't be that negative. Naomasa chuckled before spinning around the transcript papers and lightly moving them over to the hero. Here, take a look at this. What is it? Transcript of today's interrogation. Spider-Man stopped a bank robber last night and the robber was different. Like, he acted like he might become a fan of the vigilante after losing to him. Really? That's a new one. Aizawa replied as he looked it over. You sure he wasn't yanking your chain? He wasn't. I mean, he tried to lie at first, but soon realized he couldn't get around my quirk. Figures. Aizawa commented. So, it says here this. Spinner was robbing banks due to being desperate after he ran out of money. Yeah. I looked up his profile, and what I can determine, he's been discriminated most of his life. Naomasa added. As such, he eventually went to crime since no one would hire him anywhere. Before this though, it seems he was just a shut-in. Here. Aizawa responded as he read. The second and third page. So. He went to rob the bank on Edo Drive last night, only for Spider-Man to suddenly appear. The vigilante beats him, and then started asking why he did it. Aizawa glanced up at Naomasa, the detective shrugging in response. Don't ask me. I don't know why he did it either. Eraserhead looked back at the paper, then Spider-Man told him to tell the police everything, and told him that he was just like him. His voice increased at the end there as he glanced up at Naomasa, the detective shrugging in response. Seriously? I know. Spinner wouldn't tell me anything else after that, but I could tell that Spider-Man inspired him. Aizawa slumped back in his chair, letting out a groan. Well, that changes the profile we were making for Spider-Man. He lifted up the papers over his head, glaring at the words. I don't believe this. There's got to be something we're missing here. Would you like to hear my theory? Sure, why not? Naomasa pulled out another paper, this one showing a picture of Spider-Man and a list of believed quirks. 5 were currently on the list, 3 confirmed, which were a spider mutant quirk, invisibility, and bioelectricity. The other 2 were considered to be pure theory, that being a type of sensory quirk and a webbing emitter quirk. I think that whatever gave him these quirks is why he's like this. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at this, taking the paper and humming at the sight. Well, I mean, you could be right. Whatever gave him all these quirks has to be connected to him being a vigilante. A small bulb went off in his head at this. Say, you think Spider-Man's not registered? What do you mean? Well, what if he's like the League of Villains? Their 2 main members we know of aren't in the database or quirk registry. What if Spider-Man doesn't have an identity either and that's why they're a vigilante? I mean, if he has no background, most hero schools aren't going to accept him. Naomisa bit his lip at that. In other words, he's an escaped experiment or something like that. We live in a world ruled by superpowers that can do some seriously irrational stuff. Aizawa put the paper down on the desk. I mean, he could still just be a citizen. It just doesn't make sense that he's a vigilante though. I know. Naomisa sighed. That's why this is so difficult. He turned to watch the footage of Spider-Man in the car chase from earlier today. I can't help but think we're missing just one piece of the puzzle. Aizawa let out a snort at that, making the detective look back at him. He could tell the teacher was already back to thinking about his students rather than the case. As such, he shined a small smile and asked, Say, if you had the chance to catch Spider-Man now, what would you do? Would you let him in your class? Aizawa blinked at that, his head turning to the footage before humming, maybe. Seems like a real problem child though. The teacher then looked down at the paper again. Say, do we have anything on these? Inner demons he keeps fighting. Naomisa shook his head. Nope. Just like the last time I brought you in for them, it's the same. They come in clueless, as if they've been brainwashed and know nothing as soon as the brainwashing is removed. The detective pulled out another folder at this. The only other thing we have is that they don't seem to use quirks when brainwashed. They seem to gain an energy quirk while brainwashed and just use that or weapons like swords and guns. But once the brainwashing is gone, they can't remember or use the energy quirk. That's awfully convenient. Aizawa grumbled as he took the folder. There has to be some sort of catch. There's no quirk that good that could do this. I agree. Naomisa replied as he rubbed the temple of his nose. But that case has been put on the back burner for now. The chief thinks that if this gets out, the Hero Commission will go nuts on Spider-Man, and ignore the inner demons altogether. Aizawa glanced down at the folder again, his eyes squinting at a photo of Spider-Man fighting the masked thugs. I could see it. Especially with a problem child like that. 2 hands tugged a white tie as a man sat behind his desk, pulling and shaking it a second later. He let out a long sigh next before glancing down at the desk, glancing over several papers. And as he reached down for one of them, the room's door opened, making the man glance up. 𝐒𝐻, said a masked man as he walked into the room and closed the door. I have a report. Go ahead. The spider interfered again. He delayed the men until the heroes arrived, just as you planned. The man's eyes narrowed at this. I figured. Did the others at least succeed? The masked thug nodded. Yes, Mr. Good. It is a shame that we've had to move so slowly thanks to the spider and tombstone. But perhaps that's a good thing. The man leaned back at this, putting his hand to his chin and closed his eyes. I think it is time to get rid of both of our problems. What do you mean, Mr.? The man looked up at the thug again. It is time for war. Izuku didn't immediately go home after his small internal crisis. To be fair, he was still thinking if he was really accomplishing anything. He knew had prevented some crimes, but they all felt like lucky breaks now. It was if they didn't truly matter in his mind, but at the same time, he kept telling himself they did. As such, he swung around the city, stopping 2 muggings before finally going home a few hours later. It seemed small-time crime always happened, but it was nothing compared to what he wanted to be. He wanted to be that hero that inspired hope, that helped anyone and everyone all the time. To be like All Might. Instead, he felt he was stuck, just swinging around aimlessly. As such, he went home, invisibly going over and crawling through the window. And when he got there, he found his mom had just cooked supper. the team quickly taking and eating it. She found recently she had to make bigger meals for him, though she didn't mind since he devoured them like they were nothing. After that, he shuffled into his room, checked his online classes and laid down. He let out a long sigh at this, staring at the ceiling as his mind began to wonder. You know, maybe I should just take a day or two off from being Spider-Man. I mean, if I can't accomplish much right now, maybe I should wait a bit. As he thought this, the image of Uraraka's friends came into his mind. The idea of friends, something he hadn't had in so long, suddenly there. He still couldn't believe it, someone wanting to be his friend. That idea led to the memory of him fighting Spinner, seeing what could have happened to him down that path. However, Martin Lee and Gloria appeared next in his head, Lee telling him to just go be a hero. And finally, his mom, who told him to not give up and she would always be there for him now. The memories made him tear up, new ones coming to mind as he remembered the heroes telling him he did good. He still couldn't believe the ones he had met. But then Katsuki appeared in his head. The boys that always followed Katsuki around. The teachers of Aldera. The doctor that told him to forget being a hero. Adults and teens his age telling him that his life was pointless, even with his big brain, all because of how he was born. And then the explosions came next, a quirk so superior to Izuku's new spider quirk, worthy of one that would become the greatest hero. And Izuku would just be a worthless Deku. You'll never be hero. Listen here, loser, if you really wanna be hero. Go take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life. Izuku felt tears well up at those thoughts. Kaken's right. I'm still not there. I'm still not a true hero. He felt water go down his face at this, his eyes slowly glancing back up as he saw his vigilante costume resting on a chair. The sight made him remember the people he had saved, memories now surfacing. He remembered when he saw that kid thank him on television for stopping the van from crashing the playground. The people he had saved from muggings. All those small thank yous and smiles they showed. But all those memories vanished as Katsuki's face appeared again. His mouth moved and told him one thing, you'll never be hero. That line went through Izuku's head, making him tear up again. That is, till his eyes glanced away from the vigilante costume and onto an All Might poster he had in his room. That shining smile on the hero's face, one that always made Izuku grin. The hero he wanted to become. And as he stared at it, his eyes went back to his vigilante costume as a certain flame lit itself in his eyes. It was the one Inko always saw when he talked about being a hero, one that made Katsuki hate him with a passion, the eyes of one that wants to do everything they can to help and save others. But as the flame began to burn, its fire wavered slightly as he got up and walked over to his costume, grabbing the mask. Staring at it, he saw his reflection in the eye lens as he thought, no. I can't stop. Even if I'm a useless Deku. I want to help as many people as I can, even if it's a few. That's all I can do. What a hero can do. 2 more days had passed since the incident with the masked men and Ryukyu. Izuku had mainly spent these days as Spider-Man, as Gloria had told his mom that Feast didn't need him right now. As such, he spent every moment he could patrolling. Despite this, he didn't really find any villains to fight, only muggers, car thieves, and purse snatchers. However, he thought this was fine, as he received a ton of thank yous from all sorts of people. There were also no heroes trying to catch him or people calling him out for being a vigilante, which he was more than happy about. And as this 3rd day started, he found himself being asked to come to Feast. Apparently, the 2nd Feast building was complete, and they were now starting to move stuff in. As such, he told them he would just get there by train, which was a total lie. Instead, he swung over as Spider-Man, stopping a mugging in the process. Thankfully, that one distraction was enough to make him get there right on time, making it so no one would question why he got there so fast. This was followed with a full morning of moving truck after truck of things. Lee had hired a moving company for this part, the Urarakas also helping as part of the paycheck. But as Izuku began to help, both companies began asking him to come be a part of their crew. He told them he was quirkless, thinking this would deter them since he found most applications he did online instantly cut him off due to that fact, but this situation was the perfect definition of seeing is believing. All were shocked at his strength, which he saw coming, only for both companies to get into an argument on who should get him. This was followed by 𝐒𝐿 rejecting them both, saying it wasn't what he wanted to do. As such, the morning passed, 𝐒𝐿 finding himself somewhat tired as he was now eating lunch, which was just a small sandwich. Guess I won't be Spider-Man much today. Hey, that's okay. I'm doing good here as well. And as he continued to eat, he looked up to see Mr. Uraraka walking up to him. Hello there, Midoriya. How you doing today? I'm okay. Bit tired, but I'm good. 𝐒𝐿 replied, the man raising an eyebrow as he noticed 𝐒𝐿 wasn't stuttering. I'm honestly surprised you're not saying you're exhausted. I mean, you're a moving machine out there and you're just a bit tired. The man chuckled next as he sat down beside the teen. I know I already said it today, but thank you for helping us out. 𝐒𝐿 shook his head. It's nothing. I'm just glad I can help people. That's a good quality to have. The man laughed. You're just like my daughter. 𝐒𝐿 blinked at him, soon realizing who he meant. He felt his face get slightly hot before looking away. I'm nothing like her. I mean, all I can do is this. The man shook his head before patting 𝐒𝐿's shoulder. Don't think like that. You've done more than you think. He patted his shoulder again. Don't. Just accept the compliment. 𝐒𝐿 blinked at him again, his face going full red for a second. Okay. Mr. Uraraka laughed at this before smacking 𝐒�'s back, the teen slightly flinching. Good. Now, ready to finish up. We just have about 2 more loads to bring in. Sure. 𝐒� replied as he ate the last bit of his food. He threw the rest away before following Mr. Uraraka as they began to unload the last few trucks. It ended up taking longer than they thought, afternoon coming and going as they finished the last bit of the second feast building. And when it was done, Mr. Uraraka invited 𝐒� for supper. The teen tried to say no, saying he shouldn't, but the man then told him if he didn't come along, the other company would try to take him now. As such, he would have 𝐒� just eat and leave, as he knew 𝐒� was going to reject him as well. And so, 𝐒� found himself in a small cafe nearby, eating a small meal as 𝐒� found out that Mr. Uraraka liked to talk. A lot. The teen mainly just sat there and nodded or shook his head, barely responding to the man as he kept going and going. That is, till he told 𝐒� that his daughter was coming over. Hearing this, 𝐒� froze up for a second as Mr. Uraraka asked, What's wrong? 𝐒� stuttered out, the memory of what his mom told him to do the next time he meets Okiko now flowing through his head. I can't just tell him that my mom wants me to be friends with her. Or can I? How do I do that? Mr. Uraraka watched 𝐒� fidget in his seat, wondering if steam was going to come out of the teen's ears next as it looked like he was going into brain overdrive. But after a minute, 𝐒� seemed to calm down, Mr. Uraraka then asking, You okay? You don't have to tell me what's bothering you if you don't want to. He stated, only to lean down with a slight glare, unless it's about my Dafa being mean or something. What? No. She's done nothing like that. 𝐒� exclaimed while waving his hands, glancing away for a second before saying, You see, my mom asked me to ask her to be my friend. Oh, you're not already friends? He replied with a raised eyebrow. I thought for sure you were. 𝐒� quickly shook his head. No. He shrunk back into his seat. I don't have friends. The man tilted his head at this. You don't? Why not? People like me don't get to have friends. 𝐒� muttered out. The man opened his mouth at this, only to close it. He wanted to say that was wrong, but as he stared at 𝐒�, he could tell that wouldn't help. Instead, he let out a sigh as he thought up something else to say. Well, maybe it's time to change that. You're a good kid, and you deserve it. I can tell. 𝐒� blinked at this, only to glance away as he muttered out, Thank you. The man shined a big grin at this. You're welcome. As he said that, a ding rang out in the cafe, signifying a new customer. A second later, a certain brown-haired girl walked up to them. Hey Dad. Okiko. Mr. Uraraka replied as the two hugged before she turned to wave at 𝐒�. Hey Midoriya. How you doing? Fine. How are you? Oh, I'm doing good. She waved a hand at this, only for her face to switch from a grin to a determined glare. I'm super pumped for tomorrow. Izuku was taken back by her expression as he asked, oh, why? Cause the UA Sports Festival is tomorrow. She then pumped her fists. I wanna go for the gold. Izuku flinched for a second, only to say, oh. Well, I hope you do well. I know me and the group at Feast will be rooting for you. She slightly blushed at that. Thank you. And could you tell Gloria and the others I said thank you as well? Sure. Mr. Uraraka chuckled at the two before standing up. Okiko, let me go and get you something to eat. What would you like? Hey, just get me a sandwich. You know what I like. Got it. I'll be right back, he said as the man left the two alone at the table. Seeing this, the girl turned and grinned at Izuku. So, why are you and Dad eating here? He's not one to do something like this. Oh. Izuku looked away at this. We're here BB because his company and the moving company both want to hire me and is helping me get away from them. Uraraka blinked at this before giggling. Well, that does make sense when it comes to him. She leaned back in the chair. So, how you been? Anything new? Izuku shook his head. Not really. Just volunteering and trying to get through classes. Uraraka nodded back, the girl noticing that he was stuttering a bit less as she replied, same. Classes have been pretty brutal. Aizawa-sensei is really rough. Aizawa-sensei? Who's that? Oh, he's our homeroom teacher. His. Uraraka came to a stop for a second as she put a finger to her chin. Well, I think he's a pro hero. I actually don't know who he is as a hero really. I just know him as our teacher. Izuku blinked at this. So he's not a public hero. Uraraka shook her head. Oh. Is he an underground hero? I guess. What's his quirk? I don't know the name. All I know is that he can make it so someone can't use their quirk. Izuku's eyes lit up at that. That's Eraserhead. Wait. Your teacher is Eraserhead. That's amazing. Who? Uraraka asked, surprised at how little Izuku was stuttering. Eraserhead. He's one of the best underground heroes in the country. He's infamous for the amount of villain takedowns, though there's not much on him. Izuku's eyes turned into stars at this. He's known for his unique scarf weapon and goggles. That's so cool that you get to learn from him. Yeah. That's him. Uraraka slowly said, trying to respond as she saw Izuku get more and more excited. She had never seen him be this active. It was like looking at someone entirely different, full of passion and fire. That's so cool. I never imagined UA would have underground heroes as their teachers. I thought they would just use spotlight heroes or maybe sidekicks. Guess UA has even crazier standards than I thought. Maybe. Izuku ranted as his voice got lower, muttering as he put a finger to his mouth. But as he did this, he glanced back up and saw a look of pure surprise on Uraraka's face, the look on her face, making him shrink back into his seat. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to act ella like that. I'm so sorry, you probably think I'm creepy now or dash wait. She yelped, waving her hands. I don't think you're creepy. No, you do now. Izuku muttered as he looked away. I'm just a worthless, creepy dash. Now hang on. All you did is surprise me, she said, only to see the boy flinch, now looking like he was trying to shrink into his seat. Please, I didn't mean anything like that. I'm sorry if I froze up there and dash. No, it's okay. I know you think I'm some creepy dash. Stop that. Uraraka yelled, making Izuku hop in his seat. He glanced back up to see the girl glaring at him, only for her to add, stop putting yourself down. What? But. Izuku stuttered out, only to close his mouth as he stared at her glare. However, this wasn't the glare he had seen so many times before. It wasn't the teacher who thought he was worthless. It wasn't the bully who saw him as easy pickings. And it wasn't Katsuki who saw him as nothing but a punching bag, something that existed only for him to torment. Uraraka shook her head before slumping down in her seat. Sorry about that. I had a long day and you surprised me. She reached out a hand at this, Could we please start over? 𝐻𝐻. Could we please start over? She repeated, her face changing into a pleading expression. I'm sorry I reacted that way. I didn't know. Could we please start over? Izuku blinked at her, only to ask, What? What do you mean? Don't you think I'm a freak now? Why would I think that? Cause I, just did that. He replied as he squirmed in the chair. Uraraka shook her head again. I would never think that. She then reached out her hand and placed it on his shoulder. The gesture made Izuku's face go bright red, steam about to come out of him before his face settled down. He slowly looked at her face, now seeing nothing but kindness on it. So, can we start over? Okay. Izuku muttered out, sorry about that. It's fine. Now, what were we talking about? Izuku bit his lip at this. Something about your teacher. Oh yeah. Uraraka leaned back in her seat. Yeah. He's a real SLV driver. He's that bad. She waved her hand at this. Not bad, just. I don't know. He constantly threatens to expel us for the tiniest of things. That and all he does is lecture about everything we do wrong. Or hero ethics. It's like he doesn't want us to learn sometimes. Oh. Why do you say that? Well, he lies about everything. He says it helps us figure things out on our own or something like that. Zu says the whole him pushing us to better by not telling us everything is really just him withholding information to make things harder for no reason. And I agree with her. He also loves punishing us. Especially if you're at the bottom of the class. You have to be in the top 3 or he'll constantly tell you that you're not learning fast enough. Wow! Izuku gulped, surprised at the sudden ranting and the now giant frown on her face. Yup. And he barely teaches anyways. He'd rather take a nap in class. That sounds awful. Izuku muttered out, I'm sorry. It's fine. At least all the other teachers are nicer. None of them threaten us with expulsion, but actually try to help us be better students. But as she began to talk about the other teachers, they went in one ear and out the other for Izuku. Instead, his mind went over everything else she had said, so even UA has mean teachers. And that means that they would treat someone like me even worse, even if I'm no longer quirkless. Figures. Guess there really isn't a good teacher for someone like me. Yeah. Uraraka added, only to see the big frown on Izuku's face, making her almost flinch before asking, but enough about me. Anything else new with you? No. Izuku muttered out, his mind now kicking him, now's the time to ask her to be your friend. Just do it. He stared directly at her, his mouth opening for a second, only to close. Say it. Say it already. Then his mouth opened again. Uraraka blinked at him, seeing he was trying to say something. As such, she stayed quiet as he slowly began to speak. Could I ask you a favor, Uraraka? Sure. What is it? Izuku felt his whole body heat up at this, his form vibrating in the seat as he tried to form words. Would YYB. My FF friend. Hearing this, Uraraka instantly shined a huge grin. Sure. Izuku's brain almost fried at that, his eyes going wide as he said, Why we mean it? Yup. She nodded back before presenting a hand to him. I would love to be your friend. He stared at the hand for a second before shaking it. TT thank you. About time, yelled a third voice, making them both turn to see Mr. Uraraka. I've been waiting on you two for forever now. Izuku went fully red again as he let go Okuko's hand and shrunk back into his seat. As he did this, Okuko blinked at her father. What do you mean? Mr. Uraraka let out a cackle as he sat down and gave his daughter her food before pointing at Izuku. Just that this kiddo here told me he wanted to be friends with you but was scared of asking. Okuko glanced back at Izuku, seeing him squirm in his seat. There was a look of pure fear in his eyes, as if he expected Okuko to just reject him after hearing that. The sight made her heart clench up, sadness welling up in her as she saw the teen look away. Zu really was right about him. She thought, I wonder who did this to him. It couldn't have just been some normal bullying. She began to eat at this, watching Izuku slowly calm down. It was here that Mr. Uraraka began his usual talking stride, asking his daughter a bunch of questions. The girl answered most while watching Izuku, seeing him slowly calm down in his seat. And as she gulped down the last bit of her sandwich, she saw that Izuku was able to fully talk to her father, the sight making her smile, only for her dad to say, "Looks like it's time to pack up and go home." He turned to Izuku, "Say, you need a ride." "No." Izuku shook his head, "I'll be fine." Mr. Uraraka nodded back before getting up, the two teens slowly following. And as they walked out of the building, Okako turned to Izuku. "Sorry about all that earlier." "Oh, it's fine. It was all my dash, it wasn't your fault." She interrupted, "Don't apologize." She gave him a deadpan glare, making him flinch before she tapped his chest. "If we're gonna be friends, you gotta stop apologizing, okay?" Okay." He squeaked out. "Good." She shined a big grin at this, only to snap her fingers. "Oh, right. Could I have your number?" "𝐻𝐻." Izuku yelped. "So we can keep in touch. I bet some more of my classmates would like to meet you at some point." Izuku felt his brain stop again, only to slowly mutter out, "Sure." A few minutes of stuttering later, he gave his number and she asked him to make sure to cheer her on at the festival. Mr. Uraraka asked Izuku if he was willing to work with him again as well, which he quickly said no. And as he walked off, the father and daughter stared at the sight before Mr. Uraraka said, "Poor kid. I really wish I could help him more." "Yeah. Me too." Okako added, only to feel her dad pat her on the back, making her glance up at him and see a big grin. "We'll just keep trying to help him out, eh?" Okako shined a giant smile at this, nodding, "Uh-huh." And as she said that, Izuku zipped into a nearby alleyway, quickly suching into Spider-Man as he crawled up a building that was so exhausting. He whispered to himself as he got onto the roof and fully changed, "I still can't believe that happened." He fired a web line at this before leaping off. "Did that really happen? I don't believe it." He put a hand to his face and rubbed it down as he started swinging. "I'm such a mess. Maybe some web swinging will help me." Turned out, web swinging was what he needed. He zipped through the city, flying past buildings with ease. As he did this, he pulled out the police scanner, waiting for anything as he kept swinging around. "Ah!" He sighed to himself, "This feels so good." He then did a wide swing around a tall building, wind pushing into him as he took the turn. He closed his eyes for a second, letting himself feel the air swirling past him. Even though he hadn't been Spider-Man for even a month, he knew this was his favorite part. This feeling of freedom as he swung past buildings with ease. And as he did this, his phone began to vibrate, the teen pulling out the phone. He saw it was his mom, soon clicking it as she landed on a rooftop. "Hey Mom. What's up?" "Hey there. I was just calling to see how you were doing." "Oh, I'm fine." Izuku replied as he sat down on the side of the roof. "I just needed to go swinging for a bit." "I figured." Inko chuckled. Izuku blinked at this as he heard those words, his mom's tone slightly different than usual. As such, his mind went ahead and asked a question, "What do you mean?" Inko let out a long sigh at this, Izuku knowing she was shaking her head as she replied, "Izuku, you know that I've been hesitant over the vigilantism." He could hear a drop in her tone for a second before continuing, "But ever since you started being a vigilante, you've been happy. I've never seen you this happy. You put on that costume with the biggest grin on your face, won that well. I hate to say it, but I haven't seen you look like that for years." As he heard this, he could hear slight tears begin to form in his mother's eyes. He then felt his own, realizing what she meant. Those years of quirklessness, the torment, the misery, the explosions. And the burns he had to hide every day when he came home. Hearing this, he muttered out, "I'm sorry." Inko sounded surprised at this. "What? Why are you apologizing?" I'm sorry that this is what makes me happy," he replied, biting his lip at this. "Oh Izuku. You shouldn't apologize for your happiness." Inko responded, I know I didn't like this at first and I'm still adjusting, but I just want to say, I'm proud of you." Izuku blinked at this, feeling his eyes water. He slowly said his next words, Thanks, Mom. I needed that. I know. 𝐒𝐭 replied, Mr. Lee told me you had problems with the construction companies and I know you've had a hard time interacting with others, and I'm proud that you're trying. Izuku sniffed at this. Yeah. It's different. But I'm glad I'm doing it. I'm so happy that I can do this. I know. 𝐒𝐭 chuckled, I love you. I love you too. Well, I'll leave you alone and let you get back to your vigilanteing. Thanks. The call ended a second later, Izuku letting out a happy sigh. He laid back at this, putting away his phone as he did a small stretch. I'm getting there. I can feel it. He stood back up, cricking his neck as he fired a web line. Let's go find something to do. Izuku wasn't sure how many hours passed as he swung around. If he was honest, he found the web swinging the best part of his life as a vigilante. The freedom it gave him, the ability to just go anywhere with ease. And the speed. He loved the speed, the agility, that feeling of going fast. What would take an hour for a car would take mere minutes for him, and he loved every second of it. It felt amazing. As such, he made quick time to try multiple prefectures around Musutofu, though he hadn't really tried this till today. And now, he was at the end of the day and was currently sitting at the Yamanashi prefecture. He had stopped multiple muggings along the way, along with stopping a jewelry store robbery that ended up happening while he was swinging by. And as he decided to come to a stop, he hopped onto a rooftop. He took out a protein bar and pulled out his notebook, staring at the contents. So, I think this is as far as I can go today. He thought as he checked his web shooters, only seeing 4 cartridges left, in other words, 2 for each shooter. I made really good distance. I've never gone out this far and yet it felt like it took no time at all. Maybe I should figure out how fast I can go. He then finished the bar and pulled out his phone. It's getting late. I better get home, especially if I want to watch the UA Sports Festival tomorrow. But first. He let out a low yawn at this before pulling out a pencil and began to write into the notebook, doing a few calculations. Okay. So, I think my average web slinging speed is this, and this is the distance I went. As he did this, a door on the building across the street opened. There, a small man walked out, letting out a yawn as he began walking down the front steps. The cane in his hand tapped the stairs, the man's eyes glancing around. As he did this, he began to waddle down the street, his eyes wandering before it saw something in the corner of his eyes. He glanced up and saw a dark green figure sitting on a rooftop. He raised an eyebrow at this, scratching his chin as he stared the person. Who is that? He thought before he saw the figure stand up and start doing some stretches. The sight made him shine a small grin before walking into the alleyway below the rooftop of the figure. Izuku just stood there as he kept doing stretches before refilling his web cartridges. Time to go home. Izuku thought before pointing his wrist at another rooftop danger. Izuku went wide-eyed at this, his body instantly turning invisible. And as he vanished, he glanced back at the rooftop before leaping to the next building over. But as he did this, he suddenly saw what looked like a giant yellow bullet coming for him. He quickly leapt to the side, dodging the thing as he hit the roof's floor, rolling for a second. He glanced down for a second, seeing he was still invisible, only for his spider sense to blare again. Izuku looked back up to see the yellow figure zip over to him again, Izuku firing a web to the other roof and yanking himself over there. What the heck is that? He thought as he landed on the roof and kept hopping back. As this happened, he tried to aim his wrist at the yellow bullet, but it just zipped around, seemingly changing random directions mid-air. His spider sense rang out again, feeling it coming from his right. The vigilante didn't turn right at this, instead ducking down to all fours just as the yellow figure flew over him. Spider sense then rang out in the back, making push everything he had into his hands and feet, the teen then leaping upward into a backflip, going straight over the yellow bullet as it tried to hit him in the back. And as he began to land, he fired a line of webbing, which hit its mark as the yellow figure suddenly came to a stop. Izuku then landed, only to go slightly wide-eyed at the sight before him. It was small old bearded man with a long yellow cape and a black mask over his eyes. A hero. Izuku had recorded hundreds of heroes over the years, he had stacks of hero analysis books to prove it, but he didn't recognize this one. Granted, he didn't look too much into the older ones, but that's because he found them all early on. Despite this, he had never seen the person in front of him. "Who are you?" he whispered as his invisibility disappeared, the team keeping himself in a defensive stance as the old man looked down at his feet, seeing the webbing that now covered them. "Not bad," the elderly man said as he stared at the webbing before looking back up at Izuku. "I was wondering what you were doing around here, but I didn't think you would have that kind of instincts. That turning invisible stuff is a nice trick, but you're too loud." He then jerked his feet, ripping the webbing off in a single motion. "You're also a little young to be prancing around as a would-be hero. I can tell just by looking at YA. Well, Izuku muttered out, only for his spider sense to blare again. The old man vanished, Izuku flinching at the sudden disappearance. He felt his sense tell him the left this time, Izuku quickly turning and putting his arms up to guard himself. A split second later, 2 feet slammed into him, almost pushing him off his feet. He felt the blow like it was a bag of bricks hitting him, making the team clench before trying to throw a punch back. But the old man was already gone, spider sense blaring at his back now. Izuku quickly spun around and moved a leg upward, only to see the old man appear for a split second, his form changing directions right as the foot was about to hit him. Izuku's spider sense yelled at him again, Izuku spinning as he threw a punch at the air behind himself. As he did this, he felt the fist hit something, only to also feel a foot slam into the teen's face. "Bluff!" he yelped as he was knocked back, just barely able to keep his balance as the old man spun in the air before landing, his feet grinding into the rooftop. Air blasted out of his feet a second later, Izuku's spider sense screaming at this as he quickly aimed both wrists where the old man, firing 2 web lines. However, the elder zipped around both, appearing over Izuku as he was about to do an axe kick down on the vigilante. Seeing this, he fired a 3rd line, yanking himself away just in time. And as the old man hit the roof, dirt flew everywhere around him as Izuku kept yanking on the webbing. He zipped over to another rooftop, only to cut into a sprint. "I gotta get out of here," he thought as he leapt off the roof and fired a web line. He went invisible at this, quickly trying to zip down the street. But as he did this, the old man turned and stared at the street, seeing thin lines of webbing coming out of something he couldn't see. "Guess my old eyes haven't failed me yet." He chuckled as he hopped off the building and began blasting through the air. Within seconds, he was right behind the invisible figure. "Danger! Oh, come on!" Izuku mentally yelled as he glanced back and saw the yellow bullet coming for him again. He quickly fired a web line to the right, yanking himself away as the old man zipped past him. But as he did this, he saw the elderly man just spin around midair and fire himself right at Izuku. Seeing this, he fired a web line to the left, yanking himself again as he barely dodged the old man. But as he did this a second time, the elder just spun around and rocketed again, this time slamming both fists into Izuku's stomach. "Oh!" he yelped as he was knocked out his web. Swing, the teen plummeting into a nearby alleyway. His invisibility cut off instantly as he hit the ground, his form rolling down the alley. A second later, the old man landed as Izuku tried to scramble back up. "Give up, kid. You're not escaping me," the old man commented as he watched Izuku get back into a crouching offensive stance, one hand on the ground while the other was in a motion to fire a batch of webbing. The two then stared each other down at this, the old man just presenting 2 balled-up fists as Izuku stared at him. Izuku wasn't sure how long time passed at this, his breath hitched as he stared at the elderly hero before him. And after a bit, he slowly got out of that stance, slightly standing up as he took a deep breath and asked, "Who are you? And why are you after me?" The old man shined a small grin at this. "Well, to be honest, I don't really got a reason to be after YA. You just seemed like a good warm-up for me." "Hey!" Izuku yelped, "Warm up?" "Yep." The man laughed before pointing at Izuku. "So, wanna tell me why someone like you is dressed up like that? I know you're no hero, so I could just capture you here and send you off to the station." Izuku blinked at this, quickly realizing that the old man was right. The teen was definitely sure he couldn't escape this guy no matter how much he tried. As such, he took a deep breath as he answered, "Well, it's him. 'Cause I'm a vigilante." The elder raised an eyebrow at this. A vigilante. At your age? Yeah. Izuku slowly nodded. The old man just hummed at this, scratching his beard for a second. Heh. Interesting. You're definitely too young to be a vigilante, but you're also too skilled to not get in a hero school. He tilted his head for a second. Let me guess, you're unlucky, ain't ya? Izuku flinched at this, eyes fully wide as he heard those words. No one had ever said that. All the heroes he met just kept asking why he wasn't a hero. No one actually got the answer, at least, now that Izuku thought about it. It was kind of the answer as to why he wasn't at a hero school. However, his silence was enough. I'm guessing I'm right. The old man laughed before pointing at him again. Well, let me answer your earlier question. The name's Gran Torino. Who are you? Spider-Man. Izuku slowly replied, only to see Gran suddenly pull a cane out of nowhere. Not a bad name. Nice to meet ya Spider-Man. He spun around and gestured to the teen, follow me for a second. Izuku blinked at him, Gran glancing back at him as he added, what? You wanna try and run away again? If you want to, go ahead. I won't follow ya. What? But. Izuku tried to say, only to shake his head, but what about trying to capture me and, attacking me and all that? You're just a kid. I can tell you mean no harm. Gran responded while waving a hand, you coming or not? Well, what are we gonna do? Gran glared at him at this, you ask too many questions. You coming or not? The old man's tone raised at this, making Izuku flinch as he slowly replied. Okay. Sorry. Izuku wasn't sure what was happening right now. 1 minute he was dodging what looked like a yellow flying bullet, now he was sitting at a table in a broken-down building, eating a piece of taiyaki. He had never liked the dessert that much, but this one tasted pretty good. He was still in costume, the only thing removed was the bottom part of his mask showing just his mouth, letting him eat the treat. Gran had told him he could take it off, but Izuku told him he didn't think he should. Seeing this, Gran ate 2 taiyakis before asking, so, how long ya been a vigilante? A little over 2 weeks. He replied as he finished his taiyaki. Oh. You got good instincts if you've only been doing this for 2 weeks. Especially at your age. Gran chuckled before taking out a glass of water and sipped it. Thanks. Gran raised an eyebrow at this, not used to taking compliments. Izuku slightly flinched at this, making the old man shake his head. Thought so. I can tell just by looking at ya. Oh. Sorry. Izuku muttered out. Don't apologize. It's fine. Gran grumbled as he took out a 3rd taiyaki. So, I'm guessing you hear this a lot, but why are you a vigilante? Izuku blinked under his mask, knowing this was coming, and let out a sigh. I failed to be a hero. No you didn't. Gran instantly responded, making Izuku almost flinch. The elderly man glared at him, his eyes slightly squinting. Did you forget what I said earlier? You're unlucky, aren't ya? Let me guess. Something random happened to you in the hero exams and you got rejected. Izuku muttered out, twiddling his fingers under the table as he just stared at the old man. Who is this guy? I don't remember him from any of my hero research, and yet he seemed more skilled than any hero I've seen. He figured me out instantly, and I'm sure he could beat me without trying. Gran let out a snort at this, the reaction alone confirming his theory. He hopped out of his chair as he finished his 3rd taiyaki, waddling around the table. So, you're a vigilante. And judging by how you were dodging me up there, you've already got some experience under your belt. But you're also a kid, which means it's way too early for you to be doing something like this. Izuku could feel a shiver slowly go down his spine. Does that mean you're gonna try and arrest me or something? Bah, I ain't doing anything like that. Gran spat. For 1, I'm retired. And 2, I can tell that if you really tried, you could get away, though it would be tough for you and a hassle for me. Also, you look like you need help. Help? Yeah. Gran walked up and poked him with his cane. I know it just by looking at you. You're young, got no confidence and you acted desperate in every move you made out there. That tells me you're inexperienced, in over your head, but you're also a quick thinker. You tried to counter everything I did, and when you realized you couldn't, you took the right option and tried to flee. The only problem was that I can fly, making it hard for you to escape. Izuku wanted to say he was stunned, his mind blown by hearing the old man easily figure everything out about him. However, his brain went to the one thing he adored most, quirks. How did you do that? Is that your quirk? It looked like some kind of air shooting quirk that comes out of your feet. Gran smirked at this, unflinching at Izuku's reaction. Not bad, kid. That's my quirk, Jet. It basically lets me shoot air out of my feet. He pointed his cane at the teen, but that's not the point. Point is, you need to training, kid. If you keep hopping into stuff, you'll get killed. Izuku stared at the old man for a minute, his mind going over those words before responding. But didn't you hear me? I didn't make it into hero school. I failed. And that means you can't train. Yeah. I can't legally use my quirk. That's why I'm a vigilante. Bah! Gran spat again. Those laws don't matter. If you need to train, train. School doesn't matter. BB, but it does. Izuku almost yelled, I failed to get into hero school. I can't pursue my dream of being a hero anymore. He looked away at this. I just wanted to help people. Gran glared at him at this, making Izuku bite his lip. The old man let out a long sigh. You're just like that buffoon. Think you can just go and save the world like it's nothing. He tapped his cane on the floor. Wish he'd picked you. You're perfect. Izuku glanced back at him. Here. Picked me. Don't worry about it. Gran waved his hand. So, you want to be a hero. Is that all? Yeah. That's all. Yeah, you're just like him. Gran grumbled before poking Izuku with his cane. Listen here, SQ, if you keep doing the vigilante stuff, you'll go way in over your head at some point. He then jabbed the cane up at Izuku's face. But I can tell you're not gonna quit. If that's the case, don't go jumping into everything you can get yourself into. If you do, you'll start something that you can't escape. Izuku leaned back at this. I'll start something I can't escape. Yep. Gran let out a low grumble at this. And when you go down that rabbit hole, you'll never get out of it. You'll keep going in over your head and it won't stop. Izuku just stared at him at this, unable to respond as his brain started to process what he just heard, only for Gran to add, so don't do it. And train your quirk while you're at it. It shows that you barely understand it. Okay. Izuku squeaked out, the teen staring at the elderly man as he spun around. He then took a deep breath before asking, Mr. Torino. The old man glanced back at him. Why are you telling me all this? 'Cause you need help, kid. Gran turned around at this, showing a firm glare. I can tell you're lost, and you got potential to be something great. That and I'm bored. I got nothing to do these days. But didn't you say I was a warm-up? You are. Gran chuckled. An old student of mine is about to bring his student to me, and I know it's gonna be a pain. At least, I think he's found one. Anyways, I needed some exercise, and you gave me some. Granted, I was hoping for more, but you're smart, so it didn't last as long as I hoped. Oh. Izuku muttered out. So, I was just here to help your boredom. Call it what you want. Gran laughed. So, you wanna stick around or do you got somewhere to be? Well. Izuku pulled out his phone, seeing how much time had passed. I gotta go. He hopped off the chair and said, Thank you, Mr. Torino. You gave me a lot to think about. I didn't do anything. He spun around and began to walk away. CYA around, Spider-Man. Izuku stared at the vanishing figure, his mind trying to go over everything that had just happened. In truth, he wasn't sure if it had just happened. It was like a train just slammed into him, and then sat him down for a lecture, reminding him why being a vigilante wasn't the best idea. It was as if when he had started to figure things out, something new came in to give him another perspective. But he didn't feel discouraged. Usually when it came to heroes, he was too embarrassed around them, or they tried to capture him. It was frustrating, as he knew that it was his fault he was so jittery, but he also knew he couldn't help it. He had spent all his life being bullied, told to not talk to anyone because he was quirkless. The quirkless weren't allowed to have anything according to society. And even when people encouraged him, he couldn't help but think it was just pity. However, Gran just lectured him and told him what he should do. But that was it, nothing else. It was blunt and to the point, no lies or deception. There was no softness either, but it showed caring in a certain way, like a trainer. And as Izuku left the building, he didn't think. He just fired a web line and started swinging away, soon landing on a train as he rode it to go home. And as he laid back on the train's roof, he thought about Gran's words again, go in over my head. Does he mean I'll take on some villain I'm not ready for? Or is it something else? He stared up at the stars above, letting out a small sigh. I hope I haven't already started what he was talking about. The bottom of a bottle slammed into a wooden table as a certain chalk-colored man walked into a garage. Inside was several animal-headed thugs, all turning and straightening up at the sight of the man. Seeing this, one of them squeaked out, "Hey boss. Stop squirming." Tombstone growled as he made his way to a large motorcycle, wiping his lips with a swipe his hand before sitting down on a stool beside it. His eyes scanned it over, clicking his tongue before looking back at the still shivering thugs. How are we on the shipment? I want a good joyride after we get it sent. It's almost done, boss. Another thug muttered out, the boys almost have it ready, but what? Tombstone growled, his form slowly rising from the stool. Well, the thug did a long gulp. WWE got a challenge from the inner demons, boss. Tombstone stared at him as he fully stood, a snort coming out his nostrils before walking up to the thug. A challenge? What do they want? The thug gulped again. They want to fight us, boss. Tombstone leaned down in front of the thug's face. And when did this happen? The thug looked like he was about to shrink into the floor, only for Tombstone to add, stop being scared. I'm not gonna hurt you over this. He then grabbed the thug's jacket and pulled him up to his face. Now, what did you say? The thug's lips quivered as he replied. We said you weren't here to give a response. The villain stared straight into the thug's eyes, the thug thinking he was staring at death itself, only for Tombstone to let him go, the thug falling to the floor a second later. Good. Gimme the phone, they called. Another ran over with the device, the villain taking it with a jerk of the arm. He saw the most recent number and shined a small frown. And as he raised a finger over the phone, one of the thugs spoke up. Boss. Tombstone turned to him. What are you gonna tell him? What do you think? Tombstone instantly responded, they want to be our competition. That means we're gonna fight 'em. And kill 'em. He tapped the phone at this as he added, get the cycles ready, boys. We're gonna run these punks out of town and show the rest why we own this place. He put the phone up to his ear, we just gotta make sure it happens nearby. Why's that, boss? Tombstone let out a low growl as the phone started to ring, 'cause we're not the only ones causing an uproar right now. Meanwhile, a long pulpy tongue slithered down a now BLD-stained blade, a quirk activating the instant the tongue touched the red liquid. A second later, a scream followed as the blade went straight into a hero's heart. And standing above that now dead hero was a man. He had a torn mask over his eyes, black unruly hair and a long scarf. Fake, was all he said before walking away, putting his blade back into its sheath. They're all fakes. He then pulled out a phone, which showed a picture of a city map. Sniffing for a second, he whispered out his next words, Hosu. You're next. Izuku woke up earlier than usual. He had noticed recently that he had a lot more energy and didn't have to sleep as much, but he found he still needed to sleep. Despite this, he pulled out his phone and saw he had woken up 2 hours early, making him sigh. Last night, he had come home and crashed, which he had expected would make him sleep in, but that didn't happen. Shuffling over to his desk, he stared at the web cartridges he had made. Yesterday had drained out quite a few, which made him spend the next hour creating the fluid, only to go back to bed after checking his online classes and seeing he was a month ahead now. After this, he woke up an hour later, letting out a yawn as his mom came into his room. She told him she was going to feast today, and wanted him to come there too for the rest of the day. They were going to watch the UA Sports Festival with the rest of Feast. As such, the two ate a semi-large breakfast before Izuku told her he was going to do a small patrol before heading to Feast, his mom not liking this, but relented on the fact that he promised to come by Feast afterward. Another hour or so later, he was swinging through the city. His mom had called him, telling him she had just got to Feast as he swung around, the teen telling her he'll be over there in a bit. The UA Sports Festival. He thought as he did a backflip after a long arced web swing, man, could you imagine me in that festival with this quirk? That would be so cool. He then grimaced at his own thoughts, shaking his head as he fired another web line. Then again, I probably would die of embarrassment first. I still can't imagine myself on TV. And as he thought that, he stared straight ahead and saw a certain series of buildings in the distance, UA. The sight was something else to the teen, its size alone being beyond incredible in his mind. And as he swung over to it, he turned invisible and landed on a nearby rooftop, glancing down to see a few heroes walking around. So it is true. They do go all out with the security. He thought, remembering that the only times he had seen the festival was on TV. This was the closest he had ever been to the event, and he had a feeling he shouldn't get any closer. Still, this is cool to see this many heroes together. I think every hero in Musutafu is here. Maybe I should change and go down and get a few autographs. He then saw a group of police officers put up a small barrier, pushing out a growing crowd outside of the building. Or not. Better not push my luck. He walked back at this, turning visible but out of sight as he pulled out his phone at this, his fingers shaking as he went to his contacts and sent a text. Midoriya Izuku, hey Uraraka. I just wanted to say good luck. He pressed the send button, his hand still shivering as he stared at the phone. I hope I did that right. He thought, only to get a reply. Uraraka Okako, thanks. If you don't mind, please root for my friends as well. Oh, I already talked to Gloria, so you don't have to tell everyone at Feast to root for us. Izuku blinked at the text, only to let out a hum. Here. Guess I should get over to Feast. The festival will be starting soon. He sent a small text that just said before spinning around, firing a web line and swinging away. As he did this, he took a few turns, zipping down a street or two as he stared ahead. Let's see. Feast should be 3 streets over, and then --𝐂𝐲𝐽. The noise rang out, sounding like a bomb going off. Izuku turned to his right, only to see nothing but a row of buildings. Despite this, he quickly fired 2 web lines, soon slingshotting himself over a few buildings. And as he flung himself over, he went wide-eyed at the next sight. On the streets below at a 4-way crossing was a gang of more than 30 masked men, most equipped with guns as they began firing shots across the crossing. On the other side of the crossing was a whole group of mutant quirk users, all of them leaping over cars as they charged at the masked men. The masked guys and Tombstone's gang. Wait. Are they fighting right now? They can't be serious. He mentally gasped before swinging over to a nearby rooftop. As he landed and perched, he found himself looking at exactly what Gran Torino had warned him about. Before him was a full-on gang war battle, Tombstone's men grabbing cars and throwing them like baseballs while the masked men were firing guns off like everything was a target. Screams could be heard everywhere, Izuku seeing a bystander getting shot down by a stray bullet in the moment he had landed on the roof. The sight made him freeze up, his eyes going back and forth as he watched these gangs just attack each other. It was like 2 groups of wild animals going in a frenzy. And as another scream rang out, he returned to reality as he aimed both wrists at the battle below him. But as he did this, his mind told him one thing: don't just jump in. He quickly swayed his web cartridges at this before looking back at the ongoing battle, his eyes darting around. Assess the situation, Izuku. Don't be stupid. Take out the worst stuff and then get in there. And then, I guess I'll have to improvise as much as I can until the heroes show up. There was hesitation after this. He turned invisible and fired a web line and swung down to a nearby traffic light. Landing on it, he pointed at the masked men and fired a volley of webbing, each one hitting the guns they were wielding. And in those next few seconds, he yanked every single one of them out of their hands. Before he had known it, he had grabbed over 20 guns, all quickly webbing them up into one single package that he plastered to the traffic light pole. The spider, one of the masked men yelled, pointing at the light as Izuku felt his head start to hurt, making him turn off his invisibility. And as the masked man exclaimed this, the others that had their guns taken all started yelling. It was here that Izuku noticed a black van in the corner of the crossing, which opened up as a few masked men ran out of it, all of them holding a bunch of katanas. "Oh, come on!" Izuku mentally growled as he saw the masked men began to replace their guns with swords. He then aimed his wrist at them, ready to yank those away as well. Danger. Izuku went slightly wide-eyed before leaping off the light, only to glance down to see a shark man hit the traffic light and rip it off with his teeth. He then spit it out as he turned to Izuku, the vigilante landing on a nearby overturned taxicab. "Nice teeth," he commented, only for a weasel man to leap at him, Spider Sense screaming at Izuku as he fired a blast of webbing at the thug's face. It instantly blinded him, making the weasel man collide with the car, shaking it slightly as Izuku looked back at the shark man. "Here we go." Electricity sparked off his hands at this. "Let's do this." The shark man leapt at him, Spider Sense blaring as Izuku charged at him. And as the shark man lunged his head forward, Izuku pushed his strength into his feet and jumped, hopping over the thug as he moved both hands into the shark man's shoulders. Electricity surged through the villain, instantly falling over as Izuku spun around and fired a blast of webbing, sticking the thug into the street. And as he landed, two masked men charged, swinging their katanas wildly. "I've said this like 10 times already," Izuku growled as he sidestepped one of the blades, the second thug moving a sword after that, Izuku leaping back to dodge this one. "No more sharp pointy weapons." He fired a web line at the first thug's foot and yanked it, the masked man instantly flopping over. The second then tried to slash at Izuku again, his Spider Sense yelling as he ducked under it before doing a sweeping leg kick, knocking the thug down. He then fired 2 globs of webbing, sticking both to the street as his Spider Sense flared again. "Danger!" Izuku turned to see 3 more charging masked thugs, only for his Spider Sense to yell again, making him glance back to see a Tiger Man and a Puma Man now leaping over a car. Seeing this, Izuku fired 2 shots of webbing, hitting the mutant men's faces, blinding both. As this happened, Izuku glanced back at the masked thugs, dodging a katana swipe before moving a punch into the thug's chest. The blow knocked him off his feet as the other 2 moved their swords at him. Izuku ducked under both, his Spider Sense screaming as he jabbed at one thug as electricity surged through the fist, zapping the masked man. As this happened, the other raised his blade up high and swung it down, Izuku spinning around before hopping back, only for it to nick his arm. "Ugh," he grunted before firing a glob of webbing into the thug's mask before yanking, pulling the thug into the street, shattering the mask. A second later, a blast of webbing struck him the thug into the street, Izuku spinning around to see the Tiger Man ripping the webbing off his face. He then leapt at Izuku, the team quickly hopping to the side, barely dodging the animal man before grabbing the tiger's side. Electricity flew through his hand, shocking the beast man. As this happened, Izuku glanced back to see the Puma Man leaping at him. But as he leapt, Izuku fired 2 shots of webbing, hitting the thug before Izuku yanked downward, slamming the Puma Man into the street before he could even get close to the vigilante. That was awesome, Izuku thought, only for his Spider Sense to yell again, making him turn to now see 7 charging masked men. And that's not awesome. He fired a web line upward, yanking himself onto a nearby building's wall. As he landed, the thugs all turned to stare at him, only to swing their swords, firing energy waves. Seeing this, Izuku leapt off the building and started web swinging around, dodging the attacks. "This is crazy. Where are the heroes?" he thought before swinging down, slamming his feet into one of the thugs, knocking the thug flying. He landed on a wall again, leaping off a second later as an energy wave hit the wall. The team landed on one of the thugs, grabbing his shoulders and zapping him before leaping over to another thug, swinging his foot into the masked man's chest. The blow knocked the thug across the street, only for 2 thugs with swords to charge at him. Spider Sense blaring, Izuku spun around and fired 2 web lines at the thug's legs, yanking at both. They were flung off their feet, only for a Tiger Man to leap at Izuku as his Spider Sense yelled at him again, the team turning to the animal man. However, Izuku was too late, the tiger thug tackling him into the street. They both hit the dirt, the Tiger Man opening his mouth as he tilted his head to bite right into Izuku's neck. "Bad kitty," the Vigilante yelled as he grabbed the Tiger Man and charged bioelectricity into him. The thug screamed as the electricity surged through him, Izuku then slamming his knees into the thug's chest before kicking him off. As he did this, a masked man stood over the still-down Vigilante, moving a blade right at Izuku's head. He went wide-eyed before rolling to the right, dodging the sword before kicking the thug's feet, knocking him over. "I'd like to keep my head, thank you," Izuku yelled as he fired several shots of webbing, tying down both the tiger thug and the masked man. As he did this, his spider sense yelled again, only to feel a giant fist hit his side. "Bluff!" Izuku yelped as he was sent flying across the crossing, slamming into a car. "Ugh!" he spat as he felt himself slump down the car, making him glance up and see that a walrus man had hit him. 3 masked men then charged at the walrus man, only for him to knock them all away with a single punch. "Not good," Izuku hummed, only to see 2 more masked men charge at him with blades in hand. He pointed his wrists upward, firing the webbing before slinging himself up again. As he did this, the masked men swung their blades, energy waves flying out as one of them hit Izuku's foot, an explosion happening next, or. Izuku lost grip with the 2 web lines, but shot another as his spider sense yelled again, yanking at the line as it pulled him upward again. He fired a second line, quickly getting into a swinging motion as he began dodging energy waves again, gasping under his mask. "Gotta keep moving and stall these guys. The heroes have to show up eventually." Meanwhile, Okako Uraraka was doing a few stretches as the rest of Class 1A walked up to the starting line of the event. The first trial of the festival was going to be an obstacle course, the classes all staring at what was ahead. As she did this, Ida walked up to her, pushing his glasses up his face. "It seems we have quite the competition ahead of us today. Not only that, I saw the crowd of heroes they have here for security. It's a huge number. 3 times more than usual." "Yep," Uraraka replied, her face morphing to one filled with determination. "Let's win this thing." "TCH. You're better off just giving up," growled a voice beside her, the girl turning to see Katsuki Bakugo. "You worthless extras are all going to fail." "Bakugo, please refrain from saying such things," Ida yelled as he chopped the air with one of his hands. "Oh yeah. And who beat all you worthless weak trash in all the combat exercises and the tests?" "Oh yeah, me." Katsuki spat as he pointed at himself. "You're all garbage extras, so just stay out of my way." Katsuki walked away at this, Uraraka and Ida both glaring at him. "Ech. How rude. With that attitude, he is nothing like a hero." "I don't think he wants to be a hero," Uraraka added with crossed arms. "I think he just wants attention." She then turned to Ida. "Oh yeah, I just got a text from my Doria and Gloria. They said everyone is rooting for us." "Oh, wonderful," Ida exclaimed. "If that is the case, we must show them that we are true heroes in training. Especially my Doria." And as Ida yelled this, Katsuki stopped and glanced back, seeing the 2 continue to banter before growling, "Deku." He grit his teeth at this, tiny explosions popping off his hands as he let out a low growl. "That quirkless loser. How do those worthless extras know him?" Another explosion went off in his hand. "They said he was rooting for them. That means he's here. I told him to never step foot in UA or else." Smoke began to float off the teen as he growled, walking away as he hissed, "Where are you, you worthless pebble?" "Web swing kick," Izuku yelled as he swung down and slammed both feet into a masked man's stomach. The thug went flying into 2 more masked thugs as Izuku landed, dodging a katana swipe from another thug before exclaiming, "Venom punch." Zap! The masked thug went flying at this, his back hitting an overturned car as Izuku fired another web line and swung back up into the air. There's no end to these guys, he thought as he flipped over 2 energy waves before swinging down and punching another thug. He then leapt away just as the walrus man from earlier charged at him, quickly dodging him before seeing another tiger man jumping at him. Izuku spun and kicked him in the chin, knocking the thug back before firing another web and yanked himself up into the air. And as he started swinging, he felt himself breathing, Gotta keep moving. Gotta keep moving. Izuku then fired 2 web lines and slingshot himself back down, slamming his feet into one of the masked thugs. As he did this, Spider Sense flared as he leapt off the thug, dodging 2 more swords before spinning around, firing 2 web lines at the masked men before knocking both off their feet. He fired several globs of webbing at this, sticking them to the street just as a shark man leapt at him. Spider Sense yelling, Izuku turned to the thug and flicked his wrists, only to hear a small pest. Oh no! He thought before the shark man tackled him, punching the vigilante in the face a second later. And as he pinned Izuku down, the teen grunted as he put both hands on the shark man's shoulders, surging electricity through them. The shark man screamed at this, Izuku kicking him off. But as he did this, the teen tried to get back up just as he saw 3 more thugs charging at him. Oh, come on! He mentally yelled before clenching his eyes for a second. He turned invisible at this, the masked men coming to a stop. As they saw their prey vanish. Izuku then opened his eyes and began to walk away, slipping behind an overturned car as he fiddled with his web shooters, reloading both with new web cartridges. Gran Torino was right. I'm in way over my head. I need the heroes to get here now, or his thoughts came to a stop as another scream could be heard behind him, making him go wide-eyed. He glanced back at the disaster around him, the 2 gangs still fighting each other as he saw one of Tombstone's gang grabbing a nearby woman. No, he turned visible and fired a web line, instantly yanking himself over to the thug. He tackled the villain, both slamming into the street before Izuku leapt off him and fired a glob of webbing. It instantly stuck the thug to the street before he fired another web line at the woman. He pulled her over to him, catching her as she let out a neep. Get out of here. Now. He yelled, the woman flinching at this before nodding and running away. Thank you. She exclaimed back as she cut into a sprint, Izuku looking back at the crossing. The 2 gangs were still clashing as a pair of masked men charged at him. He let out a long sigh as electricity surged through his hands. Got no choice. Until the heroes get here, I'll knock out every villain I can. Back at UA. And that's it for the preliminary event. Present MIC exclaimed in the commenters box, his co-host Aizawa putting in earplugs at this. For first place, we have Katsuki Bakugo, along with second place Shoto Todoroki and third Ibara Shiozaki. He turned to his co-host, I noticed all of your class made it. Surprised? A little. Aizawa grumbled, but they are showing potential. Of course, that was nothing compared to what's next. Ain't that the truth? MIC laughed before wildly gesturing to the microphone before him. Anyways, we'll be going to the next event now. Midnight, take it away. He then tapped the MIC mute button on the system, only for both to hear the door to the office open. The duo spun around to see Nezu walk in. Hey boss. How's it going? Not well. Nezu replied, it seems there may be a problem outside of UA. What do you mean? Well, I've been watching all the news feeds that tune into our event and one of them is not showing us. I checked it and they seem to be doing a different story in Musutafu. Seriously? What's bigger than us? I don't know. However, they're not showing footage yet, but say they're about to report it. Nezu replied, only to see a fierce glare from Aizawa. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? A villain is taking advantage of all the heroes being here along with other heroes watching this. Aizawa asked, Nezu nodding back. Wait. I get that, as it happens all the time, but the heroes in other districts are still there. Why do it in Musutafu? That's where we are. MIC exclaimed, there's a ton of heroes here. Who'd have the ball to do that? Doesn't matter. Aizawa grumbled before pointing to at MIC. Send a message to all heroes here. Tell them they need to respond to whatever's going on. Okay. MIC muttered out before turning back to the audio equipment. I really hope it's nothing too bad. Nezu pulled out his phone at this, another news channel now showing footage. I wouldn't be so sure. A second channel just swayed away from UA to the other news story. What do you mean? What's the story? Aizawa asked next, only for Nezu to show him the footage. Oh no. MIC then glanced over to see it, grimacing at the headline, Mini-army of villains attacking 𝐼𝐺 right at UA's doorstep. Spider-Man seemingly taking them all on alone. Where are the heroes? That's bad for business. MIC gulped, Aizawa glaring back at him. Call the heroes and get someone over there now. Venom punch. 𝐒𝐿 screamed as he slammed an electric fist into a tombstone goon, sending them flying into two more, zapping them as well. As he did this, his spider sense yelled at him, making him duck as a blade just barely missed him. He then moved a leg upward, smacking his foot into a masked thug's chin. The man went flying back as 𝐒𝐿 then fired a web line, yanking himself up and over the street. The teen wasn't sure how many he had beaten now. It felt like this fight had been going on for hours, even though he knew it was nowhere near that long. He didn't even really react when a news helicopter suddenly appeared above the fighting. Instead, he just leapt at the enemies now, barely feeling the few blows they could land as he let his spider sense guide him. He had been trying to figure out a fighting style, writing page after page on how it would work, but found that in practice, all fighting styles didn't exactly work the way he wanted it to. Improvising was everything. Plans were only good if everything worked out perfectly, and 𝐒𝐿 knew by now, even with just the 2 weeks of vigilantism he had on his belt, nothing went perfectly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the injuries he kept getting. Instead, he found that his spider sense was everything when it came to fighting. It always gave him the idea on where to go next, the teen flipping, swinging and ducking around everything he could. It wasn't perfect, but it was all he had. As such, he swung down at a group of 3 masked thugs, web swing kick. He slammed both feet into one of the goons, knocking him flying before firing a glob of webbing at him, sticking him to the street as soon as he landed. And as 𝐒𝐿 landed, he quickly ducked under both masked thugs as they swung their katanas at him. He then tapped one on the side, zapping him with electricity before sidestepping around the other as he tried to stab 𝐒𝐿. And as he dodged the blade, he moved a fist into the thug's face, the blow instantly knocking the goon off his feet before webbing covered him as well. However, 2 more tombstone thugs appeared at this, the walrus man from earlier along with the hippo man. 𝐒𝐿 leapt over both, only for a third thug to suddenly appear behind them, body-checking into the vigilante. He felt the blow, pushing him back as the hippo and walrus men spun around, both then slamming fists into 𝐒𝐿's back. The teen was knocked into the third thug at this, the thug grabbing him in a waist hold and tried to squeeze him. But as he did this, 𝐒𝐿 just grabbed his shoulders, zapping him with ease. The thug fell over at this, letting 𝐒𝐿 go as he turned back to the other 2, both throwing punches. 𝐒𝐿 just sidestepped both before countering with a jab into the walrus man's face, making him stumble back before ducking under another punch from the hippo man. And as he ducked under this, the teen bent down and did a leg sweep, knocking the hippo down with ease. He fired some webbing next, sticking the hippo to the pavement as the walrus charged at him. However, 𝐒𝐿 just charged a venom punch, slamming it into the walrus man's stomach, knocking him across the street. There's so many, 𝐒𝐿 thought, his mind slowing down as he spun around and saw 3 more masked goons charging at him. Kill the spider. He must die. One of them yelled, 𝐒𝐿 sighing at the sight. Come on guys. 𝐒𝐿 emmed as he fired 2 shots of webbing, grabbing 2 of the thugs' chests before being yanked, making both stumble and fall over. The third moved his blade at 𝐒𝐿, the teen backstepping before throwing a punch right in his face, breaking the mask. The blow knocked him over, 𝐒𝐿 firing globs of webbing, sticking them all to the pavement. But as he did this, another masked man ran up to him, katana in hand. Seriously? Can't you just, give up? I've beaten like 2 million of you guys already. Kill the spider, he roared as he leapt at 𝐒𝐿, the teen just sidestepping as the goon slashed downward, only for his sword to hit pavement instead. Nope. 𝐒𝐿 muttered as he kicked the thug's side, the blow flinging the goon into an overturned car. He hit it and slumped over, 𝐒𝐿 turning back to the crossing. The teen now saw most of the Tombstone gang knocked out, their numbers less than the masked men, and most were all webbed up. Seeing this, he turned to find 3 more masked thugs climbing over the car. Electricity sparking in his hands, 𝐒� charged at them. Come on 𝐒�, you got this. Just a few more till the heroes show up. Dang, that was intense. Gloria commented as they watched the second event come to an end at the UA Sports Festival. It showed Katsuki Bakugo in first place, yelling profanities as he declared how great he was. Gloria's small tongue stuck out for a second before turning to 𝐒𝐭, the woman watching the television with a blank stare. "Hey, you okay?" 𝐒𝐭 didn't respond, prompting Gloria to poke her shoulder. 𝐒𝐭 asked as she turned to Gloria. "You okay?" "Here." "Oh, 𝐒𝐭 barely replied before glancing away, just worried about Izuku. "Oh yeah." Gloria chimed before looking back at the rest of feast. Everyone was crowded around to the place's television, only one or two not watching. Little guy still isn't here. Wonder why he's late. Knowing him, he's got himself into something. 𝐒𝐭 sighed, making Gloria glance back at her. "What do you mean?" 𝐒𝐭 just waved a hand at her. "Oh, it's nothing." Gloria chuckled at this. "I wouldn't say that. I think that shows you really love your son." 𝐒𝐭 just let out a sigh. "I do." She glanced down at her phone. "Still, I hope he responds soon." As she said this, one of the people watching the television said, What's going on?" 𝐒𝐭 and Gloria looked back up at the screen, only to see the UA Sports Festival disappear and show something else. Breaking news, a reporter said as footage showed a battle happening in a street crossing. For unknown reasons, two gangs of villains are fighting and tearing apart the crossing of Jelucan Drive and Umbra Street in Musutafu. However, it seems the vigilante known as Spider-Man has come in and is trying to shut the situation down, but for some reason, the heroes have not arrived. "Whoa!" Gloria muttered out, "That's just a few streets over. I hope it doesn't end up here." And as she said that, she didn't see 𝐒𝐭's face now paling as she stared at the footage of her son taking out another masked thug. "Oh Izuku! Please be careful." "Rah!" Izuku roared as he punched another masked thug, the man slamming into two more. Spider Sense rang out next, a hyena man running up to him next, leaping at the vigilante. In response, Izuku sidestepped, dodging the thug as the hyena guy spun around and threw a punch. But as he did this, Izuku threw his own, his fist hitting first, causing the thug's punch to hit air as he felt the blow slam into his big nose. "Kill the spider," yelled a masked thug as they leapt over an overturned car, slashing a katana down right at the teen. Spider Sense screaming again, Izuku leapt to the side, dodging the weapon before firing a web line at the masked man's weapon, pulling it a split second later. The thug kept his grip on the weapon as Izuku did this, only to feel the teen's foot slam into his face, knocking the thug off his feet. Webbing covered him next, Izuku then firing another web upward and yanking himself back into the air. There's no end to this. The teen thought as he stared down at the street, seeing two masked men get beat up by an alligator man while another masked man punched a rat-faced man. The sight made him sigh before he swung down and exclaim, "Web swing kick." 2 feet slammed into 2 masked men's faces, flinging them across the crossway as Izuku fired a web line at a third masked thug before yanking, sending him straight into the man. "Hiya!" Izuku yelled as he zipped right up to the thug and moved a kick into the man's stomach, sending the thug into a man with a weasel face. "Gotta keep moving. Gotta stop these guys." Izuku thought as his spider sense rang out again, making him instinctively duck down, avoiding a katana slicing through the air. This was followed by an uppercut from the teen, smacking a masked thug off his feet. But as this happened, Spider Sense kept yelling at him, only to see 2 more masked men, these just throwing punches. The teen sidestepped the first one, only for another to slam a fist into his face. Ugh! 3 more punches smacked Izuku's face, the teen closing his eyes from the blows before blindly swinging a punch back, knocking away the one that had missed hitting Izuku. This allowed the other to keep punching Izuku, slamming a fist into Izuku's stomach before doing a side jab into the teen's face. He felt the blow as his spider sense kept yelling at him, Izuku's eyes creaking back open as he saw another punch come for his face. Reflexes took over next, Izuku tilting his head to dodge the blow before throwing a punch back, slamming it into the thug's face. The man's mask broke instantly, the thug falling over a second later before Izuku fired a glob of webbing, sticking the thug to the concrete. Ooh, that hurt. Izuku mentally groaned as he fired a web line upward, yanking himself back up into the air once again. But as he did this, his eyes scanned over the whole situation, his mind going over what just happened. Each time I beat one of these guys, 2 more pop up. Is there no end? He then swung down and kicked another thug off his feet before firing a glob of webbing over another, the teen leaping at a third and throwing a punch. And as the blow connected, one more thought went through his head: I keep beating them though. Spider sense rang out at this, Izuku jumping away as 3 more thugs leapt at him, the teen dodging them all. As he did this, he whispered to himself, I think I can do this. Electricity appeared around his arms at this. No. I will do this. Like a real hero would. The masked thugs charged at him next, Izuku yelling back, bring it on. Katsuki Bakugo was angry. Granted, that was his normal mindset, he was rarely anything but angry, but he was really angry right now. The UA Sports Festival, something he had watched for years, imagining himself on that podium, being cheered on and worshipped like he deserved. Only to finally be a part of the festival, and found it was filled with nothing but weaklings. They were all trash. Worthless pebbles that weren't even worthy of being a piece of a stepping stone. The first round was a dumb obstacle course, the second round was a stupid cavalry battle where he had to cooperate with a bunch of pathetic losers. And this final round was the most worthless of them all. He had just won his second fight of the final round, and it was a disappointment. It was another weakling, a piece of trash. It was that orange ponytail chick of the other class, who he beat without trying. All he had to do was push through her worthless giant hands, grab the top of her head and slam his explosive quirk in her face a few times. She was knocked out almost instantly, only for Midnight to say he had to stop or be disqualified for being too rough. What a load of garbage. If she was that weak, she shouldn't be here. Same goes for his first fight, which was Round Cheeks, the girl with gravity powers. What a pointless weak quirk. She doesn't deserve to be a hero. She thought she could trap him by levitating the pebbles around the arena. What a stupid plan. It was so easy to beat, and then she stood there, showing those defiant eyes. She could barely stand, her legs shaking as she charged at him after failing her trap, thinking she stood a chance. How pointless. How stupid. And her eyes. Those defiant eyes. Eyes that reminded Katsuki of him. Deku. He was here. Deku had to be here. That made him so angry. He had spent years telling that quirkless loser he wasn't allowed to set foot, not even a toe, into UA. If he did, he would turn that piece of trash into ash. It's what Deku deserved. He believed he could be a hero. That thought made him want to explode. It made him so angry. Didn't Deku know that quirkless trash only exists to be put in the ground? Didn't he spend years telling that piece of garbage that he'll never amount to anything? Didn't Deku know he'll never become or deserve to be a hero? His palms kept crackling, popping every second as he stared out at the stadium. Each fight he did, they kept booing him after he won. Why are they booing? He's the greatest. He's the best there is. They should be worshipping him, Katsuki Bakugo, the next #1 hero. He was already better than All Might. He let out a growl next, making him look down at the arena, only to see. Was that bird head? Whatever. Here's another pathetic pebble that was now walking out of the arena while some purple-haired Gen-Ed noodle-looking garbage just stood there. And everyone looked like they were confused about what that guy's quirk was. It was so obvious. It was a villain quirk. Why is everyone so stupid? Worthless extras. He growled as he saw his future opponent be declared worthy of going to the next round. An extra with an obvious brainwashing quirk was next. TCH. At least I'll win the next round easily. Here's hoping half and half will give me a good fight in the final round. And as he said this, he glanced out at the stadium, only to see a ton of people staring at their phones. Like, half the stadium weren't paying attention to the festival. Whatever. As long as they watch him, it didn't matter. His eyes darted around next, searching for a certain green-haired teen. But found nothing. Where are you, Deku? I know you're here, mocking me. He let out a low hiss, where are you? Venom smash. Izuku roared as he slammed his fist into the ground, electricity surging out of him, knocking 4 more masked goons back. He had just taken out the last Tombstone thug before using that venom smash, and now his ears heard the sounds of screeching tires, making him turn to see 2 black vans drive up to crossing. Seriously? He mentally yelled before his spider sense screamed at him, making him duck down just as a blade swung over his head. He spun around to see another masked thug moving a sword at the teen, only for Izuku to swing his leg upward, kicking the goon right in the face. The thug hit the pavement a second later, Izuku firing another glob of webbing, sticking him into the street. He glanced back at the black vans, now seeing a few thugs walk out of vehicles, along with 2 bulky masked men. Oh great, so you're all sextuplets. Or is it septuplets? I give up. Izuku fired 2 web lines at this, yanking at them as he threw himself at the thugs, venom punch. He moved an electric fist into one of them, slamming it into the thug's chest. The blow knocked the guy flying, only for 2 goons to charge in with blades, Izuku quickly leaping onto one of the black vans before they could get close. You know, I'm gonna declare this as another no sharp deadly weapon zone. Die Spider, the other bulky thug yelled as energy poured out of his fists. He then swung his fist at the van Izuku was on, the teen spider sense yelling as he quickly leapt off the vehicle just as the fist hit it. The blow made the car go flying, slamming it into a nearby building as Izuku landed across the rest of the masked men, Izuku seeing there was only 5 left beside the bulky thug. Kill the spider. The masked thugs roared as they charged at Izuku, the teen just pointing his wrists at them, firing a round of webbing at their faces. Blinding 4 of them, they began tripping into objects that were scattered across the street, the 4 falling over as Izuku ran in and punched the remaining one in the face, shattering his mask and knocking him out. As this happened, he fired webbing over the other 4, sticking them all to the pavement. But as he did this, his spider sense yelled before looking back up and seeing a giant fist slam into his chest. Bluff! Izuku yelped as the bulky thug's fist knocked the vigilante across the street, his back hitting a building. Ugh! Izuku ummed before hitting the pavement, almost slumping over. Oh! Izuku muttered out, clutching his chest as he tried to stay standing. You will die today, Spider. The bulky thug said as he slowly stomped over to him. And I still can't understand you. Izuku replied as he pointed his wrist at the thug and pressed the web shooter trigger, only to hear a pust. Oh, great. Die, the thug roared as he pulled back a fist before moving it. Seeing this, Izuku just ducked under the jab before slamming his own fist into the thug's stomach. The blow made the thug slightly stumble back, only to swing another punch, but Izuku caught it with his own hand. Gotcha! Izuku laughed as electricity charged into the hand, zapping the thug. Izuku then pushed forward, knocking the thug off his feet. The teen glanced up at this, now seeing no more villains charging at him. Nothing but a bunch of webbed-up thugs, several overturned cars and a small fire coming from 2 vans. Scorch marks littered the crossing, and parts of nearby buildings had giant burn marks on them. I did it. I won. I beat them all. Izuku muttered out as he leaned on the building behind him. He then grabbed a web cartridge out of his hoodie and swayed it out of his web shooter, only to hear a new noise. It was the sound of police sirens, making him turn and see several police cars, along with a certain giant hero walking up to the crossing. It was Mount Lady, Kamu Woods on her shoulder as they got ahead of the police cars. There they are. What took them so long? He thought before a surge of pain hit his entire body, adrenaline now wearing off as he grabbed his chest and slumped down. No hurts. Everywhere. Gotta. Get. Outer. Here. He took a deep breath before turning invisible, the teen then crawling up the building he was leaning on. And when he reached the top, he fired a web line and began to invisibly swing away. The UA Sports Festival was over. Katsuki Bakugo stood on the top podium, roaring at the crowd as he was tied down in chains. In second place was Shoto Todoroki, whose face was covered in burns, his non-scarred eye closed while leaning on a crutch. Third was Shinso Hitoshi, who was also covered in burns and had an arm in a sling. All Might had appeared next, giving the medals out as the crowd mainly cheered for the number 1 hero. But as this happened, Nezu was now in his office. He usually was part of the entire UA festival every year, but this one was different. This was because he found himself getting multiple calls from news outlets, all complaining that the winner of the sports festival looked like some violent thug rather than a hero. Granted, he agreed to an extent, but Aizawa told him that was what Endeavor was, and Katsuki had only been a student for 2 weeks, not enough to change personalities. However, that wasn't the main topic of the phone call he was on right now. It was the Hero Commission president, who was chewing him out for taking all the heroes of Musutafu to the UA Sports Festival, only for half of the news outlets that covered the festival to suddenly switch to the Spider-Man story, and then no heroes showed up until Spider-Man had already saved the day. This is unacceptable. The president screamed, Nezu just sighing at her reaction. Listen, we cannot help it when villains attack. What happened? I don't care about what happened. I care that there weren't heroes there to deal with it as soon as it started because they were at your festival. You have All Might at your disposal. Use him. All Might is not a tool. All Might can beat any villain 2 seconds flat. The president roared, the sound of a fist hitting a table ringing out through the phone. He's the greatest hero this world has ever seen, so don't tell me he couldn't have gone in there and handled that. Nezu let out another sigh. I understand your frustration, but we did send heroes to the situation. It is not our fault how long it took them to get there. He could hear the president grinding her teeth before letting out a hiss. Listen here, rat, I have already told that dog Tsuragami that Spider-Man must be arrested. We cannot allow a vigilante to do a hero's job, especially not after this. Do you understand? Listen, do you understand? She screeched, making Nezu pause for a second. Understood. Good. I'm hanging up now because I now have to talk to every news outlet that decided that a vigilante is more important than the UA Sports Festival. A click could be heard before Nezu leaned back in his chair, sighing yet again. He rubbed his face with his hand as he muttered out, it seems this could be a problem. He then pulled out a cigarette and lit it, taking a quick smoke. Perhaps Aizawa will now allow me to be part of his investigation with Naomasa. Izuku wasn't sure when he got home. He knew it took him a bit longer, mainly cause he swung one-handed due to his injuries. It had actually only took him a few minutes after beating all the thugs to get home, but it felt like hours to him. As such, he crawled into his room's window, opened and closed it, and crashed onto his bed. He tried to do a text on his phone, only to fall asleep before he could even tap out a word. An hour or so later, his mom came home. She found him knocked out, sighing at the sight before stripping and bandaging him up. She was so glad he had that healing factor, even if it was super slow. She then put his costume in the wash and just shook her head at the sight of her sleeping son. You're going to be the end of me, aren't you? She whispered to herself before walking into the living room and turning on the television. There, it showed the footage she had seen earlier. It was her son fighting a giant group of villains. The sight of him flipping around, kicking and punching made her go wide-eyed. He really was born to be hero, wasn't he? She thought as she leaned back into the couch, I can't stop worrying about him. And yet I feel so proud. But as she did this, she glanced back at the television, only to see it turn to another news piece. One that made her go wide-eyed as she whispered, oh dear. I hope Izuku doesn't see this. Tombstone took a swig of whiskey as he walked into a stained blue-colored warehouse on the edge of town. It was a perfect place to hide things away, as it had a long old wire fence around it and broken streetlights. And as he walked in, he saw the lights inside were on, showing several piles of boxes. And a group of masked men laying out on the floor, the villains staring at the sight. So, were we right? He grumbled as he walked up to one of the masked men. Was the whole point of the street fight was so they could try to rob this place? Yeah, boss. I figured. Tombstone sighed as he picked up one of the masked men like a ragdoll, the thug not responding to even the slightest touch. And they're still doing that weird not moving thing. He dropped the thug before putting his foot over the thug's face and slammed it down, the sound of crunching bones ringing out next. It made his men in the warehouse flinch at the sound, only to see Tombstone take another swig of whiskey. So much for war. And it looks like that spider whatever is gonna be a pain now. And as he smacked his lips at this, he put his drink down on a nearby table before taking out a phone, which showed a news feed of Spider-Man fighting his gang on television. Guess we'll need to do some more recruiting. The heroes will actually start trying to find us now. He then saw the feed change to show another message, breaking news. Pro-hero Ingenium severely injured by hero killer. Tombstone's mouth slowly formed a tiny smile, then again, maybe not. He turned to one of the thugs, call the boys. I want the shipment done ASAP. Sure boss. And as the thug took out his own phone, Tombstone grabbed his whiskey and took another swig. Looks like Lady Luck's on my side. Time to get rich while the heroes stay distracted. He wiped his lips at this, and maybe that spider guy will get caught in the mess as well.